All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy weekend to you. Hope you're having a blast and excited for what's going to come through from Spirit tonight because I know I am. So, welcome everybody. I'm excited to get into things, but before we do that, you know how we like to come back to this moment. So, if you want to join me in taking our ceremonial deep breath, and hold it for as long as you feel comfortable and slow exhale out, just coming back to this moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the outside world, coming back to our little bubble of love inside, connecting with the spirit world. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl, of course, for some more energy. So if you want to join me in that big deep breath, let's do it. Here we go. Big deep breath in. Beautiful, beautiful. Feels so good. And then I will hit the singing bowl as we do for 3 times, and on the 3rd one, we'll bring in a little magic feather to move some energy. We'll see what we're gonna do here in a sec. Not quite sure which route I'm gonna go with that, so we'll see. But you can always just as we're hitting the singing bowl, imagine that vibrating out from your heart, that unconditional love energy that exists within us, going up into our mind and all our stories and all of our thoughts and beliefs, raising the vibration of those from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude and play. Then also into our hearts, of course, raising the vibration of our emotions into our physical bodies, to every cell, raising the vibration of our cells to be the healthiest that they can be. And then also through our energetic system, through all of our chakras, balancing those out, going through our energetic meridians throughout our bodies, raising the vibration of those. And then, of course, going into our auras, expanding and raising the vibration, having it vibrate, fill up and overflow out to the world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to also help raise the vibration of the planet. Of course, something we can do to immediately help raise our vibration is just one little thing that we're grateful for in the moment, right? I like to say, I'm so grateful, Creator, that abundance comes to me easily and effortlessly, and just have that gratitude for them that that does happen. And so I like that. If you want to use that, please do. But whatever you're grateful for, that immediately begins to raise our vibration, opens us up to hear from spirit, and then also magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So it's always a win win, win 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 with that. And I feel like that's what we're gonna do. I feel like we're going to on the 3rd one, after the 3rd gong, and I bring in the magic feather, I'm gonna send extra magnification of whatever you're grateful for it to come in big ways and faster than normal too. So we're gonna give it a little bit of a boost, for you as well. So if you wanna join in that, just be open to that, after the 3rd gong. Alright, so enough of that blah, blah, blah. Let's get into it here. So let us begin. Remember gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful. Can you feel it coming already for you? Beautiful gratitude. So thank you guys again so much for joining me and doing that. It just always feels so good, doesn't it? All right, we'll put her back there and let her have her little seat, and she can watch over us. So hello, Zen friends. Glad you guys are here and excited. Like I said, if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, hello, I'm your brother Z, and we are here to come spill the tea from spirit to see what we can learn, how we can grow, what kind of information that they'll bring us and for our paths. So we always learn a lot from each other. So hang out as much as you want. Listen to everyone's readings. There's always, I know I learned so much what comes through. Great reminders for me in my own life. So thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. And we do have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, huge hearts, and great senses of humor. And I'm so grateful for that. So there's always room for more Zen friends. You're welcome here. We have a nice safe space. We keep it high vibrational, very supportive, very loving. So thank you guys for doing that. If you want to know how the whole process works with readings, down in the description area of the video stream, it tells you how the whole process works. Donation do get first priority. You can use the super chat at the bottom to make a donation, or in the description area, it does mention my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. And though I don't have any set dollar amounts, what you give does determine how deep we go. If you have like a dollar donation, we go ankle deep. If you $2, we go shin, and etc. We move up. So that's how that works. And if you make a donation of $5 or more, you get like a little piece of cake. I've been changing it up. It's a little piece of cake with those. It's a little bigger than a fortune cookie. And we're finishing up using these Alice in Wonderland Oracle. So you get one of those. If your donation's under $5, you still get a fortune cookie, which is a little shorter message, but we're using the self-care wisdom cards right now until we use those up. So we got those available here, and that's kind of how it works. I do get to free readings at some point. Sometimes I get to it in the actual session itself. Sometimes, like last week, oh my gosh, so blessed with donations. I was on for 7 and 8 hours, Wednesday through Saturday night, I believe, and I didn't get to any few readings till the morning. So if whatever I don't finish in the evening session, I do try to come back in the morning and finish out everything. I always do put pinned comments on after each session listing all the readings completed with timestamps, and I always have an update in there if I was able to get to all free readings or some or whatever. And then I also list the list of people that I didn't get to that I'll complete in the morning. And after the session in the morning, I do pop back onto the evening session pinned comment and even put the link for the morning session in case you come back later and you're like, oh, I didn't get done during the 8 hour or whatever session. It's like, oh, there's the link for the other one. So click on it. It'll take you to the new morning session. Just look for the pinned comment, and then you'll be able to see your reading and just click on that little timestamp. Takes you right to your reading. I know, really, right? Fancy. I love it. So I am a little organized sometimes. It's my Capricorn rising. So enjoy that. um, I think that's the main thing with all of that. I do also have a podcast, a free podcast called The Easier Path. If you haven't checked that out yet, there's some great tools in there and great perspectives from spirit. We talk a lot about drama and trauma of my life, and if anyone else shares anything, why humans do what they do, spirit's perspective on it all. And then also hints from spirit on how to make this human path an easier path instead of a harder one. We know it can't really feel like an easy path, but it can feel easier, right? So if you want to check it out, did I put it down there? Yeah, there's the there's the link. I'm already squirreling out. But it's always down in the description area of the video too, the playlist link, and then on my main page of my YouTube channel at the top. Well, right now we're going to be finishing up the next one coming out next week. Will be phase 4 of learning how to expand our empathic gifts and spiritual gifts. So if you want to catch up on that little mini series within the podcast, be sure to check those out. Yeah. And then also I'm celebrating the month in the month of July for reaching 2,600 plus YouTube subscribers in 2026. So every Monday, I'm having a giveaway. If you have a free reading or donation request during any of the sessions, Wednesday through Sunday, I automatically enter you into the drawing. And I pull one winner from donations, one winner from free readings. The donations is a 30-minute personal recorded reading. The free reading is a 15-minute personal recorded reading. And then there's the last kind of drawing will be on August 3rd. And that will be a special drawing on that one too. So I'll do my regular drawing for the donation and free reading, and then I'm going to be giving away an hour personal recorded reading, two 30-minute personal recorded readings, and 4 additional 15-minute recorded readings. So if you want to find out how to get into that special drawing, be sure to check out that video link there. And I post it on social media once a week too. So I like it. I like it. So, I feel like that's everything there. Blah, blah, blah. Do I have it on my list here? Yeah. I have my little list I go to again. Oh, you're a Cap Rising too, Deb. Debbie O. All right. So we will get everything updated here and make sure my list is all updated, and then we'll dive in. So thank you guys, everyone, for being here. Let me see, where did I leave off here? I think I left off. So May, I got your last donation. I don't see a question for your last one yet, just in case it didn't post. You could be still thinking about it too, which is quite all right. But sometimes YouTube likes to keep secrets. So just want to make sure you're aware of that. And then let's see, did I get Anshum? Yeah, so I have Anshuman. I got you on the free list. Debbie, oh, I got you on the free list. So that's is where I got to. All right, and then we have Jeannie Williamson. Hey, Jeannie, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. You'll be number 5 on the free readings when we get to those. And then let me jump up here. We have a couple donations. We got Alex. Hey, Alex. Thank you so much for your donation. You'll be number 11 when we get to yours. You'll be number 11. Let's give that a love and a like. In fact, let me make sure I get all my likes in up here for these other ones. Real quickie like. Because I like to, lets me love those. But not like them before the session starts. So there you go. All right. So I got you, Alex. Like I said, you're number 11. And then Debbie O. Let me just take a look here. Yeah, it looks like we got all of yours in before these donations came in to my email through Cash App and Venmo. So let's grab these here. So we have number 12. And you said you were thinking there. So we'll see if you've thought about that, and I'll continue down here. And number 2, it'd be so you'll be 12, 13, and 14. I like you crack me up. I'm still thinking, get back to me. So I will. By then, by the time I get there, you'll probably have them. But we will. We'll go with the flow. Get back to me. You're about, and then, oh, you're not home yet. Oh, okay. Out causing trouble. Do the Houston? Oh, I mean, I'm not going to say where you live, but do the police know that you're out? Have the authorities been warned that you're mobile? All right, so I've got you here, 12, 13, and 14. So we got you. I love you. All right, so come on, there it goes. All right, so we got those. Right. And then also we had come in here. So we got Lauren of Light. You'll be number 15. So thank you. And I did get your email with your questions as well just now. So not just now, but I have that. And then let me take a look here. All right. And then we've got the heater. Hello, hello. Thank you so much. I did get your donation as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your generous donation there and your lovely comment. So thank you. We'll get that general reading. You'll be number 16 on there. So thank you so much. Very grateful. All right. So I think I've got those. Let me just make sure. All right. So we got all those. So we're down to right there. Okay. Oh, you're at okay, you're out and about to visit with a friend. Oh, okay, very good. And then Trampzilla, I see you. Hello, hello, good to see you. Your free reading will be number 6 on the free reading list here. And then May oops. You're so funny. So did Max uh-oh. I see the little monkey. I don't get worried. Kinda get a little excited about what's coming in there. Alex, you're number 11. You are number 11, on the free readings on the, donation list. Alright, and then we got Cat Mia in the house. Hey, hey, good to see you. You'll be number 7 on the free readings once we get there. You're very welcome, Alex. Alright. Ooh, 45 minutes away. I'm glad you have air conditioning in your car. All right, so I think that's everyone. We're going to be using the Light Sears Tarot tonight, and not only one, not two. Let me do it this way, but 3. Dun dun dun! The 3 Sisters of Fate. No, I'm not. Well, I am Aquarius, but I'm not eccentric. I had one deck myself. Someone gifted me one, and then my host bought one for me. And she goes, "I saw these. I thought you'd love them." And I go, "Indeed, I do love this deck because I have 3." And what I do is I take all 3 decks, I put it into a giant stack, I shuffle it all up, and I split it out into 3 separate decks. So in a reading, if you have 3 cards or more, you could actually end up with all 3 of the same card from all 3 decks, which I had happen once, so far in using them that way. So it's very rare, but when you get repeated cards, it's kind of a cool extra message. So I like it. I know I can geek out sometimes, but it's okay. You guys don't mind. All right, so we've got 16 donations. So we'll start off. We have Sudeshna up first. And then we have May for your first one. And then Beatrice is number 3. And then we've got Anna. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we got 4 there. I just I scrolled too fast. So you got number 4, 5, 6, and 7 are yours, Anna. Then we go back to May, number 8, and then JoJo will be number 9. And then back to May, number 10, and then Alex is number 11, Debbie O is number 12, and 13, and 14, and then Lauren of Light is 15, and the Hita is number 16 so far. So that's where we're at. We will start here. Let me move these up a little bit. There we go. So let me do a quick little cheers with my coffee, and we'll get into it. I like to start off thanking you guys so much for all your love, all your support, all your thumbs up, all the comments you make, all those things that you guys do. A lot of them you can do for free. Help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami, helping my channel get out there, helping my channel grow, and that allows us to get more messages for people out there from spirit. So you are part of the love tsunami, and I'm so grateful, and I love you guys. Cheers, cheers. Salud. All right. Yum, yum. All right. So we will get started here. Shuffle these up, and let's dive in. Excited. All right. So Sudeshna, you are 2110 for yours. And of course, thank you for your donation. So you applied to some job positions in the company, beginning with a D. I probably mispronounced it. We'll just say with a D. And you want to know, will you receive any positive response? Okay, so based on current energies, will you get a positive response from that one there? And will any of the applications move forward? Let's take a look here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. All right, let's see what we got here. So, will you receive a positive response? Well, you will get a fast response with the Eight of Wands. Let's see if it's positive here. You do have the Five of Wands and the Seven of Swords. There's a little bit of conflicting energy with that one here. Because the Five of Wands, the five is like a growth energy, kind of a challenging energy. Whenever you get like an odd numbers, those can represent there's a block somewhere here. Let's see what is on these others. Will any of the applications move forward? All right. Well, it does feel like something. Well, here you have the Nine of Cups going, your heart saying, what about me? What about the emotional dream come true? Then you have the Nine of Swords. Yeah, the nightmare and insomnia energy, and the Knight of Swords coming in. Sudashna, I don't feel like it's like your heart is really determined for you to go this heart route, right? I know we keep getting it, and I every time you ask about a job, I'm like, please let there be a breakthrough for you because I'm invested in you having this wonderful career and thing that you do with your life that you're just in love with and you enjoy, and it doesn't feel stressful and it doesn't feel like it's uh a burden and fears that are there. But on the bottom of the deck, you have the Moon card. Here's that huge emotional energy, and that's what brings you abundance is when you're following your heart and not the head here. So I'm so sorry. I don't feel like there's going to be a lot of movement that happens in there, because there is this block. It's like your heart is determined not to let it go forward because they're like, no. Yeah, even the Hierophant on the bottom. Yeah, and you have the Eight of Cups energy, which is all about, they're the master of change. And the Eight of Cups is walking away from something that doesn't serve. And I feel like your heart is going, no, there's something else. There's something else. There's something else. And I'm like, come on. But that's the energy of right now. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. But it feels like it's a kind of a no-go with that company as well. And it's not because you're not qualified or anything like that. It's strictly your heart being stubborn, just like your mind is being stubborn. No, we want to go this way. And the heart's like, I want to go this way. And you're like, well, we've always done what the mind wants. Let's go that direction. Because it's almost like your heart is speaking to you in a foreign language that you're like, I don't know what they're saying. I can understand what the mind is saying. So we're going to go this way, but I don't know what it's like your heart's going, meh, and you're like, what? I don't get it. Can you, give me an app that I can understand what you're saying, right? Oh my gosh. Because here, look at your card. Here's the heart, the book of the heart. It has optimism. I like that. Says if you're going to make up stories in your head about people and circumstances, please let them be love stories with happy endings. This is exactly what we're talking about in a way, right? Let the stories in your head be stories of love, of your heart, and where your heart wants to lead you, not your mind. So all I can say is, on behalf of your spirit guides, I'm sorry. So hang in there, my dear. Some things that gotta break sometime, right? So, all right. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right, we got Blueberry in the house. Hey, Blueberry, let's get you on to the free reading list here. You'll be number 8 when we get to the free readings. And then we also have Ruby. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. And we'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 9 on the free readings once we get to those. Donations for everyone, of course, do get priority. So we do those first. Let me just adjust some things here. I need to these 3 decks. I need to make some space here. Okay. This will probably work better. All right. All right. So move on to the second stack. So let's get back up to donations. Zoom, zoom, zoom. All right. So we'll continue on. We have May. May, you're at 27 even. So May, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And of course, thank you for your donation. And you feel like once, Max, and you reconnect, things will move pretty fast with us, right? Firstly, is that true? All right, let's take a look here. I just had the 8 of Wands pop into my head, which is fast moving energy. I do believe you're right. Yeah, we got that and that and that. Yeah, so all this. So what happens there? All right. Okay. Yeah. I was going, okay, we're telling the story because right now we have, of course, we've got the 9 of Pentacles, which is being away. You've got the High Priestess up in her High Priestess temple, processing and everything. You have the 9 of Wands, which is the barrier. Here's this getting ready to drop and open the gate to run. And I'm like, okay, so all of this is what's going on right now. It feels like there's the block, the thing that's holding you guys apart while you're doing your inner work and all that. And then didn't get the 8 of Wands, but we got the Knight of Wands, the horse on fire, and the 6 of Wands, which is equal attraction energy and victory. So, yeah, yes, you are correct. With those energies, the Knight of Wands is the fastest moving horse. So, it's all about zip, zip, go, go, action, action. So, yes, correcto for your first question there. And then, secondly, if that is true, check, check, what do your spirit guides want you to know? What advice do they have for you during this time while you're single? And will Max like your dog? I love it. All right, let's take a look here. So, we'll take those one at a time. So, what your spirit guides want you to know, first of all, about the fast movement and what to do while you're single here. So, yeah, I like it. The fast movement, continue the quest of seeking your self love, even with things moving in the outside world. It's always beneficial for us to remember that all of our relationships of the outside world are a reflection of our self love, of how we feel about ourselves. And the more we expand our self love, the more we can give and receive of the outside world. So if it starts up and we take our focus off our self love and put it back out here, it's going to stay at wherever it is. And that's the limit of how much love we can give and how much love we can receive. So continuing on this quest of your self love is very important. So I feel like that's that piece. And then what advice do they have during the time that you're single? Yeah, Knight of Wands. Uh, Buckle up and get prepared to go ludicrous speed. Follow your passions. Wow, yeah. And it's kind of like the same message while you're single. You have the Ace of Cups, so continuing investing a lot of your energy on your self-love. Knight of Wands is, the quest of stepping into your power. The Queen of Wands is your connection to the spirit world, and behind the scenes, the Queen of Wands also has the Ace of Cups. So it's all about, your self-love and your connection with the spirit world. Continue on this journey, realizing, of course, with the Knight of Wands too, that quest is whatever you're focusing on, you're growing and expanding. So again, the more you are raising your love vibration, the more you're grateful for things, the faster things come in. If we take our energy into a lot of I need that, I want that, I'm excited, I can't wait, oh, come on, that starts pushing it away, so the more we learn to come back to gratitude, it's like while you're single, you're creating the habit of gratitude, 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 so that when the Knight of Wands kicks in, we don't lose our focus into wanting more, 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 more. We learn to stay in gratitude for what's happening. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's what gets it to continue to grow instead of pushing it, away. So I like that. All right. So that's that. And then will Max like your dog? Will they like your doggy, doggy, doggy? We have the Four of Cups. So I don't feel like they're uh, and we have the Three of Wands. Feel like they're not used to having dogs. Maybe they're a cat person, but I don't feel like they're, hating the dog, or maybe they're used to being alone with the hermit. So I feel like, it's not that they hate the dog. Maybe it just grows on them over time to have an animal because 'cause they're bringing in me, like, I'm more of a cat person. I'm more of a cat personality, touch me with your eyes. Pet me with your eyes is what it is. Pet me with your eyes, you know? Uh, I will, come to you and, when I wanna be petted and then, "Okay, that's enough," you know? And that's what I like having, like, I wanted cats and, of course, my host has dogs, but, when I had my own places, I had cats, and I'd come home, and I wanted just a cat to go, "Hey," but all the cats I got were like dogs. They would be like, run up to me and greet me, and I'm like, "Calm down," and they would fetch and, I mean, everything like a dog, and the opposite of what I was wanting, right? Um, so I feel like they'll get used to it. They're just like, you know, because dogs are like, "Hey, hey, 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 how you doing? How you doing? How you doing?" I'm like, but I feel like he doesn't hate him, but it'll grow on him, right? Oh, yeah. So yeah, I kind of feel like that's the kind of thing of but I feel like it'll grow on him, and eventually you'll end up with them on the bed kind of thing. But I like it. All right, so that's what we have for that. And then where do you see us living in 2 years, and what does that look like for us? All right, let's take a look here. So in 2 years, based on current energy here, and then these are for your other ones there. All right. Yeah, so we have the 9 of Pentacles, and we also have the Chariot card. The 9 of Pentacles is like a garden, and, you know, it's it feels kind of, the 9 of Pentacles can mean uh, alone, kinda hermiting in a way, and not that you guys won't, be living together, not I mean, not together, but it's, whatever this is, it's very green, it has a lot of garden, a lot of nature around it. And it kind of feels like there's a lot of land, and that's why you guys kind of feel like you're in the middle of it, and it's not like you have neighbors where you look out the window, it's like you might not even see your neighbors through all the trees and all that kind of stuff that's there, um, but it feels, uh and I feel like there's 2 with this Chariot card, the power of choice. I feel like you're gonna have, like, a country home and then, like, a city home or one that's close to city. And, it's like the one that you're at, is the country one, is the one that is kinda considered home, but the other one that's in the city is if you're gonna get together with a lot of people, you have this one that's there too, right? Yeah. I'll try to pull more cards for that here in a sec because the cards I pulled, we didn't have that energy involved in that, at least yet. So, oh yeah, and that's coming up next. So I see that you have that on there. So we'll do that. Um, yeah, so that's what it looks like is that there will be 2 different locations, one in city, one, like, more nature, quieter, away from everything, kind of a you know, retreat, kind of like, this is where we go, big garden, a lot of trees, a lot of, maybe even, like, close to nature. I mean, it's out in nature, but I feel like there it might even be, where you just see rolling hills of trees and etcetera. So, you wanted to know, will you be working? You have the strength card. You have Leo energy. I do feel like you'll be doing something because this is you still needing to be around people and being seen and interacting, leading more, it feels here with this Leo energy. So I feel like you will be doing something. Um, and and it feels like it's almost feels like you're phasing yourself out from like a career job, like a job, and you're doing something that you're enjoying and something that you're wanting to grow. Like you're doing something, but still it's you needing this need inside of you that you want to be with people and even in front of people helping and doing that. So it kind of feels like that. All right. Will you be engaged and married in 2 years? Got the 2 of swords, which is the power of choice. You have the knight of swords, kind of energy here. And I feel like it's the 2 years from now, there's a lot of choices still to be made. And they're like, it's undetermined. You could be, engaged or married. But I feel like there's 2 routes that go up. You have the Tower card, which is um, not a bad card. It's whatever this is, I feel like it happens suddenly. And they're just showing that there's, routes. A lot of the routes that feel is engaged, and then marriage is around that period of time. But there's also some other choices, some other things that it's like, well, it's like 66%. I love how they do that. 66% engaged and or married, and then a third not quite there yet, you know. But I feel with the Tower card, they're saying, just trust that it's always perfect, whatever the adventure is, with that. So that it does come in fast. What comes into your life happens on purpose for you. So we can trust that. But I feel like because of that, we were talking about before, the biggest thing for you is to focus on what you're grateful for in the moment. Because if we're if we're not solid in gratitude, then we end up going into the want, need, and pushing it further away. So based on current energies, it's like, here, 66%, we got 33 and a third percent, right? A third of it. Still a little bit of we're starting to focus, these are when we focus in on expectations and things like that, right? Which, it used to be, 50-50. Now it's 66-33, right? 66.66666 and 33.33333. So you've made significant movement, but there's still more, of course, to go in there, which is understandable because we're taught to focus in on the future instead of the now. And then you wanna know, are you gonna be living in the city that you're in or a different city? And yeah, because 'cause that'll be the city one, and then, you wanna know, is it gonna be in the Midwest? We'll see what that comes in here real quick. All right. So, are you going to be in the city that you're in? Yeah, I mean, you got the dream come true, the star card, and the three of pentacles, which this does talk about collaboration. And I feel like I don't feel here that it's the city that you guys are in. Um, as far as where you're considered living. And that makes sense because they said the home is in another place, the Three of Pentacles, creation, nature, Empress energy. So home is in nature with this, and but it's tethered to whatever city is the dream come true energy. So I feel like because 'cause they're bringing back I feel like you mentioned something about they built a home and they consider the city they're in is where they love to live, right? So I feel like that is like you have a house there in the city, and then you have a house in nature, and let's see, is it in the Midwest? No, I don't feel so. We got the Tower card again. We got the Chariot card, which is the power of choice energy. And then the 10 of swords is letting go of expectations. Yeah. So there is this, um, it's almost like they keep the house where you guys are at, and then in another city, you have a house that's close to the city, and then you have a house out in nature. So I feel like at least 3 homes, but there's still a lot with that power of choice energy that's undetermined yet. Um, so because I feel like they wanna keep and it has something to do with the housing market. It kind of feels like they're wanting to kinda keep it open, because 'cause they're like, I would lose too many, right?" So, I know hey, Chelsea. Does Max have a straight single brother who is equally as endowed in many ways? You're so funny. Alright, so let's take a look here. For your fortune cookie, we've got falling, the unknown, descent, momentum, change coming in here. Let's see what this brings in. So from the Alice in Wonderland book, it says, "I wonder if I shall fall right through the earth." It's funny, 4 is my number of home too. 4 of Pentacles is really coming in, and the Emperor energy about deciding from the head or from the heart and making a plan, and there's kind of this a lot of this energy of unknowns that are coming in, here as well. Says you're presently experiencing a time of descent. You are in between worlds, yet to land, yet to land. So you haven't hit it yet. Um, and to know what will come next, yet to feel the impact of the inevitable moment when your feet touch the earth again. At present, it is natural to feel doubt, discouragement, nerves, and even fear. You have leaped, now you must fall. Soon you shall land, but first comes the descent. You have launched yourself into the unknown, taken a risk, dared to follow your instinct without the thought and consideration that would have seen you miss the chance that will come to you. But right now, you're completely within the process of descent. You may have allowed yourself to let go of people, places, objects, roles, or ways of being. It could be that a relationship, a type of career, or the routine you once had is now in flux. Something has unraveled and you're moving into a different part of your destiny. A fall can be accompanied by disillusionment, a sense something is being broken, a shattering of beliefs and perspectives, which I feel like is the big thing that you're going through, because that's what we were talking about, and the inability to know what will come next. There you go. You may wonder, just like Alice, whether you will fall right through the earth. In other words, will everything in your world end? Will you simply keep falling, falling with no end at all? It says, "It will end. There will be a new place. There will be a new place and a fresh way of being to explore. For now, surrender to the descent into the passageway to the next life. The fall is the moment before rebirth. The best possible response is to relax into the fall, observe and wonder at what is to come. No, this was the only way through to the next stage of your evolution, the entrance to your own wonderland. There is no discovery without descent, without relinquishing some of who you were. This is the way you will become who you are next meant to be." I wonder, um, wasn't Michael Jackson's house called Wonderland? Is that, you're gonna buy, Michael Jackson's home? Is that house home number 4? I'm just kidding. Divination for this, the in between, the end of what once was, the letting go of who you were, and rebirth into a new life. Unknown outcomes, complete immersion in the process of change. Yep. All right. The fortune cookie speaks to you 100%. The reversal is holding on to what's no longer best for you, the fear of what comes next, inability to surrender to the process of change, and wanting all to remain the same even while change is taking place. So, there is that power of choice and, that we had with the chariot card coming up several times. And there's a lot of choices to be made yet. And we can get caught up into trying to control all of that stuff. And it's like, no, we don't need to control that. We can just go with the flow for now, right? So that is what they have there for you. It could be 4 homes, but I feel like there's at least 3 that I'm seeing. Um, yeah. Well, you won't have to, that's the thing of, with this process is that you're gonna be able to, you're gonna have the ability to have a lot of assistance and maybe even an assistant, and, uh, yeah, a house manager, yeah, you know, or like you'll have someone, that that lives and takes care of the homes, while you guys are not at them, and then you just let them know, "Hey, we're coming." They'll get everything ready for when you're gonna go to those places, but, um, yeah, maybe 4 houses, 1 for each child, when you guys, for your future, right? Cheers, cheers. Hopefully one has a pool. Too funny. I know, right? Chelsea's drooling. All right, let me catch up here on the chat here. I know we've been in that for a minute here, so let's jump down here. So I think we had Ruby Camellia. We got Ruby G in the house too. I see your free reading request. That'll be number 10 on the free readings. And then I see your donation. That one will be number 17 on the donation list there. And here is your question. Get that on there. Okay, we got that there. We got Jessica in the house. Hey, Jessica, good to see you. You'll be number 18 on the donation list. Give that a love and a like since it lets me do those. And we got extra here why he is avoiding you. We'll get that extra questions there. All right. Think we're good there. We got Livier Vagata in the house. Hey, hey. Good to see you. We'll add you onto the free reading list. You'll be number 11 on there. Okay. Got all those. Yeah. Yeah, I like this too, May. You're mentioning, we could get significantly more in the Midwest. And they're like, yeah, but it's like with the housing market or something, I feel like he doesn't wanna give up what he has because he doesn't have to. And he feels like, it's an investment kind of energy. So I feel like, I feel like it's gonna be a bit of a letting go of control and letting them do a lot. They're used to being in control of a lot of things. It's like, let them have that. You focus and you find your piece that you're gonna focus on and let them control what they wanna control, and then you get to, you know, have your, uh, like, your dream that you wanna do is kind of the energy that I was getting, from that interaction there, because it's like, let let the man have his little thingy that he does. You know? You're like, he'll ask you about stuff, but, um and you can, of course, say, What are your thoughts on?" But if you're like, "No, we should do this." Right. Alright, so and then Lauren, hey, Lauren, good to see you. Lauren, I have your donation, your number what was it, number 11? No, you're number 15 on the donation list, so I got you there. I do have your email, as well, if you weren't here when I mentioned that earlier. Okay. So we got all those. I answer all this. My God, you're so funny. Can I live vicariously through you? Ask about the engagement ring. You're so funny. Mm-mm. And Jojo, hey Jojo, good to see you. Jojo, you are number 9 on the donation list, and then of course I don't have your question yet. So whenever you want to put that, I'll grab that and put that on there. Mm-mm. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure. Okay, there you go. So Jojo, I got it. All right. I think that is your question. I've got that on for yours. So I think that is everything, and we'll get back into the readings now. All right. I'm all caught up. So we'll continue on. We do have Beatrice is up. So 5332. Try that again. 5332. There we go. So Beatrice, here's your time stamp. And has E told people about you? All right, let's take a look here. Have they told people about you here? All right. Cards just are flying out everywhere here. You know, I don't feel like they have. With the bottom of the deck here, we've got the 9 of Pentacles, which is they're really kind of private and to themselves quite a bit here with that energy. It's like they have a big they're in a garden all by themselves with spirit, and I feel like they kinda keep things kinda private until it's like a significant big thing for them, 'cause, that's on the bottom of the deck, and then we have the 5 of Pentacles, which is this fear of abandonment, fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold, that kind of thing, even under the 9 of Pentacles. Oh, wow. Yeah. Under the 9 of Pentacles, we have the 5 of Pentacles again in the Death card. So, there is this fear, like, it's almost like how some people don't want to, mention that they're pregnant until they're far enough along where they're not afraid that they're gonna lose their baby in a way, and that's the kind of energy they're bringing in here is, like, they kind of don't wanna mention it. Some because they're afraid if what if it doesn't work out, then they're like, "Oh," but also there's that, it's funny because it's like, well, you don't wanna talk about it because 'cause you'll curse it coming in too. So it's kind of the fear of it, it not working out and then having to deal with everyone saying that, "Oh, it didn't work out," or, and then also if you talk about it, you curse it. It's like a combo of both of those coming in. So, not yet. Wow, and you got the 9 of Pentacles again. So, again, very much to themselves. King of Wands is even like a clearing, out the throne room and kind of because they're still unsure of where this is headed. How is it going to happen? How's it going to, unfold as well? And then the hermit again. So, yeah, I mean, we've got all this energy, that you have, just so you know, hermit energy. We've got all this fear of endings and all that coming in here, and then them still waiting to decide. So I don't feel like they have, not because they're embarrassed. It's more out of fear. That sounds like them. Yeah. So you're like, okay, kind of private, some fear, not wanting to curse it, but I don't feel like they're, you know, having any plans of not, you know, moving forward or anything like that. They're just kind of waiting kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. And then your fortune cookie here. Well, look, yep, the self. They're waiting to the heart's waiting to escape and get out of the mind, kind of energy. And it says, if beating yourself up worked, you'd be thin, rich, and happy. Try loving yourself instead. That's great. But it is that energy of, the mind creates and keeps the heart trapped and doesn't let the heart express itself. But here's the heart trying to escape and get out of those fears. So what a great card. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So many blessings to you. All right. So Jojo, thank you for your additional donation. We'll get that on there. That'll be number 19. Let's see. So the horse question is number 2. Okay. I get you here. So we'll do this one. So that becomes number 19. And then this one becomes number 9. All right. We got it. So all updated. And then May, thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 20. And I can hear the rattling of the questions already. Engagement, this, that, engagement ring. Boom, boom, boom. Here comes the questions. Here they are. All right. Here they come. What did I tell you? I could feel it coming my way. All right. So let me grab those. We'll get those on the list here. And that one there. Maybe I am a mind reader. All right. And we'll give that 11 a like. All right. So I think I've got everything back on the list here. So we will continue. All right. So we've got 4 in a row for Anna Anna. Hey, Anna. So 5931 is for your first one there. Thank you for your multiple donations. And so reading 1. Hello, hello. Cheers, cheers. Take a sip here while I'm reading here. Your dowsing rods. All right. What? You don't keep them in the same spot? What kind of Gemini are you? Maybe that is a Gemini. 2 different places, right? I don't always keep it in the same place. My Capricorn rising, everything has its place. Boy, when I was a supervisor and a coach, when this corporation I worked at, I had everything on my desk, and when people would come in and I'd have my one-on-one, if I went this way to do on the computer, they would move things around on my desk, and I'd turn back around. They would see how long it took me to notice something was changed, and I'd be like and they're like, "Gosh," because I would immediately go, "Something's not right here." I go, "Stop it." So pretty funny. That's how I know. I mean, I could have, like, an organized mess. Someone can move something, I'm like, "What's this?" And they're like, "How did you see that out of it all?" Right? Right, yeah. Oh, I get you, I get you. Uh, so no problem. So let's take a look here. Where are these dowsing rods, right? If, if I'm up for the challenge. Right, so you do believe in your house. Let's take a look here. Is it in your house? We'll verify that first. Okay. Yeah, 4 of swords. It's in your nest. Might even be in your bedroom because this is where you sleep, unless you sleep on the couch. I fall asleep on the couch or in my bed. That's the 2 places, right? So I feel like that's here. Your messes are organized. I like it. All right, so let's take a look here. What else can we find here? And it's funny that, here it almost looks like there's rods here, right? So let's take a look here. So it's in the house. What else can we know about where it's at? Did a child move them? Does a child have them in their room? Young sir, what are we doing? Your bedroom or your office, right? I feel like bedroom, but I don't know. The 6 of cups, the child would be you. It's funny because that last time when I was like, "Did your son have your debit card?" And you're like, "No, he gave it back." And I'm like, I don't know." And then he ended up having it, right? So the child here, he might even know where they're at. You might ask him, go, "Have you seen those?" And he was like, "Yeah, they're over there." We have the Hanged Man. There's something about cocoon in here and the 9 of Wands. I do feel like there's something blocking the sight, so I do feel that you do have, you're right about it being under something or something's blocking it. Might even be like a door because this feels like something that you would open and close. So, I don't know if it ended up getting in a cabinet or in a closet, but, it definitely feels like that kind of energy here. Let's see, anything else we can know about narrowing it down? Let's just do energy in the bedroom, energy of your office. See if they'll tell us, give us guidance here. Energy of your bedroom. Yeah, we got movement, action, victory energy. Office, 7 of wands. No. So I feel like it's in your bedroom here. It could be in a cabinet. Yeah, because the 7 of wands is, I mean, even though there's all these rods here, I don't, this feels like a no to me for some reason. Because it would be right out in the open with the 7 of wands, and if it's not right out in the open in your office, then it's gotta be your bedroom here, especially with that 4 of swords in the beginning. Yeah, it's like there's something with the tower card. It feels like you might have been in a rush, um, and so you kind of grab some stuff. Did you grab some stuff and, like, throw it in your closet? Or into something to clean up something because someone was coming over or you needed to do something really quick, and so you just grabbed stuff and just shoved it somewhere? Yeah. So it seems like that kind of energy around there. So, hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie if it helps any. So you've got authenticity. Yeah, it's almost like you put it somewhere you normally don't. And live life for you, not the audience in your head. So get out of your head, because it's not gonna be in a place you normally would have put it. It does feel like it was in a rush, so it's not in the usual place. It is like you were needing to put some stuff away and you just grabbed a bunch and it happened to be with that stuff, maybe even unknowingly, like it was. And you just kinda grabbed it all and put it, and you don't realize it was with that, whatever you stuck in the closet or stuck in cabinet. The door seems to open this way though, whatever it is. So, Hopefully that helps. Best of luck. All right, so that's for your first one there. So again, thank you for your multiple donations. And then for number 2, we got 10606. And for this one, number 2 is how is F's business and what concerns do they have? All right. Cheers, cheers. So let's see here. How is their business currently? All right. And what are their concerns? Well, I've got all those already. All right. Anything else? Did what? That one. All right. Yeah. Well, it looks like their business partnership energy under the bottom here. So it does feel like, the underlying energy is a strong partnership energy that's there. But let's see, how is the business here? Well, looks like there's putting in a lot of blood and sweat and tears. There is some movement, some growth there. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, there are some fears, some expectations. Eight of Swords. Yeah, a little bit of change of things. It almost feels like there is growth and there is some, movement, but they had these expectations, these ideas of what they wanted it to be. They kind of had to scale it back here with the Eight of Swords because they're letting go of some long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets of shoulds and supposed tos and needs and that. And it feels like they're cutting them back to a smaller scale, at least in the current, it's like I wanted it to get to a certain point by a certain time, but I had to adjust my expectations. But there still is growth. It feels like a lot of blood, sweat, and tears being, you know, uh, invested. What concerns do they have? Yeah, maintaining balance, consistency, it feels like. And Page of Swords, there are some ideas that they have, but I feel like, there is this, um, whatever maybe this partnership is with that Two of Pentacles, that I have choices to make, and I don't know if I have enough information to make the best choice. And I feel like there's even maybe a struggle between being pulled in two different directions. Let's see what this is here too. Yeah. So it does feel like if they do have a partner, there's a feminine energy here, the moon and the empress energy. There is a lot of um like a lot of pull that this individual has, in this situation here, a very emotional, someone who makes decisions from an emotional place instead of from a mental place. And so there is this, you know, pull, kind of energy. Um, yeah, the Ace of Swords. I feel like their biggest concern is to gain the clarity and to be able to find maybe even like a compromise that works for it. So I feel like that's the biggest concern, is that um and even with this needing to let expectations go, that uh it's almost like here's my dream and I'm adjusting the timeline, but now what they're afraid of is that they'll have to adjust their actual dream, not just the timeline, but that whatever this partnership energy is, that I will actually have to give up parts of my dream, and uh, in that I won't get to create what I want at the cost of this other person wanting to create what they want, and that I'll be like, my fear is that I'll have to be the one that lets go of parts of my dream. That's probably the best, clearest way I could mention it there. So let's see what the fortune cookie says here too. All right. Yeah, oh my gosh. Look at two people, especially female, right? That feminine energy reassess. And it says, you have the right to change your mind. But I feel like uh, that they do not want someone to have the right to try to change their mind. So this reassessment energy is it seems to be a theme below the surface there. Right. So that's what they have for that one, my dear. And then for number 3, we've got 11148. Here we are. And then from what you've observed, the letters to D and M may have had an effect. So what are F's concerns about each letter, and if F is in jeopardy of I'm not sure what Alarian or something, losing either license. All right. Think the voice to chat might not have gone through there, but spirit knows what you mean. So let's take a look. Shuffle these up here. So, so what are F's concerns about each letter? So for D and for M, right? So there's 2 letters, right? So D and M. And is F in jeopardy of losing either license? Okay. Nope, they don't want any of those. So are they in jeopardy of losing license for D? Well, I got 3. And M. Oh, I got 3 and 3 again. 3, 3, 3, 3. All these threes. Altering. Okay. Jeopardy of altering or losing either license. I get you. Okay. Bottom of the deck here, we do have the Hanged Man coming in here. So there is transformation energy. It does feel like you were saying that you feel like the letters did have an effect. There is transformation energy. So I feel like you're on the button with that. For D, what are F's concerns about the letter for D? Let's take a look here. Okay. It doesn't feel like it feels like that they do have to, with the Page of Swords, do a little bit of seeing things from a different perspective and a little bit of gaining some clarity, but I don't feel like they're super concerned with that. I feel like they feel like it will be for them. We got the Page of Pentacles and the Ten of Pentacles, which is opportunities for abundance still. So with D, I don't feel like they have concerns around that. I feel like with what they are needing to change, that they can with the D, and they'll still be fine. Or do they feel they're in danger of, or that they need to alter or lose their license here? Not with a D. We got the 10 of Cups, joy, celebration energy. We've got the Chariot card, another victory and movement energy, and the 4 of Pentacles, which is a solid energy there. And even with the 4 of Pentacles, it feels like there's something to do with the building itself, maybe, or moving a building or something along those lines. But I feel like they feel okay with that. I don't feel like a big concerns that are coming in with that. For M, what are F's concerns about M? Let's take a look here. That one may be a little bit more energy that they need to do some thinking around, because they do have the 9 of Pentacles, which can be abundance, but there's kind of this alone energy. It's kind of a hermity type of energy. We do have the 5 of Wands, which is the conflict and drama energy. and the King of Swords. Looking at, a lot of mental energy. The King of Swords rules over the sword suit, um, and is the master of the story, that we might have to change the story. We might have to get some significant clarification and some big differences with that. Um, and then altering or losing the license here. Um, I don't. We got the Seven of Wands, which is about being true to myself, not asking permission, not dimming my light, not feeling the need to defend things. And it kind of feels like there's this energy of like I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna do what I feel is best kind of energy regarding the altering or losing the license. Because we got the Page of Pentacles. They still feel abundant energy there, but I still feel like they're trying to figure it out. The Emperor energy coming in here again with Aries energy. It feels like F is going, trying to get things. I know what I want to happen. I'll find a way to make this work. So I don't feel like they feel like it's in jeopardy of losing it, but I do feel like there's a big change energy with that one that's coming in. So I feel like the first one, D, that they can, you know, I can work with that. We can alter it. That's not a problem. We still have abundance. Boom, boom, boom. The second one is the one that's the tricky one, I feel. They kind of are like, there's a lot of conflict, and that's where I have to look at things differently and come up with some creation there. I don't feel like it's been decided yet. With that Emperor energy, it is that's an energy of I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. So right now there hasn't been a decision made. So it's like there's we're at a decision point that several decisions could be made, and each of them are different time. So they're like, "Bleh, bleh, is their answer. Bleh, there's a lot yet to happen here. So they're like, your guess is as good as ours right now. But I feel like, you know, um, that they need to make a decision soon because there is a deadline that's kind of on it. But I feel like they still haven't decided. So based on the decision is based on what the time difference when it would take effect would kick in. So hopefully that makes sense to you. All right, let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. That's right. Listen. We got the listen energy, which says people start to heal the moment they feel heard. Interesting. So, I feel like with whatever this, the partner energy is, they need to feel heard. And that's, I feel like, what the conversation has to happen with whatever partner they have, kind of has to be worked out there. So that's what they have for that one. And then number 4, and then chat. I'll get to the chat here after I finish Anna's number 4. I'll get caught up, and then we'll get back into the readings too. All right, so Anna, we got 119.58 for number 4, and then you have the wine. So your former. Oh, okay, that's why the wine is the connection to the spirit world, right? So your your former mother-in-law passed last night, right? Although you haven't seen each other in years, does she have any messages now that she's in spirit? I feel like we want to go to this deck here. Let me grab it here. And we got the spirit messages from John Holland, and I feel like she's pointing there. So let's pick from here. Let's see. All right. Thank you. Anything else? Is it just one or two messages? I feel like she's going to give you two from the oracle here. Dun dun dun. Right. All right. Let me just put these back over here. All right. So she is giving you two messages. Your first one, yeah, self sabotage energy. So let's see what this is about. When you learn to get out of your own way, there will be no stopping you. Most of the time, it's not others who prevent you from achieving your true goals. It's that inner voice that derails those carefully woven plans. Interesting. So she's showing you everything that you can be, but she's also reminding you of your own worst enemy, yourself. You're like, biatch. She's doing it in a loving way though, because now she's on the other side. It's all good stuff, right? She says, this is a time to confront your fears and purge them from your psyche by having positive conversations with yourself. Yet, before you can do that, you have to recognize and acknowledge the signs and symptoms of self sabotage. Whether you're considering a new relationship, changing jobs, moving house, or any other major change, it's easy to allow that inner dialogue of doubt to creep in and convince you that you're not good enough or that the new person isn't right for you and find a million reasons to justify and sabotage the outcome. Next time you're confronted with these thoughts, stop for a moment and step aside so that you can have your own dialogue with those voices. It's time for you to start believing why you can as opposed to why you can't. Just remember, you do matter. And once you believe in yourself, you'll be surprised how others start believing in you more. I like that. So self sabotage is the sum of her life. So she's the expert. So she's a great one to help you with that in your life, wherever that may resonate. So I feel like she's, coming in to um, now that she's a being of light and love, coming in here, right? Yeah. So, but she's coming in as that being of light to help you be a mirror for you to see where this can be in your life and so that you can let some stuff go that's holding you back. So I like that. She has full access now to all your memories and thoughts and emotions. So she can definitely help you with that. You're like, oh, crap. Oh, I love it. And then a child's love. It's amazing, her kids to disown her and the self-sabotage, and she's bringing both of these in, but it's, it's not, about her. She's being a mirror and allowing you, to help you, with your, uh, journey as well. So she says that a love between a parent and child is one of the most precious and deep connections we make during our time on earth. Children start out as part of us, and from their first cries, they establish themselves as the biggest part of our hearts. Aw. So she's telling you that a child's love is reaching out to you from the spirit world. Love is everlasting, and they want you to know they're safe, whole, beautiful, and free of any pain. The love you shared can never be broken, and when you think of them, they're with you no matter what. They know you miss them. Is this, yeah, I like that. Yeah. So I like this, I'm wondering if this child is, your brother from a different mother. Anyway, when you see that special rainbow, the butterfly that suddenly appears, the dream of them, the shiny pennies you keep finding, the feather that floats in front of you, the music they so enjoyed, know that these are just signs and their way of saying, I love you. I'm right here. I'm okay. Please don't be sad. So she also indicates that it may be time to look at the world through child's eyes. Enjoy every day, play, have fun, and be compassionate and loving towards yourself and others. The child or children here in the spirit world need to know that you will be strong for them and that you'll take care of yourself. Love the people around you, and when you do, they will feel and share in that love because they are and always will be connected to you. Yeah, it kind of feels like um, that's Uncle D, right? He's like, I'm the child. Unless you had any child, that's on the other side. If there's ever like a miscarriage or things like that, that they are also spirits on the other side. But I like this child's love and the energy that's coming through here. So I love that. Good messages from the former mother-in-law. But she is coming from a different, place, of course. Now, from as a spirit being, not as that character that you knew on the earth. So hopefully that helps. Oops, and let's get you your fortune cookie here too. Almost forgot the cookie. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So we got abundance. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Maybe this is where the self-sabotage could be. Being a thoughtful steward for the money you already have is the secret to creating more abundance. When you trust yourself to handle more, that's when more shows up. I like it. Bring on the abundance. Right. So that's what they got for those, my dear. Hopefully that helps. And thank you again for all your donations. All right. Let me see here. Did I? Okay. So this we got down to here. Let me just see if anyone else came in here. So these are all you. And we've got Sheet 2, Alexandra. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Sorry, I'm just saying hello now. And we have Justine. Thank you so much for your donation. That'll be number 21 on the donation list once we get to those here. All right. Give that a love and a like. And we've got Maria M, 9P. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll put you on the free reading list. You'll be number 12 when we get to those. And I think that might be it. All right. Yep. So I think we're caught back up. All righty. So we are moving on here. Let me take another sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So May, your next donation, number 8 here. So you've been fantasizing a lot more lately about Max. Oh my. For some reason, you feel like maybe his thoughts of you are increasing too. All right, let's take a look here and see. Is that the case here? And then, did you just make it up? All right, let's take a look here and see what we got here. Well, we got the King of Pentacles. So here's Mr. Abundance Man here. Definitely it feels like things are, because you talked about, is he still in his head and still hyper focused on work? I feel like he is still focused on work, but they're bringing back, I think it was, they're bringing back a reading where they were saying they're making more progress. Oh, it was something about while they were driving and they're feeling like they're getting their head above water and they're getting some things and they're starting to think, right? So I do feel like that is there. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah. So I definitely feel like the energy is picking up on their part too, because we got the 8 of Wands, which is a lot of energy flowing. We got the 4 of Wands, thinking about marriage, thinking about, the future, and the emotions are activating with the 7 of cups, so feeling a lot of different emotions. So I definitely feel like they are increasing with them too. And then these cards too. Yeah, we got the ending in rebirth energy, thinking about raising the relationship from the dead or from pause, right? Knight of Swords, yeah, thinking about reaching out, and that is movement of thought, but it's also movement of communication. Ace of Wands, yep, the fire is a brewing. It's like the kiln. What they're showing me, Lord of the Rings. I think it's Lord of the Rings, and they were. Oh, maybe it was one of those series because maybe it's because they're starting a fire. They're starting up the giant kiln to get something so they could forge new things. So they're bringing that in. That's interesting. Yeah, and the 2 of Wands, the thinking about plans and making plans. So I definitely feel that that is, the case, that they maybe aren't hyper focused on work. They're still extremely focused, but they're not like from Spaceballs, right? They're not going plaid. They're not at ludicrous speed anymore. They're just at warp speed. Still going fast, still a lot going on, but I feel like it's becoming more and more manageable. Things feel like they're kind of evening out. So I feel like they're starting to go, all right, I have a little bit of energy to start focusing on that. So I feel like they're starting their little mind is starting, not their little mind, but their mind is activating. Wow, yeah. And we got priorities for your uh fortune cookie. And it says the quality of your life is determined how you spend your time. Make sure your schedule reflects the life you want. And I feel like that is kind of what they're doing is they're realizing, you know, having a certain type of foundation is good, but if I'm putting off my life that I want by overdoing one area, then I'm gonna miss out on another one, and I feel like that's kinda where their mind is at right now. So, I like that for you. So that's for that one, May. We'll circle back around here. Um, you have, your next one is number 10 and then number 20. So we'll be to at least one of yours here in a moment. All right. So many blessings to you. And Jojo, you're up 133.44. Look at those repeating numbers. So thank you for your dual donations. So this one is the one that we switched to rude. So we want to know, will or is it likely for you to have an experience in the near future? I know what that means. Okay, and spirit does too. So let's take a look here. So based on current energies, is it likely for you to have an experience in the near future? All right. And I do want this one. Any others? Nope. All right. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 6 of Pentacles, which is a victory energy. It's about having enough, and underneath that, you have the Queen of Cups too, and the Page of Cups. So if this has to do with some sort of spiritual or emotional energy, then definitely uh, this is all a confirmation for you. And then that was the bottom of the deck. You do have, yeah, the Empress. You have birthing energy, sensuality, a lot of emotional energy beneath the surface too, because she's got like 5 parts cups and etc. So we've got that birthing, creation energy again. I got the 6 of Cups. If this um, if this has to do with a intimate type of experience, if you don't want children, then you better be very careful because you got the birthing energy of mother and children coming in here. So, just just in case that's the experience. But it also can be past life experience, energy as well, if that resonates, but yeah, and I like it here again, you definitely have this pull, this judgment card is this kind of resurrection energy being pulled somewhere, and the 3 of Pentacles, it does feel this is again creation energy like the Empress. So, I definitely feel that, there is something here. It might even be because there's 3 involved, it could be that there's you. You might have an opportunity to experience, not just, uh, in one situation, but in 2 situations that are coming up here, or twice kind of energy. So, we'll see what that says. Yeah, you have the 2 of Swords, so you do have this choice to make regarding it. So that makes sense that, you'll be at a fork in the road and you can go, "I can go this way, or I can go this way," and which way, that we would go, right? Thanks for the heads up. You're like, "Whoa." Yeah. Just with the 7 of Swords, this is about, trust your intuition with that Queen of Cups, because the 7 of Swords is talking about some deceit, um, some deceit, some untruth, someone not sharing the whole truth. So if you have like 2 routes to go, definitely trust your gut instinct because that spidey sense is gonna be off going, "Something's not right with this, and I feel I wanna go this way." Follow that because I feel like, there is with that, 7 of Swords, there is someone not giving the whole entire truth. Like, not that this is what this is all about, but they're like, "Oh, no, we're broken up, right?" It could be that too. That did cross the energy, but we didn't wanna overstep. So if that is something, then it can be collaboration kind of energy that comes in with all that too. So, just saying. But, but that could be where the deceit comes in a little bit too of, "Oh, yeah, they're okay with it," or, what was coming to my mind was, like, someone going, "Oh, yeah, we're divorcing or we're broken up," and you're like, "Are you sure?" "Mm," because we get that. Someone did that to me once, and they were like, "Oh, no, no, yeah, no, we have an open relationship," and I'm like, I don't think you do. I think you might have an open relationship, but the other person doesn't know that. Anyway, oh, I like it. Look, surprise is your fortune cookie. And they got release your expectations and be open to surprise. I like it. So that is get out of our head and into our heart, right? So I like that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for that one, Jojo. So many blessings. Your next one is number 19. So we'll be there in a few here. All right. And then May, we're looking back around 139.34 for yours. Your next one here. So that's that one. And we'll get here. And you want to know, did Max see the post you reshared on Instagram? And what did he think if he did? A bit spicy. No way. Oh, that's the monkey. No. All right, let's take a look here. So did Max see the post that you shared on Instagram? All right. And then what did he think of it here? All right. All right. Yeah, I do feel he did because we've got the on the bottom of the deck, we got the Emperor energy here. And, this is Aries energy. Um, and underneath that, we've got the Magician too. So there definitely is this fiery type of energy there. And we've got the Queen of Pentacles, which is that sensuality, that divine feminine energy, which this is did he see the post you reshared? And the Judgment card, which is, you know, again, seeing something from a higher perspective, so I feel like that is more saying that they did see it. And then what did he think? Yep, 7 of Wands. There is this protection energy. We get that before with them? They're kinda like, it's, it's hot. It's wow, but I feel like they're concerned about safety, which is good. It's a protection energy. They're like, you know, um, they're just concerned what kind of people it draws to you. But on the bottom, we have the Chariot card, which is victory, it's movement. A lot of emotional energy behind here with the Cancer moon and also the Queen of Cups. So there's something about it that, of course, with wands and all this fire, they did, enjoy the spiciness, right? But there's also some emotional energy that moved regarding it too. Um, and I do feel they feel very empathic, and I feel like they look beyond things. So I feel like that's why oh, that's right, because you guys had those experiences. I do feel like they do pick up on energy, emotional energy a lot, even in pictures and stuff. Because with all this, energy that comes in, it does feel like, even on the bottom with the Hanged Man, they do see things from different perspectives. Pardon me, and, it does feel like they moved emotionally. With what was behind the picture. It was just they picked up on more than just what's seen. So I like that. So very interesting. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for that one too. Yeah, I like it. Patience. And it is safe to wait. I like that. Patience, patience. All right. So that's what they have for that one, my dear. All right. Let me take a sip here. We'll dive back in here. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Let's see. I don't think I missed anyone. Oh, yeah, May, you're going back to watch. All right. Oh, you'll get good sleep after that. That's funny, Jojo. All right. So we will continue on here. We got Alex number 11, 143:43. Look at those. So here is your timestamp here. And you want to know, how is Ian feeling about you? All right, let's take a look here and see what's going on with their feelings. So Ian, what are they doing here? We got these three, and I do want this one here. Is that it? All right. Yeah, it does feel like something's holding him back with the 9 of wands. We'll see what's coming in here, but can kind of see there's this barrier. All he has to do is he's able to, remove this and the whole fence falls down. So we'll see here within these cards what we can find out about what the block is, but I kind of feel like it's more of the mental mind holding back, kind of energy instead of, it's, I feel like it's this, that's the block, not anything out here, right? So let's see what's going on here. So what's Ian feeling here? Yeah. So they do have the 5 of swords, which is that's the conflict, that's the battle between the head and the heart. They have the 3 of cups. So there is this joy energy that's coming in here, and also the 6 of pentacles. This, you know, concern here. It does feel like they've been in codependent relationship or relationships before, which is an energy of, um, like they gave and they gave and they gave in past relationships, and the other person didn't feel like they could give equal to them, and so they ended up the other person ended up giving like to a third party situation, cheating, or giving to friends and everything else, but it feels more cheating. And that's the block that they have, is this fear that that will happen again. So that's why their mind is very, with that 9 of wands, is, whoa, 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 don't move so fast. What happens when you move fast? Those things. So they're like, all right. So I feel like they're kind of going a little slow, when it comes in, that comes in there, right? What else are they feeling here? Yeah, they have the strength card. Feel like their courage is growing. Courage is having fears and then taking action anyway. So I feel like, with those things, the block that's been there, I feel like they're gaining courage. Yeah, the 6 of wands is that mutual drawing, passionate energy, fire energy of, energetic, physical attraction, passionate attraction. And I feel like with that, especially that Leo strength card energy of the fire, I feel like there's definitely passionate energy that's drawing them. Yeah, and the Queen of Wands. So I do feel like there is emotion there below the surface. The Queen of Wands, even though she's fire on the front end, on her back end, no, behind all the queens is the Ace of Cups energy, which is emotional energy. But I feel like they're, with this 9 of Wands barrier, that the emotions are behind there, but they're able to give fire, which I feel like they will move forward with action, motion, not emotion, but motion and passion energy. And then once they feel safe, that's when they let the wall down and let the emotions come out. Yeah, because they do have that 5 of Pentacles. That is the block. The 5 of Pentacles is the fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, kind of energy. And so with those fears, that's what's holding them back. But, underneath on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 7 of Cups. That just confirms that they do have emotion for you, that they do want to share. They're just, uh, in order for them to be vulnerable and share the emotions, they just need to feel safe enough to do so. And that doesn't really have so much to do with you, as it has to do with their, those fears and those thoughts, releasing those, right? So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right. Yeah, I like this. You have speak up. Says, if you avoid conflict to keep the peace, you start a war inside yourself. So I like that, sharing what you want to share in with love, allows a beautiful, um, like we're waiting for them to say something. They're waiting for us to say something. I'm all about say what we want to say. And we spend so much energy, wondering that it's like time isn't really going to change things. It's speak up, ask our questions, communicate. And then, we're just afraid of what an outcome is going to be. The outcome isn't going to change, on waiting on things. It's either there or it's not. And then we just speak up and share our truth, and then we know. So I like that. All right. You're very welcome, Alex. Thank you again for your donation. Very grateful. Hopefully that helps. All right. And Kat Mia, hello, hello. We'll get you on the donation list. You'll be number 22. And let me grab well, first let's give that a love and a like. And then should you do it right after it changes color, blah, blah, blah. All right. Got that there. Paid one is this. Okay, very good. And then you want to know which one brings the more positive outcomes. All right. We got it there. And May, you're all caught up. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So, Debbie O, you might be with your friend. So I'll put question marks here. I didn't see any questions from you. So I will bypass these 3 for now. But as soon as you pop in, we will. jump to you. So you've got 3. So 12, 13, and 14 are on delay. And then we're gonna jump to number 15. So Lauren of Light. Boom, boom, boom. Moving up in the line. So here is your time stamp. Thank you so much for your donation. And I do have your email over here. So let's jump in here. All right. All right. Looking over your questions here. So let's dive in here. So, Lauren, number one, what is Jake hoping in regards to your business? Okay. Got that. Does he want to take it over and or partner, right? We'll just confirm that. So let's start with those here first. Don't you just love on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 2 of Cups energy, partnership, right? Energy. So we'll see what that confirms, but I like that. Relationship is a priority. But what is he hoping in regards to your business? Let's take a look here. Yeah, I feel like here, we've got the King of Swords. So a lot of thinking, a lot of ideas. So I feel like they've got a lot kind of going in their head, kind of a lot of different things they're thinking about around it. They do have the Emperor, which I do feel like they want to take a stronger role with the Emperor, but we have the moon energy here too. So the Emperor, when don't we love that? The Emperor, because the King of Wands and the Emperor are all about getting out of his head and into his heart. And this is the big thing. We have the moon card, getting into the heart, the King of Swords. We have the mind, and then trying to get out of the mind. And I feel like he's trying to balance. So I don't feel like he knows exactly what he wants to do yet in regards to the business because he's really focusing in. I even said it, the relationship is the priority. You're doing fine with the business right now. I kind of am just getting used to this balance between my head and my heart with my 2 advisors. So I'm kind of taking it one step at a time. So I feel like kind of still up in the air on what he wants to do, but I feel like he knows that it's important to you that he become more involved in it because on the bottom of the deck, we do have the High Priestess, which is kind of like you away, kind of feeling like you're on your own. But the 10 of Pentacles is the relationship energy. Again, all that, the 2 of Cups, the High Priestess, and the 10 of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck regarding this questions. So it's like, I feel like he goes, I know you want me to be more involved. And so I'm seriously thinking about how I can do that. Right. Does he wanna take it over? No. Okay, the 5 of Cups and the 8 of Swords is like, "No, I'm kinda busy learning about my emotions here," with the 5 of Cups, and the 8 of Swords is I'm letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. I'm doing my mirroring, I'm working on myself, and we kinda want him to continue to do that, don't we, Lauren? Right? We wanna be like, "You keep doing you, boo. I'll take care of this for now." Right? Because does he want a partner? Yeah, see, he's in his rest, in his nest. He's getting rid of expectations in this, so I feel like what's kind of being you have the 10 of Swords, letting go of expectations regarding it for now. Just continue to do what you're doing and let him catch up. Let him be the one that steps forward. But I feel like right now he's really just working on himself and getting this new awareness that he has this balance with his head and his heart. He's just like really um letting that cement dry before we look at other changes, right? So gratitude for what is going on is important, right? So I feel like that is for that one. And then Did he finally move back to his apartment? So check yourself on that finally, right? That finally has been coming up a lot in your some of your questions, right? Not a lot, but it's been appearing. That finally energy is like, oh, something should have already happened and it hasn't. That should have been done a long time ago. That's lack energy. That's judgment energy. Instead going, he will return at the perfect time. He wasn't there on purpose for a purpose, and we can trust that, right? Hey, Lauren. So I feel like, that's an important thing with that. Let's see here though. Did he move back to his apartment? We'll remove the finally. Did he move back to his apartment? All right. Take a look here. I feel like he's still cocooning where he was at. The Hanged Man, the Five of Cups, that's there. So I feel like this is him, being, wherever he is, like at his home, at his parents' house, that it's for him, right? This cocooning energy is good for him because that's where he's having his epiphanies. So it's good that he's there, right? Um, and yeah, he's staying where he is because this is where this spark is happening. This is where this new epiphany is going on there. Let me just see here. Because you asked, well, did he go back because he loves you? No, he's staying where he's at because he loves you, because he's seeing that's where he's getting his balance, his power of choice. We've got the Two of Swords. So he's changing his story there. He's being drawn, the Judgment card, being pulled, and the Justice card. He's getting that balance with relationship and understanding it all. So if whatever is happening, I feel like where he's at is such an important energy. I mean, look at all the twos, right? Two of Pentacles, Two of Swords, the Judgment card, 2 plus 0 is 2. Justice card, 1 plus 1 is 2. So I like that he's in the perfect place with this cocooning for his transformation. We don't want him to get out of the cocoon too early. So I feel like he is staying where he's at because that he loves you and that he knows that what's happening is bringing you guys closer together, rather than, kind of changing his surroundings to, I feel like it'll happen again at the perfect time, but I feel like that's it for now. He's good where he's at. Um, and then thoughts and feelings towards babies. So, what are his thoughts around babies? Okay. His feelings around babies. The babies. I don't know why I want to say it that way. The babies. Does he want us to have them and when? Okay. Okay. See what we got going on here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Five of Wands, which is an energy of tribe energy that I'm getting. Underneath that, we do have children. That comes in there with the Six of Cups energy. So I do see that here. Let's see what we've got here. There might be a little bit of conflict energy. We'll see here between the head and the heart that's coming in here, right? Um, so let's take a look and see the thoughts around it first here. Yeah, so they have the Ace of Cups. So their thoughts are that yeah. Empress birthing energy and Ace of Pentacles. Yeah. So this definitely their thoughts are yes, love equals babies. So I feel like that's their thought process is yes, boom, boom, boom. That children are a part of love. They are an expression of love. So I like that. their feelings. Oh my god. So, just so just for the proof on the camera that both the head and the heart have Empress energy coming in here. So, their heart wants it too. Yeah, and Magician, yeah, that's action energy, of course, right? That's manifestation energy. And the 7 of Cups too, a lot of emotions around it. I feel like the thing that comes in is just the fear of having a sick child, 'cause he was sick, um, so, I feel like that's the where the conflict was coming in for me. Immediately, I heard it when I saw the 5 of Wands. It was, I'm afraid, that my child would be sick, and it would because of me, because of my genes that he would get sick, you know? And we could just tell him, "Well, lowering of light's genes are more powerful. They'll override anything that from your side." Yeah. Right? So, I like that. "You got the power. Don't worry. We're taken care of." Alright, and then, does he want you to have them? Yeah, the Hanged Man, of course, in the right time, of course, not like right now, but he's like, "Yeah, eventually, yeah, and when?" Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune at the perfect time, right? Um, yeah, I feel like when there's, um, I don't know, let me see here. I'm gonna pull a when card just here, but that Wheel of Fortune is like, at the perfect time, it'll happen. I don't feel like he's like, after you guys, of course, get married. I don't feel like he wants children before you guys get married. I feel like that's a big thing for his family and him, and maybe for you too, right? Yeah, the Fool card, spontaneous. I don't feel like he has a plan, but we definitely have the Fool card, and you have the Wheel of Fortune, endings and beginnings. I feel you know, um, like after you guys get married, that it's like, um, I feel like spontaneously we'll decide kind of energy is what I feel from him, and it'll be like, "All right," if you're on some sort of, the pill or something, he's gonna be like, "All right, are you ready to get off that?" And you'd be like, "Oh, what?" Instant, right? He's like, "All right, the wedding's over. You ready to start having babies?" And you'd be like, "Wait, wait a minute." But I feel like it will be like that. You're not in anything, yeah. So, I feel like there'll be, you're ready. You're ready and wired, right? Oh, I didn't finish here. So, and then when do you meet the family? Let's take a look here. At the baby shower. I'm just kidding. You're like, "All right. So when do you meet the family based on current energy?" You have September 23rd to October 22nd. Look, the Justice card coming in here. Interesting here, right? I do feel like the timeline is moving up, and it's Venus, Libra energy, of course. So I like that. September 23rd to October 22nd. And what is the next action? But we talked about that because we felt like when we checked in energy, it was like, later in the year to the beginning of next year. But Spirit was even saying, but he's making such progress in balancing his head and his heart that, which I'm not surprised when he puts his mind to something, get out of the way. But I feel like he's very focused in on what he wants now. And I feel like it clicked and his head and his heart are very connected now. It's like that. It's been the connection that was severed before earlier in their life. I feel like there's been this wonderful reconnection things here. So the next action, let's see what we have here. Yep, Queen of Cups. Here's sharing of emotions. A lot of sharing of emotions. Yep, the Fool card. A brand new beginning, free of expectations. Um, you know, new beginnings, full possibilities. Yeah, like you said, he's alpha nesting, cocooning, transformation here. Um, so, there is this coming out of the cocoon and the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah. I do feel here this, you know, last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. I feel like, you know, this slowness, this cocooning, especially with this full card, this is the new beginning energy. That things that have been going slow, they're all starting to the action is here's the new beginning, here's a new beginning, here's a new beginning. I just feel like it's almost like they're showing me of all things like an ice machine on a refrigerator. Um how when you go you can hear it going ding, and you hear the ice, but nothing's coming out, and all of a sudden all this ice falls into the cup. I feel like that's what's coming next year, because I feel like there's just a lot of things that have been backing up, and now they're just going to come flying through. So I like it. Right. So I think those are your questions here. Make sure I didn't skip any here. Nope. All right. So this week your fortune cookie comes in here too. Alice the Wonderland Oracle. All right. This is yours. And you have dun dun dun. Yeah, I like it. Law is not justice. Number 30. Rules that are not fair. So let's see what this is here. You're in your princess tower. I know, right? So from Alice in Wonderland, the book, it says, "Let the jury consider their verdict," the king said, for about the 20th time that day. "No, no," said the queen. "Sentence first, verdict afterwards." So the situation Alice finds herself in is patently unfair. No one should be judged, convicted, or serve a sentence prior to the evidence being heard, but this is the situation. Alice finds herself, sorry, the situation that Alice finds herself within. This could be what is taking place in your world or what you felt was taking place in your world, right? Unfair as it may be, someone wants to judge you before they know you, convict you before they understand your side of the story, and they most certainly have not examined any evidence. Nevertheless, they wish to judge. As Alice so bravely does, you must speak up and say it is unfair and wrong. It is not right for you to be judged, but another person wishes to do so. Unless you speak up, there could be very strong consequences. And I feel like this is I feel like this is where you felt you were and what you did. I feel like this is just more of letting you know, because it says, "When you're told to be quiet and to tolerate the judgments being made about you, this card urges you to speak up against injustice and object to what is taking place. Your opinion of yourself is what is most valuable. You can state your case clearly with strength and power, and doing so will help you remember just how very strong you are, how very admired you are, how worthwhile and decent you are." Right? Hallelujah. You are worthy of respect, fairness, and kindness. If you're being treated poorly, speak up. When you do so, the spell will be broken and people will see that your side of the story is well worth listening to. Wow. Never allow another to steal your self worth. What? I know, right? The divination says someone may have the authority to impose the law, but the law or the rule is ready to be questioned. Following the law, even though it's unjust. Condemnation without knowing the full story. Being judged by people who do not know you or have a biased view. You may be judging people you do not understand, and be sure to have a fuller picture and avoid condemnation and judgment. Be discerning, but be sure to be fair and just as well, right? Boom. The reversal is believing the law is right under any circumstances, accepting the judgment of a powerful person without question, allowing yourself to be influenced without knowing the story, a deep bias which is coloring your vision, a flawless filter through which you or another may be seeing the world, and take the time to think independently. So much of this is confirmation and validation, I feel, because you did have yourself, it's like the justice card. You had yourself under a law of relationship of, well, this is what I'm supposed to do and should do and blah, blah, blah. And then you're like, boom, blew it up and said, I'm going to be me. So, so I love that for you. So that's what they got for you, Lauren. Beautiful, beautiful energies. I'm loving that. Yes. So thank you again so much for your donation, my friend. I'm loving your adventure. Yeah, isn't that amazing? I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, let me see here. Okay, and then Beatrice looks like Lauren answered your question that you guys they've been together 19 months. And then Ruby G, I see your additional donation. That'll be number 23. You're so funny. Sigh. The X again. You're so funny. All right, so I'll get that information on there. Do. All right. All right. So, Ruby G, I do have that captured if you need to remove that for any reason. All right. And then Justine, hello, hello. I see your donation here. You'll be number 24 on the list here. More context below. Got that. I don't want to get back together. Just curious. I get you. So we will add that in there. And we got plate of spaghetti. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. You'll be number 13 on the free list. Let me get to those. Okay. Oh, and I see more here for you, Ruby. All right, so I got that extra that you put in there as well. So we've got that. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I think I've got everything. All right, now he is Lovey. Yeah. Love the transformation. I love it. All right. So take a sip here. We'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So up next, we do have the heater 21454 007. So thank you again so much for your donation. I really appreciate that. And you want a general reading. Let's see what Spirit has going on here for you. All right. So what do we want for the heater, please? All right. Get those. What else? These. And we do want to this one and this one with this one. I do want this other one here too. And that one wants to come with it. All right. So I think we got these here. got 1, 2. Whoops. 1, 2. Oh, I'm going to go under there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With one underneath there. And then you got another 5. And then 2 and 2 and well, this one goes under that one. Okay, I get you. All right. I think we're all set. So, 007. Bottom of the deck, you have the 3 of Wands. Now, 3 of Wands is an energy. The bottom card is all about the underlying energy for the entire reading. And this is about with new information, you're taking a different direction and altering your course than what you thought you were going to do. So we'll see what that's all about here because you have 5 cards, the number of change. You have 5 more cards, which is the number of change. And then um, you do have 2, 2, and 1, which is another 5. So definitely some changes that are coming. But with the 3 of Wands, this isn't changes that are happening in your life that you don't have control over. With the 3 of Wands, these are changes that you're implementing with new clarification and clarity that you're getting. So I like it. So the first little group of 5, you've got the 4 of Wands. So this is joy celebration. This could be marriage energy. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, you have the Chariot, which is the power of choice energy coming in here, which is about you possibly, and this is where your change energy is coming in. Under the Chariot, you do also have the 7 of Wands with it as like a, and that's 2 sevens. The Chariot is number 7, the 7 of Wands, the number 7. This is something like you are, I'm not going to dim my light. I'm not going to ask permission to shine. I'm not going to defend what actions I want to do. I got to be me, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to be like the sun. I'm going to shine bright, and I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And if people don't like it, that's up to them. That's not up to me, right? I love that. 007, you got these sevens. Being true to your authentic self, energy that's coming in. So whatever this 4 of Wands, I feel like it's in relationship to that, whatever this celebration or gathering kind of energy. Could be wedding. It could be like it's off. I'm done. If that resonates. But you got the 5 of Swords, which is the conflict between your head and your heart. Again, this 5 energy coming in, and this does kind of lean towards that you were kind of going in a direction of what your mind wanted you to do, which is rooted in the opinions of the outside world, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, blah, 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 right? That we're taught where we're like, okay, expectations, this is what we're supposed to do versus the heart going, I want to go this way. Or like the 3 of Wands. It's the mind wants you to go this way. Your heart wants you to go this way. And with whatever this is coming in, you're like, I got to be true to my heart. I got to go do what I want to do, not what I think everyone wants me to do. So there is that energy that comes in with whatever here. Yeah. Yeah. And here you are, this death and rebirth. It is a significant ending of something that you're putting in here going, you know what? I am not going to let my mind win over this. I'm going to choose. And your last card in that first group is the Fool card. Full card, first card in the major arcana. The last card is the World card, an ending of a significant cycle, and then moves into the Fool card, which is a brand new beginning, free of expectations, full of possibility. You're like, wow, no, I'm not going to do this thing that I feel pressured into by like, you might feel like the world is trying to pressure me into this. It's like, no, I'm done. I'm going to go do what I want to do. I can't play it small anymore. I can't shrink. I've got to be me kind of energy that's coming in here. So I like it. So that's the first group of 5. The second group of 5, you got the 10 of Wands. Yeah. There's this change in your life, this feeling, because you can look at this and go, oh, what a burden they're carrying there. Or it transforms and go, look what an abundance I'm having. So it is a significant change of energy. Again, 10 is an energy of endings and beginnings. So I definitely feel like you're putting an end to something to begin something. And the 10 of Pentacles. There is this. It feels like you're redefining what success and abundance and fulfillment means. Before we took on all these definitions from the world of, oh, it means this and that and this, and with this kind of job, this kind of relationship, children, this, that, blah, blah, blah. And it's like pressure, not joy, it's existence. I'm existing where I feel like you're rebranding what success means for you. And this is the big changes you're making. All these 10 energies coming in. Oh my God. And the 10 of swords, three tens. Holy moly. Which one are you missing? The 10 of cups? That would be joy and celebration. We'll see what comes in. I haven't seen these other two cards yet, but 10 of swords is getting rid of those expectations. Like, I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations and trying to get people to live up to mine. I'm releasing everyone and I'm releasing myself. And I'm heading in for something of the heart instead. There's no way. 10 of cups. What are the chances? Very, very slim that you got all of the minor arcana tens in all four suits. I mean, it is crazy to have to be. I haven't looked at what you if you get the Wheel of Fortune, which is the 10 of the major arcana, that would be like, what? Even more, but you've got all four tens. So you are heading here. Again, this is you putting an end to all this that was controlling your mind and your heart and your physical world and your energy. And you're going and having a brand new rebirth energy that comes in. No, but you do get the 3 of wands as your other card. So, this is what you had on the bottom. This is confirming, I like it because they're reaffirming for you that this isn't happening to you, like you're not being forced in anything. It's you that's choosing to go in a different direction. You that are making this life altering in every area of your life change. So I love this for you, whatever this may be. So we got those. And then your last 5, we start off with the Page of Cups. Yeah. So you are following your heart with the Page of Cups. So, we definitely have this, energy that's here. You're going to a new level following your heart. You have the Page of Pentacles, the Page of Swords. What are you going to get all the pages now? Because all what happens after the 10 is you go to the 11 page. So new opportunity in the outside world, new way of thinking about things, new way of feeling about things. Oh my God, if you get like what is missing, the Page of Wands would be the one that's missing here. Okay. No, no. All right. I cursed it. But I like it because you're leaving behind the nightmare and the insomnia, all that mental energy of the 9 of swords, and you're moving into your heart with the Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups is she rolls over the suit of hearts and emotion cups with the king, but all queens get a second portion of cups. So she's the master of emotion. So I do feel like you're having a major shift here. Oh my God, it's crazy. I'm going to remember this reading like forever. But you're making this significant change from always following the mind and you're making a huge shift and you're following your heart. So I love that for you. Um, you are coming up on a choice to be made. And it's not something I don't feel like that's just coming out of nowhere. I feel like you've been thinking about this for a long time. And what's interesting is uh, when we have fears, when the fears outweigh that ugly feeling we have of not being true to our authentic self, we don't act. When the ugly feeling of not being true to ourself outweighs the fears, that's when we take action. And I feel like that is where you're heading into. So hopefully that resonates for you, heater. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. So you'll get an Alice in Wonderland or Alice the Wonderland Oracle. See what we got here. Wow, I'm just blown away by all 10, all 4 of the 10s of the minor arcana. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, I like it. You are rare and free. Number 38. There are not many like you. I like it. So from the book Alice in Wonderland, it starts off saying, "Are there any more people in the garden besides me?" Alice said, not choosing to notice Rose's last remark. "There's one other flower in the garden that can move about like you," said the rose. "I wonder how you do it." Look at you wandering around, right? Says sometimes people will struggle to understand you. And when they have this trouble, they may well try to fit you into one box or another they are already familiar with, right? Those expectations. When you are not clearly one thing or the other, when you're a trailblazer, a rebel, and a free spirit, you're likely to meet with disapproval. And this is what happens to Alice when the flowers, who know just who they are, cannot classify her. They assume she is just a rather wild flower who would much rather be like them. You, too, are something of a rare wild flower. You are a nature child. You are free. You are adventurous, and you just won't behave in ways that others think are right. You may wish to live outside the rules and conventions of society and culture. It's like what your reading was about, right? You are inspired by being your own self and exploring your potential. You're unconventional, surprising, different, and people recognize this. Some will say that you're wrong to be free or downplay you as a weed, which the other flowers do to Alice, but others, like the sweet bud, will love you. Embrace your own rare qualities. Don't try to fit in. You'll be so frustrated and always quietly unhappy. Be brave. By being your own wild, flowery self, you'll inspire others, especially those who are younger, to be utterly themselves too. And remember, it's never too late to be a wild flower. I love it. The divination is a struggle to find places where people accept you or where you feel you fit in. You must learn to embrace all that makes you different and become the very best you that you can possibly be. You will never be defined, so refuse to comply. Explore the frontiers of the human spirit and know how precious and rare you are. The reversal is conforming may seem like the answer, as may disguising all that makes you different. You may be attempting to be like others and allowing yourself to be told who you ought to be. Consider being your own best friend and celebrating your differences, which is like, I feel like that's where you were, right? But this is the change. I love it. How perfect. So I love that for you, the heater. So many blessings to you, and hopefully that resonates. I love this for you. And thank you for your generous donation as well. Very grateful. Wow, wow, wow. That is one for the books, I tell you. All right. Oh, did I put your I had that here. Oh, yeah, it's here. Oh, I just didn't give Justine's a love and a like. I go, I thought I put that one. All right. So I failed in my process. So I've got yours on there, Justine. All right. Very good. All right. So we had a couple more come in. We've got May. That'll be number 25 and number 26. So let me get those here and I'll grab your questions here. All right. So we'll give this, whoops, I'll give that, come on, give that a love and a like there. All right. Oh my goodness. Okay. I see what your post said. Oh my. All right. So grab that question there and then that there. All right. You're so funny. All right. So we got that one. And then this one here. You're welcome, heater. Thank you. I mean, wow. I love it. All right. All right. So we got that. And then you're curious how fast. Okay. You again. Hey, I am totally with that. All right. Okay. So I think I've got all of those on the list there. All right. So I'm going to take a quick break here. Do I need more coffee? I might grab some more coffee home there. But I must have drank a lot because my eyes are turning yellow. I just need to run to the do a little quick bio break, grab some more coffee, and then I'll be back and we'll start back in. Ruby G will be up next, and then Jessica, and then JoJo, and then May, and then we'll go to Justine, Kat Mia, back to Ruby G, back to Justine, and then 2 for May is where we're at right now on the donations. So I will be back here, lickety split. So thank you guys so much for your patience. Choose, choose. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I did, grab my protein drink too, since I might just gut it out for a while, so my stomach's already starting to growl. It's only 7:30. What's going on? Must have woken the tapeworm. All right. So, all right. So thank you, May. I see an additional one here for you too. We'll get that added. Thank you so much for all your multiple donations. And there we go. All right. Got that one. All right. So, let me give 11 a like. All right. So we are set. We'll dive back in here. You're living from May from here on out. I know. That's my life. I live vicariously through everyone else, through Lauren and Chelsea and May and we've got some other ones, Lauren Smith. I'm like, it's like watching Netflix. I'm excited. All right, so let's dive back in here. We are here to number 17. We got Ruby G. All right, 23707. All right. So, thank you so much for your donations here. Yeah. So, energy around the author shopkeeper you met today. Energy if you were to utilize her services. All right, let's take a look here. So the energy around that author shopkeeper. Okay, we got those. And then energy if you were to use her services. All right. Well, bottom of the deck, we do have the Four of Wands, joy, celebration, happy gathering energy. So I like that. That's a good bottom, on the deck energy. Around the person themselves, wow, yeah, they've been through it, haven't they? Three of Swords, Five of Cups. They really had a lot of disappointments and heartbreak, and, they've been through a lot, so I understand here why they feel like they're able to express a lot of the pain of things because they went through a lot, um, growing up, in themselves, because we got the death and the rebirth, so they've gone through this. They're like a phoenix who's risen from their life being burnt down and falling around behind them, right? Yeah, I feel like they definitely with this Knight of Wands, they really were on a quest of learning to step into their power, and they with this Five of Pentacles, they really overcame this fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold because they lived it and they had to face it. And I feel like they were at a point in their life where they either they could have easily just died through everything, taken their own life or gave up and just let their life just, like a black hole and they're gone. But they chose to rise from it and grow through it and transform through it, and they did. They learned to step into their power, right? So, very powerful energy, from them. So, I feel like they've been through a lot, right? Um, the energy, if you were to utilize their services, yeah, I love it. 10 of Cups, 7 of Cups. 10 of Cups is joy, 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 kinda like, you had on the bottom the Four of Wands, both of those are joy, 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 and celebration energy. And the 7 of Cups, they will understand a lot of all the different emotions, and they don't see an emotion as wrong, just different, and because they experience so many things, I feel like they really, um it's a very joyful experience is what I can say. Very, I feel like they can just understand and, put things into words, being an author, and I feel like that they can put themselves in a lot of people's shoes, especially lower vibrational energies because of what they experience, so, wow. I like that. Such a phoenix rising from the ashes. And then let's see here. What your fortune cookie says is release. Beautiful, beautiful energy. And it says sometimes the best way to grow is to simply let go. I like it. And I feel like they learn to let go a lot of their past. So I feel like they'll be beneficial in whatever like their services are. If it's emotional transformation, yes, because all this definitely screams that. But I feel like whatever their services are, you're going to get more from it than uh, what you think you will, emotionally, especially. So I like that for you. All right. So that's what they have for that one, Ruby G. We'll circle back around for your other ones here in a momentito. So, May, I see an additional donation. We'll grab that here. We'll hold space for that until you put your question out there. Give that a love and a like. All right. There it is. Excuse me. So, oh, okay. Yeah, great. All these questions. It's wonderful. Getting some answers, gaining some clarity. All right. All right. So that is for that one. So I think I've got everyone back in on the list here. So we'll continue on. We got Jessica, number 18, 24242. Look at that. 24242. I love it. You have to skip getting coffee a couple times this week. You're so funny. Well, I appreciate it. So, um, so Jessica, you want to know why Manuel chose his ex if he said he wants me? Why is he avoiding you? Why can't you stop thinking about him? All right, let's take a look. So, why did Manuel choose his ex? Why is he avoiding you? Okay. And why can't you stop thinking about him? All right. All right. You know, with your first question, why he chose his ex, we have the Two of Swords. And I don't know if he actually has. Because the Two of Swords is like being at a crossroads, right? And because I don't feel like that he's actually made a decision with this. Because even on the bottom of the deck, wow, yeah, we've got the Judgment card, which is being drawn somewhere, but we've got the Two of Wands underneath that too, with, that's the choice energy that's coming in. And there is the Six of Cups that's below here as well. Did we have a reading something about an ex coming back that said that they're pregnant or that they have a child? Does this sound familiar? Because it sounds familiar to me. Maybe I dreamt it. You never know. I do dream about reading, so but I don't feel like they've made a decision yet. I feel like they're kind of like torn between two things, trying to gain clarity around the story that the ex has. So I feel like they're kind of in this. Let's see, why is he avoiding you? Yeah, he is trying to think over things. The Four of Swords is they're in this rest. They have the Hanged Man energy, like being in a cocoon, and the Five of Wands. Yeah, they're in the midst of a firestorm right now. So it does feel here that they're at a crossroads and I feel like they're avoiding because I feel like feel they have to make a decision, and they haven't made one yet. So before they do, they're kinda just like, I need silence. I need to be able to get away from everything, which is what like the hangman does. I need to see things from a different perspective. I need to get out of my head and I need to get away and see things. So I feel like he's kind of stepped away from everything. And for some reason, I don't feel like he's made a decision yet. So I feel like that's why they're avoiding you is because they're in, there's this firestorm going on around them, and they're in the eye of the storm, trying to figure out what am I going to do with all this. So, um, and I don't feel because it does feel like their ex is saying that they're pregnant or they have a child, um, and he's like, really, is it mine? You know, I'm not sure it's mine. If they are pregnant, he's not sure because I feel like that's kind of the reason why they're his ex, you know? But I feel like there's this and then if they are, does that mean I need to be in a relationship or am I okay, And is that gonna impact, my relationship with you or other people if I have a child, through someone else, is that gonna be a a deal breaker? So I feel like that's the firestorm of which is going around them right now. And then why can't you stop thinking about him? Oh, ooh la la. Yeah. There is this. Yeah. You're definitely with the lover's card and the king of swords and the seven of wands. Yeah. There's this energy that's coming in with this of um, you're you're in this bubble of love of what the relationship could have been. And so it's not so much about them themselves, it's the story that you saw, the future you had seen coming forward. And that's the thing that it's like your dream, the dream that you put them in, and you're like, I can't let go of that dream. But what you can do is take them out of that picture, keep the same dream for the future. Like, someday I would like this or whatever, but it doesn't have to be the face of Manuel. If you are wanting to release that, you can remove them without removing, like, you can throw out the bathwater without throwing out the baby. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to throw it all out. Just go, you know what? I'm keeping my dream. It's just I'm changing the characters that are in that dream, and it can be someone else. But I feel like that's a lot of what the energy that's there is you were really attached to the possibility of what could be in that story, and because that story is in alignment with your dream, and there's this resistance to let go of Manuel because they're attached to your dream, but you can detach it. Just cast a new character, in there. Whoever that may be, right? Throw an actor in there, your favorite actor, there you go, I'm gonna put them in there for now. Replace Manuel's face with whoever you think is hot, right? You're like, "Okay, they're gonna be in that dream for now." So, hopefully that helps, Jessica. That's what they have. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Okay. Yeah, something about body, and it says, "Your body deserves your love." So I like that. It's almost like, you're the love you're looking for. So, you can embrace yourself and go, I love you. Because you're the love you're looking for anyway in your life, but you can just hold on to yourself and go, even do this. It helps you balance out your nervous system, but, you can just let yourself feel this wonderful hug of love as well. So hopefully that helps a little, Jessica. So many blessings to you. Hang in there. All right. So let me catch up here. You're so funny. All right, and then we got Minu. Hello, hello. Get you added to the free list here. You'll be number 14 on the free list once we get there. And we have Prathi as well. Hello, hello. So you'll be number 15 on the free list once we get there. All right. And we got Maria P in the house. Hey. And you'll be number 16 on the free reading list when we get to that. Whoa, what happened there? It jumped way up. I must have hit a, oh yeah, I must have hit a wrong button. I hit control instead of shift. I'm like, why did it go to the top of the page? Now I know a little trick. Okay. So I think that's everyone for now. All right. Take a quick sip here and we'll dive back in. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Ooh. All right. There we are. All right. So we're on number 19. We got JoJo 25154. So JoJo, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And so this is the second one. Oh, this is the horse. So you wanted to ask about your horse R that you trained years ago. Okay. Did we choose each other to hang with? Aw. Okay. Well, you know you chose her, but did you guys choose to come across each other's path, right? But did she even like me because she was super bitchy to everyone when with you? Oh, okay. You're so funny. All right. And I do want these as well. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Excuse me. Might need to throw a lozenge in here. All right. So bottom of the deck, we do have the 9 of swords. Interesting energy here. I don't feel like this is nightmare and insomnia energy. I do feel like they do visit you in dreams. And that does tell me that, yes, you guys did choose each other, because I feel like they are, in a way, an animal spirit guide for you as well as a regular spirit guide. But I do feel like, you know, you did choose each other for this lifetime here. There is something around the 9 of swords. Oh, she's still alive, right? Yeah. Mm-mm. Oh, she's a child horse now. I love that. Yeah, and they can still, you know, their spirit can still be a spirit animal for you, even when they're still alive, because their soul is on the other side already. They're just expressing themselves in the physical realm, right? So I do feel like they do come into your dreams, even as not as a horse, but just energetically come in. Because this 9 of swords, I feel like you were going through a very tough time in your life. Um, you know, when you were training her and going through that, and that's why she wanted to be in your life for that period of time. And I feel like we'll find out what the, you know, bitchiness is about, right? uh, to come in there, right? That you know, they uh but the way she acted was a lot of reflection of what was going on inside of you. You know, she felt your energy of fear, and I feel like that's why she was trying to keep people away from you, kind of a protector in a way. And I feel like that's kind of the energy that's below the deck here. Let's see what else here. About choosing to be with each other. Yeah, I love it. We got the judgment card, which is, you know, a calling. Again, kind of like this spirit guide kind of energy that was there. And you have the 3 of wands, which is helping, kind of helping you change direction in your life, helping guide you and allowing you, allowing yourself to be yourself. Oh, yeah, you didn't express it, but she did. Yeah, so in a way, she was allowing you in a different way to express yourself. I love that because you were kinda like, "Ooh, I'm glad you did that just now. I love you," you know? "Here, have a carrot," right? Or an apple. Yeah, and I love this, look at this. 10 of Pentacles, 10 of Cups, abundance, a lot of joy energy. So, definitely, there is this connection, to help you with endings and beginnings, to help bring joy back to your life, to help you feel more fullness in the outside world as well. I feel like with, these 10s that are coming in here. Yeah, and to help you move your emotions. Again, the Queen of Cups. I feel like you did feel that emotional bond and that kind of, I get you could call it a psychic bond, right? But the movement of emotion between the 2 of you, it just felt like even that you were one, with each other, you know, like, you just felt one and the same. You just felt like at times there was no separation between the 2 of you. You felt one with them, just like this safety, kind of energy. Um, so I love this, the movement of emotion, this change energy. So I love all that. And then, what else do we have here? Yeah. So, you got the Page of Pentacles, with the Eight of Swords. Yeah. So it was an opportunity for you to kind of see in the mirror. That's funny. Right? They're basically saying, yeah, when I was mirroring your energy, so it was an opportunity for you to look at your own worth and look at your own self, in a way. And then all this Aries, uh, Leo fire energy that's coming in here too is that they also had fire energy. I don't know. Do you know when they were born? Or do you know what zodiac sign they fell under? Because I feel like they were fire. They definitely were fiery, right? But I feel like you both were fire, and maybe Aries energy if they were born in spring, like March 20th to April 20th. Yeah. So they were like, we had that in common too. It was very easy for us to, have this similar energy. Your Leo and my fiery Aries. I was able to, be an expression of that. So I love that. It's so cute. I love her energy. She is very spicy energy. All right. And your fortune cookie brings in the world of possibility. Like that, kind of this hope energy. Focus your attention on what could go right. When you learn to imagine the best case scenario, you get to enjoy an experience twice. I love that. So I like that. Her energy, even now, is, about, look at the possibilities of what could happen, not what could not happen, not bad things. Look at what good could happen. So I like that. Yeah, I like that. In fact, that Page of Pentacles is like we could see each other again. So now that you know that connection, that'd be lovely. That'd be a nice little planned little visit, right? So beautiful. And you can meet her daughter or her child. So that's what they got for you, Jojo. I love that. What a wonderful, wonderful adventure. Yeah, we do like spicy here. All right. Let me grab a little. Come on. Oh, there we go. I'm having trouble opening a shake. Maybe I needed more protein. Oh, I love that. Hey, Berenice. Good to see you. Hello. Blessings to you too. All right. So we'll continue on here. We do have May 30038. So May, here is your timestamp. All right, let's buckle up here. You're welcome, Jojo. Thank you again so much for your donations this evening. I love it. So, I want to look here. The first question is, what do we see as far as who'll say "I love you" first, and the situation it's said in? Ooh, all right. So let's take a look here. Who will say "I love you" first? Will it be him or you? And then the situation in which it is said. It's Juan's energy. We know. All right. Aw. Yeah. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of cups. Beautiful, beautiful energy there. So let's see. Is it him that says it first? Queen of Pentacles, or you, the Page of Swords? So it's him with the Page of Pentacles. I mean, the Queen of Pentacles here, because that's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, this compassionate, this love energy that comes in. You're in your head. That's funny. You're all thinking about the future, the expectations, and planning, and you're in your mind, and they're all, "Hey, what? I love you." Let's see what situation it is. Okay. Well, so it is Page of Wands. So there is a little bit of passion that's happening there, and the King of Pentacles. So just to confirm, that's kind of his energy right now. So, because I love that. I mean, here's this, you know, uh, divine counterpart energy, the King and the Queen of Pentacles, and they are the Ace of Swords. So, it is after a little bit of, how do they say it? Throes of passion, but there's a lot of emotional energy there flowing with the 10 of Cups. And I do feel like they're an emotional person. So I do like that. So that is for that one. But you're all off thinking, what's next? What's going on? Da, 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 da. And they're like, hey, listen, pay attention. Look at me. What? I love you. Oh, all right. And then, will the engagement ring be your dream ring? Let's take a look here based on current energies. Well, we got the 10 of Pentacles. That would be a yes energy that's coming in there. Yeah. And yeah, the 10 of Wands, something that feels like a burden to something that feels like gratitude. Yeah. Even on the bottom of the deck, we've got Daddy Warbucks under here with the King of Pentacles. So no ring is, out of the question. So I like that. Of course, I feel like there will be uh, consultation on the ring when we get to that point. So you're going to have a lot of influence on, you know, what, he's going to ask you what do you like? And, because at that time, around that time, he's going to be like, look at these rings over here. So I like that. And then what can you see as far as what the proposal will be like and where? All right. If we get Juan's energy, no, I'm just kidding. Oh no. Well, you did get Juan's energy, but it is the 4 of Wands energy, which is, of course, that would be the engagement, right? The proposal at a circus. He's gonna do it a 3-ring circus, and he's gonna be dressed as a clown. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I kind of feel, Chelsea, talk about the burden being the size. The burden, it felt like that you feel like it's too much to ask for, and they're like, "No," you know? That's where I feel like the gratitude comes in, like, "Oh," when they ask what you're interested in stuff, don't go, "Oh, that," go, like, say my dream ring is this, but it can be anything else. This is good, this is good, you know, but I feel like definitely point out what you're wanting, when it comes to that. Um, okay, the proposal. All right. So, what will it be like, and then where? Where will it be? Based on current energies, this stuff can. Oh my gosh, bottom of the deck came out again. The King of Pentacles. So he's going to do it in style. He's going to do it. You know. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. um, because the bottom of the deck, we had the King of Pentacles. When we're looking at the where, we got the King of Pentacles again. So the King of Pentacles is in here at least twice. But I just saw the Two of Wands twice as well. The Ace of Swords is they'll ask, but the deets for this, you need to not know. The where and the kind of how kind of energy, that comes in. Um, and because of the Two of Wands is plans. And this is something that his spirit would like to be a surprise for you. And that's why I'm going to tell you a little bit, but the deets, they really want to keep that under wraps coming in there, right? So I know, right? Oh, they're like, no, no, no. All right. I mean, just hey, Berenice, I see your question. I'll get you on the free list here in a minute, but I'm in the middle of a reading, so I don't usually answer. But since you're starting to post it, I don't want you to spam the chat. I do see it, so you don't need to put it again. Okay, I'll get you on the free reading list, and but donations get first priority, so it's going to be a while before I get to those, unless you want to make a donation and get on the donation list. The free readings are going to be hours away from now, but we will do it eventually. I do post a pinned comment after I'm done with every session, listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you need to come back later, you can always look for your reading then. Okay. No, they don't tell me, May. I have an agreement with Spirit. Don't tell me anything that I'm not supposed to say because Uh, I don't want that responsibility. I just wanna be a radio. They come through and I spit out what comes through. I don't want it happened once where they told I think I mentioned a story once where someone asked if their girlfriend was pregnant. And Spirit told me they weren't, but they weren't supposed to know because it was how they react to whether it is or not at the time that was important. And I'm like, "Well, then don't tell me. Why are you gonna tell me? Because my face doesn't hide a whole lot." I'm like, "Don't tell me. Just tell me what I can, and if I'm not supposed to say it, don't tell me it." 'Cause I don't wanna have to hold back. So, but, they do propose with the Four of Wands, the marriage energy. And I feel like they're telling you here with the King of Cups, just know it's a beautiful balance between head and heart, and Seven of Cups, they're gonna put a lot of thought and thinking into that. So, um, just know it's gonna feel he's gonna put all the detail into it. So it's not gonna just be a, "Hey, you know what? We should get married." No, they're gonna make it special. So just know that. Sorry, I need to take a sip here. My voice is going away. Hold on a sec here. Yeah, see, they're like, you can't communicate this. Let me take a sip of coffee. I think that shake is a little thick. Yeah. Well, I love that he's specific, He likes to, money and everything, security is good, but, I feel like he's a bit of a miser. Not that he's cheap or whatever, but he's frugal, you know, um, but he knows what's important. It's like he won't spend money on a lot of frivolous stuff because he wants to use the money, um, you know, um, he uses the money for the important things, the things that make memories and this and the other stuff. "Ah, we don't need I don't need that, I don't need that, but this, I'm gonna make it important because I know it's important," and he knows what needs to be valued and what doesn't need to be, at least in his perception. He's pretty aware. I mean, again, I feel like he's very empathic as well. So, I like it, so hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, again, frugal, right? Go, "I don't need a Lamborghini, that's a waste." This is good, this is enough, right? But when it comes to gifts and what he gives to other people, he knows what will make a difference, and he'll go the extra when it's for someone else, because he feels like he knows what's important to other people, and so he'll, "No, we're gonna not just settle, we're gonna get you the best," not, "No, you deserve the best, we're gonna get you the best," unless it's something that he feels is, "No, you don't we don't need that's just gonna, um, that's just gonna die anyway," like flowers, right? Like, a bouquet of flowers, it's gonna die anyway, but like your, um, what is it? The bouquet, whatever the bride carries, right? He goes, "I know you're going to keep that and dry that and put it in, a airtight sealed container." That, of course, we will do more, right? So, we're gonna do that, right? But it's about the important things. All right. And then you said in 2 years that you'd be maybe phasing out of your career and doing something you love. All right. Are you able to see what that would be? Would it have anything to do with Max's business? All right. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I kind of feel like you will here, right? So let's see here. So let's talk here about what you're transitioning. I don't feel like it's anything to do with his business because it kind of feels like it's your baby. It's something, yeah, it's taking care of children. No, yeah, no, I feel like it's something walled off that's your own. It's something that's on your heart, something that you really enjoy, something that's like at your, you know, that moves your heart kind of energy, you know? It's almost like creating a foundation or, you know, something that helps, the community or, you know, orphans or, I feel like, very much, you know, uh, something that helps the community. Like, offering classes on how to make spicy photos. I'm just kidding. But, yeah, let's see what if we can find out what it's more about here. Yeah, again, it's something that's just you, 9 of Pentacles, so it's something that's yours that comes in here. Yeah. Yeah, you need a CEO, you're like, I'll, I need someone that will run it. But yeah, it's a passion of yours, Ace of Wands, and the 8 of Cups. And this is an energy of walking away from, you know, things that don't mean it. And so I do feel like it's you walking away from, your job and what you were doing, because this is you, doing a ritual, burning the old and stepping into something. Sometimes it's believed that, where are they walking off to? Well, what happens after the 8 of Cups is the 9 of Cups, an emotional dream come true. And that's why I feel like it's something that you would really want to create, something that moves your heart, that's like your passion, your heart's desire, that you wanna create something around it. Yeah. And again, you have the 2 of Wands, it's your choice, and the Knight of Wands is, it's you stepping into the power, it's you creating it, because 'cause they're pretty much like, "Yeah, you don't need to work," and you're like, "Okay, I would like to start something," and you can, and then you're the one that, presents it to him with your business plan or whatever, and you're like, "This is what I'd like to create," and he's like, "Alright, looks good," kind of energy. So I like that. All right. So that's that. And then is there anything else spirit can tell you about us as a couple and our future together that'll get you excited for your future together? What more do you need? More, more, more. I want let's see. Well, we'll see what they bring in here. I was gonna pull something out, but they're like, no, just pull cards. Well, we're happy to share exciting things. What else will excite me? Okay. Yeah, you got the Page of Swords. Interesting energy here, right? No, doesn't sound greedy. It's just like, I was like, to get you excited, what more do you need to feel excited about this future? I'm excited for your future. It's not even me. But I like this. There is something here about, because you got the 8 of Swords, the 6 of Swords, the Page of Swords. There's something here about writing. I feel like there's something, I don't know if it's like a blog or if it's writing for some sort of like magazine or some sort of publication. There's something here about authoring something, together. Oh, well, and you have the 6 of Cups, so you're gonna have children. So all the children, they're like, "Don't forget the children." You're gonna be balancing all this with children. But there is something here. Um, have you ever thought of children's books? Because I feel like there's something here, and maybe you do, you know, um, well, I don't f I feel like that's you. I feel like this is something for you, but it's something exciting because he supports you in it. Yeah, you're gonna be like the next, Harry Potter, right? Author. You're gonna be writing stories for your children that becomes, a new movie series, right? Like Harry Potter. Um, but there's something here, like some sort of writing, some sort of creation around children, um, and it might even be, how to keep your nannies in line. I don't know. But you got the 5 of Cups and the 8 of Wands. There is something about, you know, there's a lot of, energy, this energy of, I don't know, it just feels like dealing with some conflicts that have to, helping people. You have the 4 of Wands too, um, a manual for the top 1%. I feel like it's a wonderful, because here's the 4 Wands, joy, celebration kind of energy, even wedding. It's almost like you're writing a book around, it just feels like you're sharing something around your adventures, and it could be marriage through children. that it's something that helps, you know, um, especially women with their dreams, not finding their dream person. You're gonna start a dating site. Maybe that is. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, again, that's where the spicy photos come in. How you can use spicy photos to land your man, and then this is how you can raise your children, the challenges of children and relationships and it could be something like that. But it does feel with all and even more swords on the bottom here, but the joys of relationships but it feels like some sort of blog or article, and it almost feels like it's sharing your experiences to, help women is your big audience, have hope for relationship and how to, manage with children and, those kind of things. So I feel like that's kind of where it's focused in there. They were very, very comedic tonight. So hopefully that makes sense. But I feel like that's something that helps it being exciting because it's like, something that you are sharing and, something that you have, that's a big part of your experiences and your life too with that. Your fortune cookie, yeah. Lead the way. And it talks about be a leader, show others how it's done, and you can help others. Shut up. It's like it literally is what we were just saying, right? Literally. So from Alice in Wonderland, it says, Alice led the way, and the whole party swam to the shore. So in this card, Alice takes on a rather new role, that of a leader. She did, after all, create the problem that they all are experiencing, albeit accidentally, right? She is the one who thinks through what has happened and tries to calm the creatures about her, even though that doesn't always go right. And she is the one being who takes charge and leads them out of the pool of tears and onto land, just as you must do right now. I like that. Maybe that'll be the name of your podcast or book or whatever, your article. Out of the pool of tears. There is an emotional situation around you, and it's affecting not only you, but other people too. And they're finding it hard to make their way back to steady ground. They are floundering amidst the sea of emotions within the present circumstances. It's up to you to lead them to shore, to bring them back to land. Yeah, yeah. Chelsea's already. When are you releasing that? Now, this means you are to help everyone calm their emotions and come back to a more grounded, clear, and stable space or place. Even if you have been very emotional yourself, it's time to show leadership, set for the shore, and help others make it there safely too. Show everyone how it's done. Demonstrate what is best to do. Help those who, like you once were, are overwhelmed by their feelings. All you need to do is show them the way. You're going to be like the Martha Stewart of relationships and children rearing. The divination is it's time to step into a leadership role. Others are looking to you to solve a problem or show them how to work through an emotional situation. Help others by showing them what needs to be done, not by telling them what to do. Calm your emotions, ground and center yourself so you can be of greater service to others. You cannot help others overcome emotional distress until you've learned how to calm your own feelings. So be steadfast, strong, and encourage others by your own calm example. The reversed is refusing to take charge, letting your emotions overwhelm you, wanting to tell others what to do, but being afraid to, in case you get it wrong. Feeling you're too emotional to take charge, avoiding responsibility, fear of failing others, and of letting yourself down, discouraging others from relying on you. So I can see that that might be a fear, but I can't see that you would let that stop you. I feel like you would be like, "I'm gonna I'm gonna do it anyway." Yeah. It definitely can be. It definitely can be that. Because all that Page of Swords and all the swords energy is about learning. So you definitely could do that, for sure. Yeah. So I like it. So that's what they have for that one, May. Really like that. Um, yeah, so we have more coming up here for you, of course. We'll circle back around. And then Berenice, I do have you on the free list. You're number 17 on the free list when we get to that. And make sure I didn't skip anyone else. I think I got all that. And then Marilyn, hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the donation list. You'll be number 29 when we get to there. And we're about to start number 21. So it's not severely far away. Of course, we do have Debbie O when she returns. We will also be jumping to her three when she asks those questions since she was earlier. But she's out with friends. Yay. All right. So I like that. All right. Let me take another sip here. I'm going to get this protein drink down here. Then we'll continue on. We got Justine up next and Kat Mia, Ruby G. Back to Justine. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, Justine, for your first one here, we got 32731. There we are. And we're back to over here. So, you want to know Virgo's feelings seeing you today and about you generally. All right. So, Virgo's feelings after seeing you today. Let's look at that first here. Got that in those. And then just generally about you. All right. Ooh la la. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Lover's card here. Underneath that, you do have the Moon card too, which represents a lot of kind of hidden emotions, a lot of suppressed and pushed down emotions that they haven't revealed there as well. So, very attracted energy towards you. Let's see here. Their feelings after seeing you today. Yeah, and it makes sense. The Page of Cups is happy energy, heightened emotional energy. The Nine of Swords, that's what keeps things suppressed, right? The fear of being hurt. If I share my emotions, what if what happens here, right? They get and Virgos, very mental energies. They really get caught in their head a lot and tend to overthink things and analyze things sometimes into over analyzing things, making sure let's look at all the risks, everything, let's double check it, triple check it, quadruple check it. All right, now let's move forward, kind of energy. Yeah, and I definitely have it here. We have the Two of Cups that's here too. Important relationship energy. 10 of Wands is something, it's a, energy of burden, gratitude, kind of feeling them at the same time. And that's where their fears come in that, you know, um, their mind goes, look, all these expectations, Justine will want all of this because that's what they have it on everyone because this is what they had in their head before they even met you. All these expectations that have to be met, right? And so, their mind is going, look at all that burden. You're going to fail at that. Oh, no, and failure means rejection. No. And the heart's like, abundance, gratitude, look, and how all this emotion. So, very excited to see you. The heart was just like, but their mind is like, oh, danger, danger. If the heart leaps forward, it's like, no, heart, you stay back, don't leap towards them. Uh, Not yet. we need to feel safe first kind of energy, right? And that doesn't have to do with you. That has to do with their own fears and, that it's not that you're dangerous. Well, maybe you are. You're like, well, I wouldn't just dismiss that. Someone pushes me, I can be dangerous, right, Justine? But you're like, not normally, unless you give me a reason. And then about you generally, what else do they have here? Yeah, so we do have the hanged man, which is, they're trying to see things from a different perspective. And, they do have a lot this conflict between their head and their heart. So even, they do think about you. And then they do have that, battle that goes on in their head. That's there. Yeah, their heart, full, like dream come true. The heart is committed, it's like, but it's the mind that's the troublemaker because this is a lot of emotion. Again, Queen of Cups is like the moon, a lot of emotion kept below the surface. Um, and yeah, and the full card here, I feel like, and this makes sense with all this other energy because the Fool card, it's the first card in the major arcana. It comes after the World card, the last card in the major arcana, which is letting go of, like, uh, ending an old cycle, beginning a new adventure, but it's free of expectations, free of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, and not wanting to be caged and not wanting expectations because expectations equal disappointment. Disappointment equals failure. Failure equals rejection. And so that's why they want to avoid, and they would really like to have no expectations and just see what unfolds with someone, with you, you know. But they've got all these expectations in their head thinking everyone thinks that um, that I need to do these things, I'm gonna fall short, so that's what holds them back, which again makes sense with all the Virgo energy, the overthinking that comes in. So, uh, hopefully that helps a little bit there, and your fortune cookie for this one is shine. Shine, baby, shine. And it says, "Don't dim your light. The world needs your unique talents and gifts, so shine brightly." Yeah. So don't feel like, "Oh, well, maybe I should change something to make them feel different." Nope, just be you. That's theirs to deal with. They have to overcome that. I don't feel like they're actively pursuing, doing a lot of inner reflection around that particular piece. I feel like they're more analyzing expectations and what's the likelihood that I would be able to, you know, meet people's expectations or not, etc. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what they got for that one. And then your next one is number 24. So we got a few. We got Kat Mia and then Ruby G, and then back to you. So we'll be switching back around here in a moment. Right. So thank you again for your multiple donations. All right, Kat Mia, you are up 334 even. So here is your timestamp. And you're also, of course, on the free readings. You're number 7 on the free readings. So we'll eventually get around to that too. But for this one, this is the paid one. You want to go, should you do it right after it changes color or wait a little to stretch it out a little more accuracy? You want to know which one brings more positive outcomes. All right, let's take a look here. So we'll look at the energy of both. So if you do it right after it changes color, what kind of energy comes in? Not those there. All right. So right after it changes color is this with these. All right. And then if you wait a little to stretch it out for accuracy, what comes in with that? Got those. All right. Ooh, with that too. All right. So if you do it right after it changes color, well, there is movement energy, victory energy with the Chariot. You have the Knight of Cups, which is movement of emotion. You have the Lover's card, emotional choice energy that comes in here, and the Four of Pentacles too, which is a solid foundation. So a bit of victory energy. Um, yeah, let's see what this other one is because there's a lot of choice energy going on here. But let's see what else we have here. So if you wait a little to stretch it out for more accuracy, what kind of outcome comes with that? Well, you know, the high priestess. Yeah, there's something here about you'd have to trust your intuition of, you know, when you're saying wait a little, you would have to go on your instinct to change it. Got the King of Wands. Again, this is an energy of um, trust in your connection and your intuition to act. Yeah, the Nine of Pentacles, which is an abundant energy in the physical world, not quite that of the Chariot because it's a major arcana. You have the Ace of Cups. You have the Ten of Cups. I feel like you would be really happy with the results that would come in here, and the Page of Pentacles. So I feel like here, um, and it feels something here because what is this about? You know, all the change of color. You would get a rainbow of color, a wide variety of color if you waited and stretched it out. It feels like. So I feel like a big victory, like, um, a very singular positive outcome if you do it right after it changes color. But if you're looking at positive outcomes, like multiple, then I feel like the second piece, bringing in that rainbow again, you know, it's the difference between, you know, going, okay, here's one. Yeah, it looks nice. It's a big victory. It looks really good, but here is like 10, 10 little, sorry, 10, um, you know, different colors. And so it brings you a variety of outcomes versus just one large significant one. So hopefully that makes sense to you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. See what we have here. All right, just got to put all those cards back together there. All right. And let's see, what else do they have here? This one here. What is this? Security. Wow, what is this? It says love, personal power, energy, space, and time. And it says true security comes from having a reserve of time, space, energy, personal power, and love. Make deposits in all of these accounts, and you'll be a wealthy person in need. Interesting, multiple accounts, not just one, right? So it kind of feels like they're pointing to the second, uh, you know, the stretching it out a little and waiting, right? Because it feels like it brings you multiple and not just one. So hopefully that helps, Kat Mia. That's what they have for you. Thank you again for your donation. And we got Chitu Alexandra. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I don't think I have you on any list yet. I think I gave you a shout out earlier, but you might have already been gone because I usually just answer in between readings. Um, so if you want to get on any of the lists, feel free to do so. Good to see you. All right. So we continue on here. We got Ruby G, 339.40 is for your timestamp. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And oh yeah, this is the X again. So his Reddit, where he's complaining about not getting traction with women, is low key going viral because maybe a lot of people can relate to that, right? Oh, not in the good way. He's complaining about you taking your son to the doctor and is still downplaying and accusing you of giving him prescription meds too much, not understanding how doctors work. So, what's going on with the X? take a look here. And I understand, that you're keeping an eye on what he's saying because looking for ammo, looking for concerns, monitoring, and keeping an eye on him, right? So I get it. Otherwise, it'd be, you know, stop looking at his stuff, because you don't need that negative energy. But obviously, there is reasons why you're doing it right now with everything that's going on with custody and all that kind of stuff. So it's important to keep an ear to the ground to find out if the buffalo is moving. So I get it. So let's see what's going on with him here. All right. 1, 2. All right. And then why is he so anti-healthcare? Okay, got that. And mad that you're taking him in. Okay. Well, I think we understand why. Because he's feels like you're trying to gather data on him. Um, yeah, right. I feel like that. Not even seeing the cards yet. I feel like that's a big thing for him. Is like you're just trying to make it look like I'm a bad father and to, gain proof that I'm dangerous. And you're like, yeah. No, but that's not why you're doing it, because I love my son. He doesn't get it right. But that's the defensiveness, but we'll look at more here in a sec. And then why is he keeping your son up so late? Okay. And then child support and custody, right? Like this is child support too. All right. So, what's up with your ex here? What's going on with him? What's his dealio, right? Well, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, he has his own dream that he's looking, to achieve. 10 of cups is like, joy, happiness, and every human does, right? Every human has a dream that they're looking for, in their own way, and we all don't understand everyone else's dream because we're focused in on our own. And, so it's like understanding that everyone has fears, everyone has a dream, and everyone has their own struggles, and that's what he's trying to do. The 9 of Pentacles, he feels alone in his trying to find his dreams come true. He kind of feels like, from his perspective, a lot of people have been working against him, and he's just trying to be seen with the lower vibrational Leo energy, lower expression, that he wants to be seen. He didn't get attention. He hasn't felt like he's been seen in his life. At least his inner child is wanting, and that's why it acts up and it acts out, right? 3 of Cups. They're trying to find their tribe. They're trying to find their joy again with the 3 of Cups. So you know, all their actions are to try to be loved and try to be accepted by some group, somewhere, somehow, kind of energy. And so that's their little inner child is like, I just want to be loved. I just want to have a dream come true, energy. So I feel like that's kind of the energy that they have. Um, Let me remove these things here. And then why is he so anti-healthcare? Got the 2 of Pentacles. Um, this 2 of Pentacles, because there's this out of balance energy. And so it's almost like they're, not bipolar, but, they understand for some things there's healthcare, other things are not. And there's something to do here with his experiences in healthcare too, that they don't know what they're talking about. They jump to conclusions and, they don't know everything they're talking about. And I feel like there's some examples that they have of people that they've read, that ended up, doctors misdiagnosed or jump to conclusions and end up, you know, impacting custody, battles and different things because of that, and of course, those are the stories that he'll remember because that's where his fear is. So those things really jump out, Look," because any story we're telling um, our brain will show us the proof to, support that, right? So I feel like that's a lot of where it's coming from with that, and why is he so mad that you're taking him in? Yeah, and here's the madness, well, first of all, Knight of Wands, he's very a fiery, reactive personality, as far as his fears. When his fears ignite, he just gets mad, right? And the Six of Swords, yeah, this is, you know, the they are afraid that, you're trying to gain information to change the situation from going from choppy waters to calmer waters for you, but he feels like it's gonna take him from to choppier waters, that it's rocking the boat, you know, um, and that he feels your intentions are against him, when really the majority of your intentions are to make sure your child is healthy, um, and maybe a little bit of you want proof documented in case, we can show, "Look, he's not taking care of our son." So he's right a little bit, but he thinks like 90% of the reason is because 'cause you're against him, when really 90% is you care for your son, and 10%, like, that, "Yeah, this is good to get this documented and to show that he's not, that I don't feel my child is being taken care of over there," right? Okay, maybe 80/20. Is that more accurate? Alright. But so I feel like that's why he feels that. And then let's see here. Why is he keeping your son up so late? Alright. It's interesting with the 5 of cups, you know, this I'm getting energy like I feel like when they were growing up, they were very strict with him. Like his parents were very strict with him, and the Ace of Swords is, looking at things from a different perspective. I don't make him go to sleep. If he wants to stay up, I let him. And there's something to do here too. I feel like he's working, he's doing a lot of stuff, and he doesn't realize what time it is. A lot of times he doesn't realize how late it gets, but there is this world energy of, you know, ending in a cycle of so many rules, which is funny because sometimes he does have a lot of rules and sometimes he doesn't. But the things that he felt really suppressed by when he was a child, he kind of wants to be lenient and be, you know, um, because the son, wants to stay up later and he doesn't want to be the bad guy, you know, and so he wants to go, "Yeah, just remember, I'm letting you stay up late. They're being mean and not letting you stay up late," right? So there's a little bit of, an energy there of good cop, bad cop, right? But, I'm the good cop. I'm not policing you so heavily, as well. So he's letting them stay up late. Because he's not keeping them up late. I feel like he's letting his son stay up late because children don't wanna go to bed. They're hyper excited. They wanna, do stuff, and he's like, "Yeah, we don't need to do that." And then you have to retrain him, and you're the bad cop, "Well, dad lets me stay up late," kind of energy. Always a fun little thing, right? Alright, and then child support energy. Yeah, I feel like there's gonna be some action coming soon here with child support because the Knight of Wands, fast moving energy, the sun, a big bright light shining on things that brings you abundance, that brings you, victory energy. So I feel like there is something coming for that very quick here. Custody energy, yeah, A little bit of this blockade here coming in here, but I feel like, this is a good reminder with the Three of Swords, expectations equal disappointment, where you're choosing to focus your energy is what will bring a block or bring flow. So I feel like, the custody is kind of being blocked a bit. And so it's just a good reminder to readjust where you're focusing your energy and focus on gratitude for what you are enjoying about the custody process, how much you love having your son with you, not when he's not with you and da 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 da. Da. When he's not, this is happening, that's happening, this is bad, da da. Focus on all the things you love about when your son is with you, because that's going to grow that towards you. When you're focusing on what's not happening, you get more of that. That's where the block comes in. So hopefully that helps, right? So that is what they got for that one for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here, though, too. You get to get Alice, the Wonderland here. And you got, I want to be a queen. I love it. Master number 33, it says, stating your sovereignty, declaring freedom, passing a test. Ooh, let's take a look here. So from Alice in Wonderland, the book, it says, I don't want to be anyone's prisoner. I want to be a queen. Wow. And when we have our thoughts somewhere else, then we're not. In fact, there's this quote, your life isn't yours when you care about what people think, because we become their prisoner when we're caring about what other people think, right? And then the White Knight responds, so you will when you've crossed the next brook. So when Alice declares she does not want to be anybody's prisoner, she's establishing her self determination. She is a free person, even in the strange world she finds herself within. She will not allow herself to be imprisoned, enslaved, or taken into captivity, even if her incarceration was to be comfortable. She declares her intent strongly. She wants to be a queen, a ruler in her own right. Excuse me, a person who has power, influence, and will take charge of herself in her own world. And she will embrace all the responsibility and scrutiny that comes with the role. When this card comes to you, you're being asked to free yourself from any captivity, enslavement, or imprisonment. You do not wish to be anybody's prisoner. You were born to be free. It's time to liberate yourself from any shackles and embrace your innate power. You also want to go further than freedom. You're seeking power, not so much power over others, but the kind of power that sees you able to help yourself make wonderful choices, rule with justice and compassion, and forge your own destiny, right? I love that because in a way, you know, you are captive to your ex because you have so much of he has free space in your head, right? And takes so much of your energy worrying about what they're doing and not doing, saying and not saying, and trying to control their actions. They have you in a prison, or you imprisoned yourself in a prison that looks like them. Is the kind of the energy that's coming in. I feel like when you look at it that way, you're like, ew, no, I'm not gonna give you that power because you are ready to become the queen and make your own choices in your own way. You are set to rule your world, not their world, but your world. Indeed, to shape your world. You'll no longer ask for permission to come and go. You will declare, make the rules, and decide what takes place in your dominion. Instead of fearing your power, you will embrace it and the enormous energy that comes with stepping into your own potential. I like this. The divination says raising your status, you are taking charge of your life, making decisions for yourself, and setting rules and boundaries that work for you. Declaring your independence, becoming powerful and influential, and wanting to embrace your potential. The reversal is fear of your power, a preference for being told what to do rather than deciding what is best for you, acquiescing to another's will, seeing power as corrupting influence, shrinking away from potential, fear of failure, and over compromising. Ooh. So, whatever resonates with all that for you there, I like that for you. So, hopefully that helps a little bit, Ruby G. And thank you again for your donations. Don't think we have any more on the list right now for you. Um, so that is what we've got there. All right. So let me take a look here and catch up. So we got Debbie O. All right. All right. So Debbie, if you're here, so you've got three donations. And so hey. So is this we have it in like three little things? Is that question one, question two, question three? Just want to clarify. And then you will be next since you were number 12, 13, and 14. So we'll jump back and complete those. And before we go on, let's see, I did get another donation that came in here. Oh, so this was from you. Thank you so much. I was like, oh, this is you. So extra for deep dive on the original donations. I get you. Okay. So we're combining. Um, yes, thank you so much. So we're combining all three and to dive deep into these questions. So I get it. Okay. All right. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. Let me see here. What I will do here though, I will since I have you saved here 3 spots. I'll still split it out into 3 separate timestamps as we dive into each of them. That way I maintain my numbering system that I had for everyone else. I won't let the wrench disturb the entire mechanism. And we'll go from there. All right. Let's shuffle up here. Let me take a sip. Let me finish up my shake real quick here. We're about to dive deep. I need to protein up here. All right. Done and done. Let me take a sip of my coffee here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So let's get it. So, let's do it now. 359 even is your first timestamp here. So thank you again, my text infant. Hope you had fun with your friends. Let me get that protein off my mustache here. All right. Oh, let's see. I had counseling today. Yay. So, yeah, I get it. Trying to let go of the anchors to raise your love vibration so you can bring in your love, your next love. So, for this one, you wanted to know what were Chuck's thoughts of the emotions of what you went through. Um, oh, back then. Okay. So not during your counseling session, but back then. What were their thoughts of the emotions of what you went through? Okay. So let's take a look at that first there. So we're going back into the mind of Chuck there, not as his higher self now, but back then. What were their thoughts of your emotions, right? Okay. Yeah, because Chuck he's saying, because you need to know the mentality of which I'm answering from. I'm answering from the he's acting like he's like a he had brain injuries because he's like, in comparison to who I am now, you know, I I was very, brain damaged. So, he wants to make sure this answer isn't from me, it's from the puppet. That's funny. Okay, and then he did seem to understand or believe you at the time, so we'll see here. Did he understand and believe the emotions? Alright, let's take a look here. Yeah, so energy beneath all that, we do have here, um, the 10 of Pentacles, um, is about understanding relationship and understanding like, the whole picture of who you were and what was going on in your life. So, I feel like, you know, they definitely had a lot of desire to understand, but his experience of family and growing up and everything, very different from yours, and so he knew that the view from which you were seeing things was different from his. It's like him being colorblind and you seeing in technicolor. Like, he would see this in grays and black and whites, but you would see this in a, technicolor, like The Wizard of Oz, going from dark to, to the Oz, technicolor. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, back then and then now. Okay, I get you, I get you. So, yeah, so I feel like he's saying that, and then what were his thoughts? Yeah. So, he sees that, yeah, he does realize that he was a block to your dreams coming true, that you had such high hopes, and that with everything that happened back then, between then and up to now, you know, there there was a lot of, there was a lot of, you felt you couldn't go beyond this block, this, that his actions and, everything, that this was a block for you, that you saw it as a block that you couldn't get past. And so he does understand that, with, that you had these dreams and, um, because of how, uh, his actions, non-actions, words, and silence, and all of that, how, um, you did allow it to hold you back from doing that. The 9 energy, and so he understands that the outside circumstances that he did, how you put the story in your actions and you made the choices, right? And so he does see it, you know, um, and as the human, he felt really bad about it because he feels like I messed up, and I'm the one that kept you from living your dreams. From his higher self, he understands that this is the journey that you chose, that um he couldn't make you do anything you didn't wanna do, and that's the whole thing with ourselves, and that's what you're doing in counseling is you're realizing, "I'm the one that created my stories and my emotions and my actions or non-actions, and that someone doesn't have that control over me. I'm the one that creates that, on my side." And that's an important thing to realize. But as a human, he definitely is like, "I know I screwed up. I know that, you know, that there was this potential of having so much and I blew it," you know? So I feel like that's important energy there. Yeah, again, King of Cups, he was like, "You were the perfect person for me, but my Ace of Wands is what that's what that's what he's calling is, you know, my Ace of Wands, ruined it, you know? You were everything, and my Ace of Wands, um, it mesmerized me. It overrode, logic and common sense and everything going, "No, you don't deserve this. We're gonna sabotage. We're gonna take you in a different direction." It's so funny. Yeah, and again, we've got the Page of Wands, which is all the passion, energy, and again, he's reiterating that, um, even though it was, the most amazing encounters, um, the 10 of Swords, which is all the expectations, the fear of failing is what made him, you know, feel like he needed to go 2 different directions with the Two of Swords. Meaning, just because you were everything didn't mean that I was gonna be, emotionally able to choose you and to go against my, conditioning and my stories and, everything that I had, that I still chose the same old story even though because I felt, part of him, like, it felt I couldn't give you what you deserved. Like, and that goes back to, like, the five-fingered hand and the three-fingered person. Like, yeah, you're gonna fit his, the 3 fingers, and there's even room for 2 more fingers if he would grow them, but yeah, you're more than enough for them, but they would be lacking for you, and that's what they had those beliefs, and that's a lot of what they thought about the emotions that you were sharing, and they got it, they understand that, you wanted so much and I couldn't give you what you wanted from me, is from the human perspective. And from the higher self perspective, they're like, "You're the only one that could give you what you're looking for. I could never do it anyway." But, the reason I did the things I did is I felt this low self-esteem, this low sense of worth from a heart standpoint, from wands and fire and, pentacles and, abundance of the outside world and different things. Yeah, I could give you all that stuff, but the thing that was lacking was that Cancer moon, big heart. They're like, I don't even think I'm bankrupt. I think I have 1 penny in my emotional bank to give you, because this is how much he loved himself. But passion, plenty of, but emotion, they're like, "Here," and you're like, you keep that. I think you need that more than I do." You know? Tipping me a penny? No, you can have that, right? So, I feel like that's a big piece of where he was coming from. Uh did he understand you at the time? Yeah, look at that, Cancer moon energy. He he let's see, I I understood the concept of emotion and who you were, but I it's like he's showing me Egyptian hieroglyphics. I could recognize that those were Egyptian hieroglyphics, but I couldn't tell you what it said. And it's like he's saying, "I understood the concept of emotion and Cancer moon and that you were a sea of emotion, but if you ask me to explain what" it's like you can hear a whale song in the ocean, and I could recognize, "Oh, that's whale song." "Well, what is he saying?" "I don't know. I don't speak whale song, so I don't speak emotion." I understood that it was emotion that you were communicating, but I was like, "I don't understand," you know, because he doesn't speak that language. He's so funny. But so I feel like that's where that is. And then, believe you at the time, yeah, he understood, he could see and believe that these were the emotions you had, and he could see from your perspective where you're coming from, like, you're an ocean creature, and I understand oceans, and I understand, you know, I've gone in submarines, I've boated, I've, spent time at the beach, but living in water, that I can't grasp, I can again, I believe you that you're feeling and all this. I just don't get it. I can't understand it, kind of energy. Well, and then again, Page of Cups, this higher love, he felt the emotion and he could, there was this draw that his heart was wanting to do that, but he was too scared. He was too fearful of it, right? Yeah. Oh, and believe that. Yeah. um, so so the thing you wanted to know, did he believe you that he was the only one that you ever were with? Let's see here. At the time then, the hanged man is trying to see it from a different perspective, but I feel like that is hard for him, you know. I feel like he tried, but just because of how, with the 6 of Pentacles, this equal giving and receiving and all that. It's funny with my first, they had a hard time believing that I was a virgin, because I was a virgin until I was 29. I know, late bloomer, but they were like, "Really?" And it's because we just had natural gifts, maybe we do, Deb, because he was like, "You're not acting like, uh, someone who, um, you know, that this is their first time, um, and that you haven't been with other people." And it's like what I said, and maybe this applies to you too. I just had a great imagination because I was alone so much. It doesn't mean that I didn't imagine and fantasize about things, but you're like, well, so hopefully that helps for that. I do. I'm gonna give you little fortune cookies for you. Yeah, maybe it's the moon water, right? Because it is. There's a lot of energy that comes through, um, the emotional energy that people are like, "What the hell was that?" Right? Alright, so I'm gonna give you a little fortune cookie for 12 and 13, and then we'll go big fortune cookie for the last one here. But so this one is ease, swinging. Yeah, today I allow life to be easy. I like that. Allow life to be easy, just flow, flow. I like that. Alright, so that was for that one, and let's go into the next one here. We got 41402 is for your, second little group of questions here, which is, so tell you more, oh, yeah, about your future husband, your love. Alright, so what else can we find out here about your future husband? This one here, alright. And then, are you gonna meet him through a friend or in your work office building or an event you go to? Alright, let's see what comes in there. I like the bottom of the deck. You've got both the 10 of swords and the 4 of swords. Both of these talk about letting go of expectations, and that, we and this is what you're doing, like we grow up with a lot of who they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to be in a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start and progress and end up, and what it's supposed to bring me, who I'm supposed to be in it, blah, 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 right? That's what sucks the life out of things. And this 10 of swords and 4 of swords being on the bottom is the part of the process you're doing is you're letting those things go, and you're just becoming ready for a world of possibilities and adventure instead of, "It needs to be this, they need to do this is how they have to act, this is not how they're not supposed to act, supposed to do, not do, speak, silence, blah, blah, blah." It's letting all that go and look at adventure and gratitude. It's learning, I'm grateful for everything someone is doing. And you're kind of learning that through family and friends and workmates and everything. We were talking about you don't have to have a stepping stone of a relationship with someone before you meet your love. If you learn through the relationships you have now to focus on am I grateful for? As soon as we have a critical thought come up about someone, we and go, what am I grateful for about them? We're rewiring our brain to focus on what we're grateful for in things, not what we're critical of. And then it changes, where when we meet someone, we're like, we just find that our default is to be grateful for things people are doing. We're blind to, things, we're just not focusing on them. Obviously, if there's, wow, I didn't even realize they were doing cocaine, like, that might not be fitting for a relationship with me, so that might be a red flag. We're going to see the red flags and things. We're just, red flags are the ones we're like, oh, but yellow flags, other things, we're not focusing on those things, just the deal breakers, right? And the deal breakers should be five or less for our life. And they say if um, if um, if we have more than five deal breakers, then we need to be alone until we get it down to five. And we do that by questioning, what is the deal breaker? Why does it mean? Why is it a deal breaker? What fear is at the root of it? Right? We eliminate deal breakers and realize, uh, things like that. So, anyway, that's the bottom. Let's see here. What about your husband? You got 3, 2, 1. So let's see what we got here. Yeah. Here's the adventure energy. I feel like they do have more of look at the world of possibilities. They do focus on what they love about you, what they love about life, not so much of the have tos, the supposed tos, the shoulds. And I imagine being in the field of that they're in for a career, with the justice, energy, that they're like, I'm tired of judging people. I do it because it's my job, not because it's what I want to do. Outside of it, I don't judge anyone. It's like if you if you're in a call center, you don't want to get on the phone when you're home. When you're done with work being a judge or a lawyer or prosecutor, you're like, I'm done defending and doing all that stuff. I just want to enjoy what is. And I like that. So, we have the 5 of swords, so they're used to that conflict that they had, and that's why they've, chosen here with the emperor, energy to, uh, try to get out of their heads and into their heart, because 'cause they're in their minds all day, that they like to get into their heart more when they're out of work and out of doing the job kind of energy that comes in there, right? So, um, so I like that, for you there, and then yep, and then we have the 9 of swords and the hanged man, and I like this. Again, there's this clearing away from, expectations and not, caring so much about what everyone else thinks and again, they don't suck the life out of things. They like to look at things from a different perspective, and they want to like understand where people are coming from, and that is, I do feel like that is a positive outcome for the work that they do, because they're used to trying to understand what's the proof, what's the story, not hearsay, not people saying things, but what are the facts? And I feel like they get down to that, and then they don't worry about, all the other stuff. They don't sweat the small stuff, right? And I like that. I like that energy. Very transformative energy. So I just feel so easy going and not stressed out and they're like and that way it's, if you have fears of failing, fears of not saying things right or doing things right, you're like, you don't have to worry with them. They're just gonna be like, "That's no biggie. Let's just do this instead," whatever, and you're like, "Wow," before you're, like, afraid, "Well, what if that," you don't have to worry about anger issues like with Chuck, They're like, on the other, on the other scheme of things, right? So I like that. Yeah, 4 of Cups, very emotionally balanced, you know, kind of energy that comes in with them. So I like that. Are you gonna meet him through a friends or a work office? You got the Empress Empress, energy here. I don't feel like you meet them through friends or in your work office building here. This feels like you meet them doing something that you enjoy, something. This is like a creative outlet, whether it's, you know, you're doing some sort of, whatever your hobby or your passion is, whether it's, um, you know, learning to paint or you do clay or, you're learning, French cuisine or, whatever like kind of creation, kind of new thing you're doing, that's where you meet them because they're doing something different, it feels like. So I feel like that's one place you can meet them. Is there at an event here as well? No, I don't feel like it is because it's not like a work event, but I feel like it with the Empress, it is something you go to because 'cause you're getting out of the house, the 4 of Pentacles, the Judgment card here is your spirit drawing you out of your hermitude, out of the house to go do something fun, something that you really enjoy, and that's where you meet them, in doing that thing. So I feel like that's where you meet them there. I like that. Drawing you out. "Come on, come on." It can be if that's your passion, if that's something that you feel is creating something, but it's more fun, creative energy, not like feeling like you're, like, working or doing, you know, kind of energy. I feel like it's more of a fun, um, non-restrictive type of event, whether it's music or, like I said, a cuisine class or um, something along those lines. A self-help event sounds too unfun. For some, like Capricorn, yeah, like comedy could be a comedy show, could be something fun that, that's the key to it is it's something that you're enjoying yourself and fun, not doing the work, kind of energy. Yeah, well, maybe, I don't know, you got maybe it's a baking class. I know you are a Capricorn rising, but you're self-love, cake, and self-worth, right? And it says, "Why settle for crumbs when you deserve a whole meal?" I love it. So maybe it is a cooking class or a baking class with a whole meal energy coming in there. I like it. All right, so if that was for that one. And then for the last one here, we got 42455. There we are. Okay. And then this is, oh yeah, when are you going to meet him, right? So let's see here, based on current energies, we'll pull a when card. I deserve it all. All right. So based on current energies, when are you going to meet him? Okay. And then what will be his first thoughts of you? All right. Ooh. Well. All right. So when are you going to meet him? You got the 3 of Pentacles. Yeah. So 3 of Pentacles is again that creative energy I was talking about, right? And let's see if you can see it here. So here's the card. The dates are December 31st to January 9th. So maybe a New Year's Eve party or New Year's party or something. I don't know. But we do have, what are their first thoughts? We got the Ace of Wands. So there is a spark of like, wow, there is this spark between the two of you. And they're like, what was that? Like, wow. Um, in the energy that I'm in, it's like, how that when I saw the picture and I go, wow, I love your how did I say it? Your glow. They just see it's your eyes and your smile. It's just like and I feel like they're just like there's that spark that happens there. So I like that. It's like that kind of energy that they're just like, whoa, you know. So I like that. Um, what are their first thoughts? Yeah, I like this. We have this 9 of cups, this beautiful again, your emotional energy is glowing, and the 6 of pentacles is this they the first impressions are this wonderful radiance, there you go. There's this, you know, wonderful give and receiving energy, that they're like, "Wow," you give of your emotions in a beautiful way. And I feel like because you're so full of emotion and overflowing with this emotion, they're just like, "Wow," right? I'm waiting for the, Cancer moon energy somewhere in here. The Chariot or the moon, right? Yeah, and they got the 4 of Pentacles, the 2 of Cups energy that's coming in here, and I feel like there's a conversation that comes up around relationships, because maybe it is New Year's and you're there by yourself and it comes up and they're like, um, "Are you are you here with someone?" And you're like, "I'm here with myself. You know, I'm the love I've been looking for in my life." I feel like you're really at home at this time that you meet them, that you are like this, just very confident about your self-love, and I feel like they're just like, "Wow, I'm my own best friend. I'm here with friends, but no, I didn't bring a date," and they're like, "Oh, I didn't either." So it's really this interesting unfolding. He's very curious, and he's just like, "What is this about you?" There's something that he's just drawn to you, right? Yeah. And we do have the Fool card. It's interesting because that's a kind of Uranus, Aquarius energy. We got the King of Swords energy and the Ace of Pentacles. So it does feel interesting with this, and I feel like this is his first thoughts of the situation is this is not the way I expected to for the year, like in this case, the year to start off, or it's totally unexpected. It's totally different, kind of energy that, comes in here. So it's like, I just feel like he's seeing things from like an Aquarius energy of, oh, the old ways. I don't want to do the old stuff and go to a dating site and do all that stuff. Ugh. That's why he's just out doing things he enjoys, figuring he'd meet somebody that's also enjoying what he enjoys, right? and that's what comes in. "Ah, here's the moon. Ha ha, ha ha ha." We knew it was gonna be there. So, you got the moon card and the hangman. So, I like this that they love seeing the world from a different perspective. And again, your Cancer moon energy is something that he's just, like, blown away by. So and we knew that was coming in. I was just waiting for it to show up. Yeah, and again, wow, what are the odds of this? The exact same 2 cards coming out, separated into 2s. So, they see so much commonality between the 2 of you here, the mirroring, and they're just like, "Wow, wow," kind of energy that, I feel like that's the thoughts that come in as the more you guys, because I feel like you have a great conversation. Because their friends that they went to whatever this thing with, they're all goofing off doing their stuff, and your friends are all doing their thing, and you're just sitting and you have this time to talk, and you guys are talking and talking and talking, um, and I just feel you talk a lot of things in here, a lot of this, "Me too," and you're like, "Well, what do you do?" "Well, I work in, a lawyer's office and da da da," and he was like, "Shut up, I'm in the justice, I'm actually moving into my private practice." "No way, where at? Blah, 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 no way." And then they're like, you know you know, "So, what's your favorite band?" There's, like, music playing, and you guys are like, "Oh, it's this," like, "Shut up, mine too, I also love them." "Me too," it's like a lot of commonalities that really stand out there. And I feel like you guys, let's see here, are they younger or older, you asked? Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like you guys are around the same age. It's like more or less within a year or 2 of each other, maybe even the same age. But, yeah, I definitely feel not, you know, not 20 or 30 years older, right? "Hey, young lady, you're standing on my air hose." But I feel like it's you guys are around the same age. Um, so not I feel like if anything, they're, like, maybe a year or 2 older than you, but not yeah, not like a former individual there. You're like, "Unless they're rich, then they can be 90. They may not last through the honeymoon." Alright, let's see what's your fortune cookie here. We'll go to the Alice the Wonderland. Again, thank you so much for all your donations and for your extra one there. I'm so grateful. Let's see what we got here. Oh, I love it. The right way says, learning to create what you desire. It's beautiful. So from the book, Alice in Wonderland, it says, how am I to get in? Asked Alice again in a louder tone. Are you to get in at all? Said the footman. That's the first question, you know. It was, no doubt. Only Alice did not like to be told so. So the frog footman really does get to the heart of things. When we're pondering how to make a life dream happen or how we are to get in, through, or to the other side of whatever issue is facing us, we might wonder if we're meant to get in at all, as the frog footman puts it. We can spend a great deal of time pondering our destiny, wondering if something is meant for us, and sometimes give it up to fate, proclaiming if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Alice has a different approach. She doesn't ask if it is meant to be, she asks how it will be done. This practical approach may not seem so spiritual to some. Are we not meant to go with the flow and see what life takes us? Where life takes us, sorry. Here, Alice knows what must be done and sets out to discover how to achieve it. So when this card comes to you, this is just what you must do. Do not wonder if something is meant for you, nor leave it in the hands of the gods. Instead, think of how it can be done. What practical steps can you take? A lot of what you're doing, right? How can you approach the problem in order to solve it? What action can be taken and what advice can you seek? There is always a way through to the other side, but passively waiting and waiting and waiting for it to simply swing open is not as powerful as actively figuring out the puzzle and discovering how you're to reach the other side. So ask questions, seek advice, look again from a different angle. Think of the how. I love it. The divination says wanting to get through to the other side of a situation, a desire to walk through a gateway or a life transition to become an insider rather than remaining on the periphery, wanting to have an impact, to be included, to be a part of the activities and have an influence on the world, a willingness to learn step by step. The reverse is leaving it all up to fate, waiting rather than acting, philosophizing rather than doing, being dreamy rather than practical. There's the Virgo. Practicality will kick in. That's what you're doing. You're taking the steps. You're not just going, "Oh, well, it'll happen when it happens." You're doing the freedom work, you're letting things go, you're doing the counseling, you're doing, you know, all the different things you're doing to have that movement happen so that you can, you know, be an insider instead of the other outsider, right? So I love that for you. That's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for all your donations and what an adventure for Shizzle, right? I love it, I love it, I love it. All right. So let's take a look here. We did have Happy Pill come in. So Happy Pill, I did not know your phone was hacked a day before. Uh-oh. Luckily, no financial harm. Hallelujah. So you would like a reading regarding this, what your angels have to say. All right. We'll get you on there. You'll be free reading number 18 once we get to that here. Oh, your photos and documents all disappeared after you reset your phone. Well, fresh start. Well, at least you have a lot of memory on your phone, right? There's a nice a nice plus to it, maybe, right? Absolutely. Night night. Sleep well, my friend. All right. And then Ruby G, I see your additional donation. We'll get you on there. That'll be number 30 on the reading list. Oops. All right. Got you there. So we'll do a love and a like there. All right. So we're jumping back ahead. We're going to start at number 24 here next. So we've got Justine up next, and then 4 for May, and then Marilyn, and then Ruby G. You'll be up after that. All right. At least that's where we're at right now. So, oops, my coffee turned off. Okay, must have just turned off. That's smart, right? To check to see if a coffee cup is hot. Let's see, is it hot? Let me just grab onto it. You're supposed to use the back of your hand, right? Because otherwise you grab on. That's all right. Sometimes Brother Z, maybe not be the most sharpest tool in the shed, but as long as I can channel spirit, we can be smart. All right. So let's dive back in here. So, Justine, you're up 44008 for years here. So thank you for your additional donation. And so you want to know your ex Levi, how they feel about you. You don't wanna get back together, you're just curious how he feels now. You wonder if he was disappointed with you, um, you wish you would've talked more. Well, that's good awareness, right? At least you know now in future relationships, uh, a good stepping stone so you can go, communication's so important that you'll make sure, whoever comes next is someone who communicates and wants to communicate, because that's gonna be an important thing on your desires for a partner, right? So I like that. So let's take a look here. Your ex Levi here. So what are their feelings? Okay. Okay, so we got those. I also want these. And that's about the disappointment. All right. Is this what it smells? Maybe it's something from upstairs. It smells like something was cooking or burning. I just want to make sure nothing's on fire. Yeah, so the bottom of the deck here, Three of Pentacles is this energy of being true to one's authentic self. And I do feel here, yeah, because we've got the Tower card, on the bottom of the deck, which is, this belief that, we're we're removed out of each other's life to make space for us to be more true to our authentic selves, to make space for something that is more in alignment with our own energies. And there is this mother nature, mother nurture. I feel like their energy here is that this was for the best for us, you know, this time alone with the 9 of Pentacles. This is like hermit kind of energy, that this has allowed us time to really get to know who we are and what we really want in life. And that it's important, it's an important thing to have, right? So let's see here. I feel like that's kind of the underlying energy around what a big thing they learned with the ending of the relationship, I feel. But let's see where their feelings are now. Yeah, it feels like they've really balanced out in their life a bit here. And I feel like, again, they see both sides uh, of like you guys' situation together. They remember the happy times. The 4 of Wands is joy, celebration, energy. The 10 of Wands is also, because you can see this is like, you can see this as burden, you can see it as abundance. Like, look at the harvest, or oh God, what a heavy thing to carry. They see both sides of the relationship, both the good that they feel were the good times and also the challenging times. And I feel like they're not really having this energy of that they're blaming you and all this kind of stuff. We'll look at that disappointment question here. We have separate cards for that. But with these, it just kind of feels like they're more seeing both sides of things. Yeah, the 10 of Cups, again, they saw the joy and they remember the good times in the relationship. Um, and I kind of feel like here too, they understand with the Fool card that if they could have gotten out of their head of a lot of expectations, and if you guys could have just like been grateful for what each other were, that it would be a much different type of relationship. And, I feel like they're like where yours is communication so far with this one, they're like, we could have been so happy if we just didn't get caught up in what each of us wasn't doing that we felt each other should do, or what we were doing that we think each other shouldn't have been doing. Had we focused in on the joy of the relationship, we could have, maybe still been together, and it's true. Doesn't mean we were capable of doing it at the time, or we probably would have been doing that, right? I know when I look back at my relationships, I'm like, I could have still be with my first relationship, um, if I could have gotten over the first time, like, I discovered they cheated on me. But big if back then I was not anywhere in a maturity emotional place to be able to do that. They were lucky I didn't kill them, you know? That was a victory back then. You're still alive. We did good, you know? But let's see here. What else do they believe here? Yeah, different stories. Yeah, I feel like they have a bunch of different stories with the Two of Swords, you know, and the Three Wands. Things could have gone a different way. And so I do feel like they occasionally will look back at the what ifs, you know, kind of energy. And but what's great is that, you know, there's a great learning energy that we have when we are able to look back and go, what did we learn about ourselves? What gift is in a relationship for us? You know, it all happened on purpose for me. I wanted it to happen for me. So I asked myself, why did I want to experience all of that for me? What did I glean from it? How did I grow? What about myself am I seeing? Because that's why we have these mirrors relationships, right? And then, was he disappointed with you? The Five of Cups, there, that is a sorrow energy. Yeah, and we had the dream come true energy of the Star card and an Ace of Pentacles. You know, I feel like it's important to know that everyone has this dream that we want, and no one can live up to it, not even ourselves. And I feel like with this energy is we all are disappointed in the outside world because we have expectations that can't be met by anyone except for ourselves. Like happiness, inside job. Self-love, inside job. The external is an expression of what's going on in the inside. We don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. Everyone's a mirror reflecting us, ourselves back to ourself. So if we have disappointment out there, it's because somehow we feel disappointed in here, right? And so if he was disappointed in you, then there was something within himself he was really disappointed in, and same thing with us. So I feel like it's an important energy to realize that other people's actions are, you know, everyone wants to be loved, everyone has their dreams, everyone's trying to get what they want, and most people are not thinking about other people. They're more thinking about themselves and how they're either matching up to or not matching up to their own dreams. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Justine. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Yeah, what a beautiful card. Kindness. And it says, what if being kind to yourself really could change everything? There we go. Like we were saying, right? Kind in here brings kindness out there and vice versa. So I like it. All right. So that is what they have for you, Justine. Hopefully that is helpful. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. All right. So May, we are moving into a quadruple threat. Four. Boom, boom, boom. So 44903 is for this one. So let's take a look here and see what we got coming in here. All right. Oh, this is like if you grab her throat and she smiles, sir, you're not the one in control here. So him feeling protective is interesting to you since it wasn't your own post. You were hoping to stir his thoughts a little. Oops, did I accomplish that? Yeah, I mean the protective energy, um, you find that interesting, but you know, it's because if you're talking, you know, if you're sharing posts of those things and you're doing it publicly, then his concern is what kind of people will you draw towards you in sharing that, you know? And even if he finds it exhilarating and different and intriguing himself, there's also that what individuals are hitting you up on your DMs and doing those kind of things, right? So so let's see here. Did you accomplish what you set out for there? Let's find that out. As he's out of town with a married couple friends, I know the couple is in an Airbnb, is he likely with them or on his own? Okay, we'll look at those next here. So, first of all, did you accomplish what you were looking for here? Well, you got the Knight of Swords. So, you did get him thinking. That's movement of the mind. We got the Knight of Pentacles. So, it is slow moving energy still, but it still got him thinking. But I feel like that this is regarding to this here. Two of Cups is emotional energy. And I I feel here there's this energy of the Knight of Pentacles is, it's unfolding. And the more we try to do things to try to draw things toward us, the more we actually push it away or we make it go slower with this Knight of Pentacles. They're like when you focus in on what you're grateful for, that's how we draw things and how we get things, rolling. Um, so when we have like intentions and things we're doing to try to ignite things or to speed things up, that actually slows things down when we focus on what we're grateful for with what we have and have had. That's what speeds things up. When we move out of gratitude for what we have and have had, and we kind of go into, I want this to create something in the future, whatever, that actually slows things down, which is very interesting to know that energy because we're taught the opposite growing up, right? That you need to try to manipulate and control and make things happen. And it's like, no. And I think I've shared before, like a story of I learned this in my job because I felt I was doing two, three, four times the amount of stuff that other people were doing, almost to the point of exhaustion, emotional, exhaustion and everything else to get him meets expectations. I was going for promotions and raises and bonuses and uh, none. And then I'm like, "Why am I trying so hard? It's not bringing me anything." So I stopped, and I was like, "I'm grateful for what I do have, and, I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm gonna come in, I'm not gonna worry about I'm gonna back off all these projects and stuff, and I'm just gonna come in and love talking to my customers and helping out my teammates and helping my boss, and I'm just gonna, not worry about it." Doing what I felt was like a fourth of what I was doing before, right? A fourth of it. Promotions, raises, bonuses. And I was like, what the hell's going on here? This doesn't seem right. But now that I understand energy, because I was trying, right? I was actually pushing against it when I released the need and the want and that, you know, trying to make it happen and just sat in what was and gratitude, appreciation, true. We can't fake it. It's true, truly it. Then here it comes. We open the floodgates. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. So very good. All right. So that's that. And then we want to know, is he with them or on his own? Oh, because they brought the dog. 70 pounds. Yeah. This one's gonna be the puppy we got is gonna be it's a pit bull puppy, it's probably gonna be 70 pounds. Um, yeah, I feel like the world card here, this is an abundance card, a fullness. Um, yeah, I feel here because the 7 of Cups is like mixed emotions. And this world card is an ending of a cycle, a beginning of a new adventure, free of expectations. I do feel here, um, I do feel like they're in the same Airbnb, um, but the way I don't know, it's almost like the way it's set up, it's separate. It's almost like there's like a garage that has, a room over top of it, and then there's the house, that so they're renting the house with the dog, and then there's a separate, you know, maybe it's not like over the garage kind of thing, but it's like it's enough separated where there's their own space. So I feel like it's okay, and that they would be okay. I mean, it's a 5-pound dog, so, you know, I don't feel like it's a big deal because it's not their house, not their stuff, and, he has his own space, his own room, so it doesn't feel like it's bothering him at all. So, hopefully that helps. I think that's all the questions for that one. Yeah. But again, I feel like it's, in its own space, and then, yeah, I kind of feel here because 'cause we've got breathe. The calmer you are, the more time slows down and the easier it is to get everything done. So I feel like they're kinda just putting up with it kind of energy. So pretty cool. Right. So that's it for that one. Whoops. There we go. All right. And then for the next one, 456, 38. Yeah, that's right. Take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. And then we cover that most likely move fast when you reconnect. How soon after you reconnect will he want you to meet his friends? Okay. Or like bring me as his plus one to a wedding. Just how fast will he bring you into, he'll want to bring you into his life. So based on current energies, of course. So let's take a look here. So meeting his friends, how fast? Okay. I feel like we've got the temperance card. So they have you to themselves a little bit first. I love how we have the King of Pentacles. There he is. But then he speeds things up with the 8 of Wands. So I feel like it goes a little slow in the beginning because they wanna get to know you and all that first, which makes sense. They don't wanna just, you know, "Look, everybody," that's not who they are. They wanna make sure the compatibility and everything is still there, and then they're like, "Okay." Then they'll introduce you to the important people and then expand from there. That makes sense. Um, like plus ones to a wedding here. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I feel like that is them, right? Um, plus one to a wedding. Yeah, we got the 6 of Cups and the 2 of Wands. There is something from their childhood in the 2 of Wands planning. I feel like it again, um, I feel like they start with the 6 of Cups just feels like it builds. So I feel like they start with this, uh, important family and then, and important friends, like important family, important friends, and then they span out from there. That temperance card does feel like a little bit of time, meaning, let's see here if we'll pull a win card. Let's just get an example here because for me, it feels like I'm feeling like 2 to 3 months of a lot of seeing each other a lot because I feel like it's important when he lets someone into his world, then you're a part of their world. It's not like here and there, and then people are like, "Who was that you brought?" No, it's if they're bringing someone they know, wow, that it's important because it's a part of who they are. It's like an extension of themselves. They're pretty much saying, "This is how this represents me in a way," kind of energy, right? Yeah. we have the 10 of wands, which is action energy, which, like, here is December 13th to December 21st, Christmas party, feels like, holiday party. Um, so that makes sense. Cause 7, 8, 9, 10, so 2 to 3 months, right? It seems about right. Alright, and then what else we were gonna go, just how fast he wants you into your life, and yeah, I feel like just to confirm it, 7 of Cups is, they just wanna make sure, you know, that all the emotions are there, and yeah, again, we've got the 2 of Wands making plans, 4 of Cups, they wanna make sure we have stability, and then the Strength card before Leo energy before I'm seen with someone. So they don't wanna just be someone that's bringing a lot of people, you know, to things, and they're going, "Who are all these people you're bringing to stuff?" No, if they're not in a serious relationship, they go alone. So it's when it's serious, when they know, that's when they do it. So it means a lot. Um, they don't just bring people willy-nilly. That's funny, to things, so I like that. Alright. Alright, and then let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one. Yeah. Again, you got more calm down energy. Breathe, calm. A breakdown is often followed by a breakthrough. Remain calm. You're about to have a breakdown and a breakthrough. No, I know it's not that bad. All right. And then for your next one here, May, we got 50220. And how soon would he want to bring you home? And what will his dad and his brother and sister in law think of you? Will you get along with them? Oh, okay. So, like we said, and it's interesting. I'm almost like he introduces you to like a couple important friends, but I feel like, yeah, home, yeah, not home. Like at first, I was like, "Whoa, saucy," but then I was like, "You mean to meet the parents and the family, energy?" Let's see here. What can we find out from the when deck here? Oh my gosh, we got the King of Pentacles in this deck as well. So I feel like here, um, because we've got August 12th to September 11th, which would be like a month to 2 months, right, to meet the family. Um, Probably more towards the 2 months, but I do feel there is that, um something that triggers it, like there's a family gathering of some sort, and so they are, "You wanna go with me?" To meet them kind of energy, but it feels more like at the 2-month range than it does, like, at the month range, right? Um, Because I feel like once you guys start hanging out that it's almost like, you know, you have a great night, and then you go out again a day later, a couple days later, before you know it, I mean, like, quickly, you're either at their place or they're at your place, and then you're just with them all each other all the time, and so it's not like a once a week date, it's like an every day or every couple day date. Because I feel like when he goes, he just goes all in. He doesn't, when he knows what he wants, and so once he gets confirmation after a few dates during a week, then it's like, "Alright, pedal to the metal." And I feel like that's the way you are too. When you know it, you know it. If not, then you just, you know. So let's see here. So I feel like that. And then based on current energies, what does dad think of you? What does brother think of you? Nope, that's too many. Hold on. Yeah. So brother, 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 and then sister-in-law, 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 sister-in-law. All right, and then will you get along with them, right? So dad, brother, sister-in-law. Is this one here? All right. So, first of all, what will dad think of you? Yep, the Hierophant. Definitely seeing things from a different perspective. Yeah, the world, an ending of an old cycle, beginning of a new adventure. The Eight of Swords. I like this mirroring energy and the Four of Wands. Yeah, I feel like immediately they're thinking, you got to marry this one. Because I feel like with this Hierophant, they're like, this is unlike anybody that you've ever dated and, been around. And I like this Eight of Swords because they're like, there's a lot of similarities. Well, not a lot of similarities, but they can see you guys see each other, this mirroring is a good energy. But I like this. Like you gotta marry this one, kind of energy. Yeah, and again, I like this here. Do you get along with them? Six of Pentacles, this equal giving and receiving, and the Knight of Swords. Great conversations. I feel like you have. Um, he's got a lot of stories to tell, and there's great communication with him. You love, like you just blah 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 blah, and he's like, "All right, I got a stealer from you, Dad. Enough." You know. I like that. All right, and then brother, yeah, well, Wheel of Fortune, he thinks his brother hit the jackpot. Um, Five of Cups, I feel like he threatens you. "You hurt my brother, I kill you." No, I feel like he'd said something like that, but he's just like, "Wow, I like that." Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, and he sees you as this perfect compatible person for him. And, the 5 of Wands energy here is like immediately it feels like you're a part of the family. I feel like with that energy just immediately does that. But that 5 of Cups is this um you break a his heart, I break a your face. I just feel like he's a funny guy. But he says it and he goes, "But seriously." Do you get along with them? Yep, 2 of Cups. Definitely a strong friendship here. Um, so I feel like you really connect with him too. Now for the sister-in-law. Dun dun dun. Page of Swords. Okay. Got the 2 of Pentacles. So this good balancing energy, even her balancing on the swords here. The Temperance. I kind of feel like she's a little bit more hesitant to just take you in. I feel like she has like a, you know, because of course you're gonna be her sister, you know. I don't feel like I don't know if she's an only child or she only has brothers, because I almost feel like she's kinda like not just looking at you as family and, from a sister-in-law, I feel like she looks at you like, "You're also gonna be my sister, so I'm really looking at you." But then she gives in, 10 of Pentacles. Family, part of the legacy kind of energy. Do you get along with her? 7 of Swords. So, I feel like I feel like the beginning little and, maybe, like you said, friction is probably a good say to it's like um, especially how how complimentary her husband is of you, you know? And so I feel like that kind of in the beginning kinda just puts you at a little bit of a not trusting her because of what you're picking up from her. But, knowing that she's being extra, aware because of her husband's actions, and that you're gonna be her sister and, that she cares about her brother-in-law and wanting to make sure that no one hurts him too, and how much the father is liking you. There is a little bit of jealousy there, but I feel like overall, things change there, right? Right, and there is that too, Chels, right? That's funny. But I feel like things work themselves out there, but I feel like you're kinda like, um because she's not very trusting of you, you pick that up, and, um, and then you're like, "Hmm, yeah, intention." You're like, "What are their intentions?" But I like this. It says, "What if the only resolution you made was to love yourself more?" So I like that, you know? I feel like if you're just like, um so, I talk about Byron Katie every once in a while. She's a great if you ever check her out, thework.com is her website, and she's got a great YouTube channel, Byron, Byron Katie. But one of the things she says is, "When I walk into a room, I know everyone loves me, just some haven't realized it yet." Because, that's the whole thing is I love everyone, even if I haven't realized it yet, I will find a way that I will love everyone because it's this wonderful mirroring energy. So, I love her. She's a sweet, sweet soul. So, I like that. Right, so that is for that one. Let me grab here just before I go on because we're getting further down on the page here. Hey, Justine, I see your additional donation. We'll get you. You'll be number 31 here when we get to that there. So we'll give that a love and a like there. And let me grab this extra, put that on there too. All right. I think that's everyone. I don't think I missed anyone else. Yeah, I like that. All right. All right. And then May, we have your last one here 5/13/28. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And this one is, what will your brother and his girlfriend think of Max when they meet? Your brother's used to being the one in the family who appears as though he has money and is financially stable and likes nice things, but I don't think he's as put together financially as he tries to come off. I think he'll be threatened by Max because of his money and he's also very attractive and his clear success with his own business. I think he may also get very jealous if we do end up with the nice things. Da, da, da. Okay. So, what does your brother think of Max? And what does the girlfriend think of Max? All right. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. We've got the Hanged Man here, which is a bit of um, seeing things from a different perspective, kind of slow to make a decision kind of energy. Um, I feel like they're a little more, like we'll see if I like him or not kind of energy. Um, they do like that you are in love with the Ace of Cups, so I feel like they like that you love them, there, right? Oh, okay, very good. So I feel like they're glad for that, and they're glad that it's a dream come true for you, 9 of cups, so they're happy for you, which is very much this, you know, I'm holding off my opinion on them, but I'm happy for you. I feel like I'm glad you're in love. I'm glad you feel this way. Yeah, it's like they're holding their judgment. It's like they're again, like with the hanged man, it's like, I'm gonna wait and see this from a higher perspective that's there. But I feel like with the Fool card, I feel like and it is this energy of they don't have a whole lot of expectations and stuff around them. I feel like they give them a clean slate and that they just wanna see what happens going forward because, because they know about the pause and different things, I feel like they're kind of not suspicious, but just hesitant and to approve it right away. I feel like they wanna really get to know them a little more and see how things go before they say they like them or not, right? And to form an opinion. So, it's interesting. Is is your brother an air sign? Is your brother yeah, is he an Aquarius? Is he a or Capricorn or Virgo? Okay. Yeah. So that's Capricorn. Yeah, December 31st, yeah. So and he's right there in the middle too. He's not a, you know, because they're thinkers, they're analyzers, they're not quick, fiery decision makers. They are, "Let me analyze, let me look into it," kind of energy. That's funny. Like air sign or Capricorn or Virgo. Boom, 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 ding, ding, ding. Yeah, so they do that. Interesting. Alright, and then the girlfriend, what does she think? Yeah, she also, again, she's mirroring that energy there. What is she? Do you know what she is? Yeah, Ace of Swords, wanting to see things from a different perspective. Um, oh, that's funny. But she might, there might be, it also has to do with their our sun sign is a big influence. It's like the CEO of our corporation, but like our moon sign and our Venus sign are they determine how we, you know, approach our emotions and feelings. So that also influences us. But she has the Empress. So I feel like, beneath the surface, I feel like she's like, "Yeah, I like it." In fact, I think she feels like, "Wow, he's attractive," and, "Oh my," So, I feel like underneath the surface, she's just like, "Oh my god, he's hot," you know? But on the outside, just da 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 da. So, I like it. Yeah, yeah. So, I feel like, they're slow to leap, slow to act, but, um and I really feel your brother he's waiting, um, you know, to make a decision, but I feel like she thinks, "I like him and everything," but, um, I feel like she's kinda taking the lead from, your brother and looking at it that way and going, "Well, I need to act like because I can't be like, 'I really like him,' and da 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 da," right? Yeah, I like it. And here it is. Focus. What is this? My absolute yes list. That's funny. And it says, "If you focus on what you don't want, there's a good chance you might get it. Focus on what you do want instead." So I like this. So, as you're approaching your attitude towards your brother and his girlfriend, what do you love about who they are? What are you grateful for who they are instead of they're annoying to you? Because the more you focus on that they're annoying to you, the more you will, uh, do the you'll draw that, that stuff. The more grateful you are, the more you draw that in, as well. So that's what they got for you, my dear, my dear. Would you say just sensing feeling if I'm feeling threatened by my ex's financial lifestyle? Um, I don't feel threatened. It feels more they're analyzing energy. So I don't feel that there. Yeah, here this card came flying out. Ace of Swords, they're all analyzing. It's not threatened. Um, it's almost as if it's an asset, because if you're married to them, then that means, "Hey, sis, we were thinking of coming and visiting you guys, um, do you guys wanna go boating?" I feel like he was like, "You're an extension of me, and thus," it's not that it's my what's yours is mine, but they're like they see it um, as a good thing, not a threat. They're like, "It's an asset, not a liability." So I feel like that's kind of their mind energy with that. Interesting, right? Well, that's good. It's a good thing, right? So that's what they got for you there. Hey, Anna. Yeah, I sure am. Yeah, I've only been on for a little over 5 hours. My record is 8 hours and 45 minutes or around there. So, yeah, please feel free. I've got 3 donations remaining right now. I've got Marilyn up next, and then Ruby G, and then Justine will be up after that. I am gonna take a quick little break, um, and then I'll be back to start back up on the donations here, and then I do have 18 free readings waiting, after I finish donations, we will, get to those tonight. If more donations come in, then, I will, of course, those get priority, but if I don't finish things the night of, I do pop in the morning to do a special session for those as well. So, yeah, I took one at 2.5 hours, so it's been 3 hours, right? 5 and almost 5.5 hours, so, yeah, so it's been about 3 hours, ready to get some circulation going through my buns, and, I think I got enough coffee here. I got my water here too, so just need to do a little quick bio break, and I'll be back, and we'll jump back in, so thank you guys for your patience and getting to your readings. I shall be right back. All right. So, thank you guys so much for your patience here. Let me just get back on my pillow here. Start up my little heating pad. All right. All righty. So, on Anna. Oh, for follow-up questions. All right. So, we'll just put all that as one then, because we'll do follow-up questions while I'm doing the reading, right? So we got you. You'll be number 32 on the donations. So thank you for those. There we go. And Jamie G, hello, hello. We got you. You'll be number 33 on the list there. I'll give that a love and a like. And there is your question. You proposed. Oh, an idea. I was like, oh, wow. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I thought you were like proposing to someone. I'm like, oh, this is a turn. All right. So we got you on there. All right. So we'll jump back in here. I think I've got everyone. Let's check my emails too. All right. So we got Marilyn. You are up 528 even. So Marilyn, here is your timestamp. Thank you so much for your donation. And you wanted to know, why did Rhonda pull away from our friendship? All right. Rhonda, Rhonda. Like that song, right? Rhonda, Rhonda, dun, dun, da, da, da. All right. Got that. I did want that one. Okay, there it is. Okay, all those came together. All right. Anything else here? I'm drawn to this one too. And this one here. And that one there. And that one's the bottom of the deck. Right? That one more here. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. What do we have happening? Bottom of the deck, we have the 6 of Wands. Yeah, because here's them walking away from your friendship. This one here, the 6 of Wands. We'll find out more about this energy, but my initial kind of feelings around the 6 of Wands, it feels like it's, you getting the limelight from their viewpoint anyway, that, you always get the attention, you always get, you know, and yeah, yeah, just if you ever saw Beaches, the movie with Bette Midler, because I started hearing, "It must have been cold there in my shadow." That's the soundtrack started to play. I'm like, "Oh, okay." So they kind of felt, that kind of energy that was there. So, interesting. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, so we've got the Fool card, energy here, and the King of Wands energy, along with the Two of Pentacles. Yeah, and this is kind of like they felt like you were up here and they felt they were down here. And in the beginning, it's like what's interesting with this energy, the Fool card, is like going on an adventure, no intentions, no blah blah blah. Um and And I feel like their energy was that, like, they didn't like making decisions. It feels like they would, tell you, like, you go like, "Hey, where do you wanna go to eat?" And they'd be like, "Oh, wherever you wanna go eat." And I feel like they always look to you to make decisions because they didn't wanna make the wrong decision, but then they also kind of in a flip were like, "You always make all the decisions." I'm like, "Well, yeah, because you never do." But they, there's like that catch 22, right? I wanna feel important, but I feel too low about myself. So I put you, and then when you make decisions, then I feel like, "Wow, you're always the one making decisions. You never think about me." You're just like, "What?" You know? So I feel like there's like this inner conflict energy that's there. So hopefully that resonates there. Let's see what else is here. Below the surface, we got 5 cards here. Yeah. And, there is this 8 of swords. Here's the mirroring, right? When they look in the mirror of you, they see them blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And that has nothing to do with you, but that's you can't help being a mirror. None of us can. We can't help what people see when they look at us. They just get that reflection, right? Especially when we're lower vibrational, when we're in a lower vibrational state of fear, with our anger and our sadness, and we're not in a place where we can see through our third eye from a higher perception, a sixth perception, right? We're looking through our five senses, analyzing, mirror, mirror, going through all our stuff, right? We can't help but see the things in us that we're wanting to see. Um, that's why when we look through the spirit realm from that place of unconditional love, we bypass our other senses. That's why when we can see things more clearly. But until then, we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are until we're seeing from a different place, right? So hopefully that makes sense. Um, yep. Then the Tower card. They were like, "All right, I'm out of here." And it's all right. It's a sudden, movement. You can trust, though, with this Tower card that they were removed out of your life on purpose for a purpose to open up space for someone, friendships, other people that are more in alignment with your energy where you're at, and that's okay, with this butterfly energy with it. You see the butterflies all here with the transformational energies and all that. When we're growing and we're, going in a different place, if someone doesn't change and they don't, go into the cocoon and transform too, some people can't go where we're going, and that's okay. They don't need to. They can go and hang out with other caterpillars until they're ready to transform if they ever want to. But when you evolve and you change, then and there's an opportunity for you to find butterflies to hang around with that can flutter, go on migrations 1,000 miles. You can't carry a caterpillar. You don't even want to carry your cocoon, right? So, there is that energy there. So we like that. Yep. So we have the Ace of Swords. You are seeing things from a different perspective with more clarity. And um, when we and I feel like you will, it'll become more and more clear how different you guys are, and that, especially when you meet butterflies, you're gonna realize, "Oh, yeah, this I see our energy working." This one felt like energy started to kind of grind a little bit, especially for the caterpillar who goes, "Oh, the butterfly has wings now. What are you gonna go to?" You don't wanna eat leaves anymore. You wanna go find blossoms with nectar. You think you're too good for me now, and you're like, "No, just my tastes aren't the same as they used to be," right? Yeah, and we have the star card. There is this, oh my gosh. So you got the star card twice. Um, you know, we can have different dreams. We all have dreams, and they're different. And I love if you ever have a chance to check out Mel Robbins' book, the let them theory. She's got a great chapters on adult friendships and how we all change and sometimes friendships just stop. The energy changes and they're people were around for a season, for a lifetime, or for a moment, and they do change, and when they do, it's okay to let us, you know, move and look at things from a different, energy as well, right? So, I like that. And then what else? A couple more here. Yeah. So you have the high priestess, the 3 of wands. It was time for them to go a different direction, spend some time here, you know, looking at their, behind what's going on behind them and what's deep in their own emotions and kind of commune with spirit. So, it was time for them to change and go a different direction. And yeah, and like I said, we have the 4 of cups, you know. At some point, relationships feel empty because we're being pushed to look at our self-love, and I feel like that's what's happening with them, is it was time for them. They were feeling unfulfilled in the outside world because they needed to turn inward to look at their self-love, and so I kind of feel like that's where they were at, and that's good because that's, you know, they're being called to their cocoon. You've already been going through your cocoon. Obviously, you know, like, they see you with butterfly wings, so, they're like, "Alright, well, I'm gonna go be by myself, figure out who I am and what I want, and, go through a transformation." So hopefully that helps a little bit there, my friend. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. You do get an Alice the Wonderland. So let's take a look here. Yeah, I like it. Follow your own good advice. And here's that 10, which is an ending, beginning energy. Trust yourself. You know what is best for you. So I like that. Let's see what it brings in here. From the book Alice in Wonderland, it says, "Come, there's no use in crying like that," said Alice to herself rather sharply. "I advise you to leave off this minute." She generally gave herself very good advice, though she very seldom followed it. That's funny. Alice. So there are times when we become overwhelmed and begin to feel as if there would be nothing better at all than to collapse, cry, and turn in on ourselves, particularly if we have made an error in judgment. This is understandable, and we must be permitted to express who we are and how we feel, which is what she's going through. However, once Alice has cried about a seemingly unsolvable situation, about forgetting something very important, she tells herself that continuing to cry will have no use. This stern command to her emotions brings her back to a place where she can contemplate what is best done next. Anytime you make an error, it can be helpful to grieve a little for the difficulty that you have created. But once you've done this, continuing with the sadness serves no real purpose. It is best to follow Alice's example. Cry, then stop, and follow your own good advice and your own good sense. Receiving this card means you know what you need to do. You need to clear, ground, and center yourself so you can contemplate what to do next. Find new butterfly friends. This card also says that you do know what is best for you and often give yourself excellent advice, but that you don't often follow it. You're being gently advised to settle yourself emotionally, to think through a problem, to stop admonishing yourself, and to follow your good advice to yourself. Perhaps treating yourself like a close friend or a dear child will help you to move calmly forward without criticizing yourself too harshly for the situation you currently find yourself in. You can change this if you follow your own very good sense. I like it. The divination says harsh self judgment for a mistake or an error made or thinking you did something wrong in this case, right? Unmet personal expectation causing inconsolable sadness, a reminder to detach, find clarity, and follow your personal internal guidance system, which has some very practical solutions. The reversal is a refusal to listen to yourself, making the same mistake over and over, feeling that if you become emotional, others will step in to rescue you, thinking that all is doom and gloom, becoming bogged down emotionally, unable to think clearly. Something else that you can add on to that too, um, this is a good separation energy. Sometimes people will abandon, trying to manipulate and trying to get you to chase after them so you'll do what they want you to do. I don't feel like a ton of that in this situation, but it's good to be aware that some people do use rejection as a form of manipulation too. So if you're tempted to reach out to them, here, I'll let you borrow my little no. No. It gets louder. No. There you go. Don't feel you need to. All right. So that's what they have for you, Marilyn. Thank you again for your donation. Yeah, I'll remember that. No. It escalates. There's like 3 or 4 or 5 more. It's like, my last and final answer is no. And it keeps and then it resets back to no. All right. So many blessings. All right. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. All right. And Anna, let me grab your question here since you put it out there. We got that. I promise you. No promises. No promises. And that one here. All right. So I got your questions in there. All righty. So we'll continue on to number 30. We got Ruby G, 5:43:17. There is your timestamp. And thank you for your additional donation. I'll make a quick sip here. So more on the custody. Oh, and the potential block. Cheers, cheers. All right. All right. I think that's enough. So tell us more about this potential block with custody. Okay, we got that. We got that. And we got this. Let me scooch those over there. So what's causing it? Oh, they might bring that up there. We'll just dive a little more. And then how can you unblock? Unblock the block. All right. So, of course, we've got the moon card here, which is a ton of emotional energy. It's on the bottom of the deck here, right? So there's a lot of emotions below the surface that are kind of stuffed down below, right? So feel like, there's a bit of the hidden emotions will be revealed here, and that's what needs to be brought up, not expressed toward anyone, but felt. And we'll see what this is about here. I'm sure with all these. What's the potential block here? What's going on here? So we've got the Hermit card and we've got the Knight of Cups. So, of course, we've got your movement of your heart energy here, the Knight of Cups, and we've got the Hermit card, which has to do with I want sole custody, right? The Hermit, I want the child only with me, only with me. I don't want them over there. And that actually is the block. The want, the need, um, the fear of losing custody, um, all of that energy is lack, lower vibrational, and that's what creates a block. That's what actually, instead of drawing sole custody or secure custody where, it's, you know, where you're getting, your custody and you're not afraid of losing it, that's where the block happens because we're drawing in things that match lack instead of abundance. And part of, this Knight of Cups is the movement of emotion. Part of how we can unblock that as we're talking about it is I focus on what I love about the custody I do have, not focusing on the custody I don't have and the fear of things that are going on that are outside of my control. Because the more I focus in on things outside my control, the more I get out of control because my energy is focusing in on out of controlness, and whatever we focus on is what we grow, right? So if I'm like, "Oh god, I feel out of control. Uh-oh. Here, want some more of that?" It's like if a waiter comes to take your order and you're going, "Nachos, nachos, nachos, nachos," like, "Okay, you want nachos, I'll bring you nachos." "No, I was just thinking that I hate nacho." I mean, that's sacrilegious. It's just an example because I love nachos, but if I was saying that I hate them, but all that the universe hears and our energy is nachos, nachos, it's gonna bring me nachos instead of what I'm wanting. So I focus on what I have and what I have had, and that's what brings those things in, right? Let's see what else here. What else can we know about this block here? Yeah. And this makes sense. This is the big fear, one of the big fears. Like, I know, Jamie. That's why it's sacrilegious. You gotta use extreme, you know, examples for us to remember. You're so funny. But we've got here, this is the death card of the mother, this is that I would lose my motherhood, you know? And that's the big fear, and that's why that's below the surface. The huge one is that I will lose my child and I won't have any. So that one of those big fears is part of the block here. Yeah, because here's the block, the 9 of Wands, just to confirm that that's what it is. So, there's a lot of, um, emotional energy there, and I totally get it. I mean, it makes sense that that's, any mother, any parent, mothers especially, I feel, because, um, they were part of you for 9 months or around there. So they're very much there, right? Um, well, you're not that you're stuck in fear, but that you're, focused on fear. You're focused on your fear, and you're focused on what is happening somewhere else instead of bringing your attention back to what you can control. I can control what's happening in my home with my child, but I can't control what's happening over there. And the more attention that you're putting over there, the more out of control you're feeling. And that out of controlness starts seeping into other parts of your life in your home instead of going, I'm going to focus in and grow of what I am able to control, which is my stories, my emotions, my energy, my actions, my home. What can I control within my home? I'm going to make sure my son is healthy, he's fed, he's happy, whatever I can do to make it easier for him to choose happiness. Cause you can't make your son be happy, but you can make it easier for him to choose to be happy or sad or angry. um, but love, 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 love your son. And even, um, the emotions you have against your ex, instead of focusing in on that energy, right? Um, um, your focus, we just switch our energy to focusing even on your ex of what are the things I'm grateful for? Because your energy is what is growing things in your life, right? Yeah. There's not good or bad, there's just different things, and the more we focus in on lower vibrational, we get lower vibrational experiences and outcomes and, experiences, but when we focus on higher vibration, we get those. So if we're tired of lower vibrational experiences and, blocks and things slowing down and being held away, that's when we adjust, to this other, uh, a more productive use of our energy towards something that we're wanting, right? And that's what we do. Is it really what I want? You know, do I truly want, them do I truly want peace or do I like drama? Is drama something that my nervous system is used to, right? Um if growing up drama and victimhood and um you know, hatred and sadness were a part, then my nervous system can feel safe in that. That's what it's used to. That's what it doesn't want it to change because it would rather choose the hell we know than the heaven that's unknown. And it's like, no, no, no. At least I know this. I don't know what that is. So we can really get honest with ourselves and going, do I like drama? Is that why I'm attracted to it and wanna I search it out and seek it out? Um, and then I'm like, "I want something different. I'm gonna start to choose differently," right? Yeah. And it's interesting, because he can't make you mad. You can only choose to be mad. Um, everything he does is neutral till it gets in here, till you assign a story to what he's doing. Then you have a scary story that ignites fear, which will either bring anger or sadness, fight or flight. And then, so you're choosing anger when you don't have to. You can choose neutrality and love energy, and that's what changes things. But the more we rehearse and nurse the story of what they're doing means something bad, then I'm going to continue to choose bad energy, right? So it starts with us, we can't change anything out there. The world is a reflection of what's going on in here. And so to change that, we got to change this. So hopefully it makes sense. Let's see what else we got here. Because we were going, yeah, what's causing the block? Um, Yeah, I like this. It's almost like how you solve it in a way, because you've got your energy, Page of Wands is what's creating the block, not someone else, your energy, what your focus is on. And you have the Hierophant. It's all for growth. It's a growing pain. And the more you choose the Four of Wands, which is joy, celebration, then the more the block opens up and things start to flow. Um, because fear is restrictive, gratitude is expansive, right? And again, how can you unblock all this? Yeah. Balance, the Two of Pentacles, and the Ten of Wands change from burden to gratitude and abundance. We've talked about that. Yeah, and a change of mindset, changing the story. You got the Ace of Swords and the Page of Swords. So the story in here is where everything starts. So when you get mad at something after you finish, you know, reacting, because we will, if we're not consciously choosing, if they do something, we might react into an old story. And then once you react, you're going to react for at least 90 seconds. Allow yourself to feel the anger and sadness for 90 seconds. That's about how long it takes to go through your nervous system. And then as long as you don't stuff it and you don't have to act on it, like, you know, punch a wall or anything, or but whatever you need to feel it. And then when you After you feel it, then you can go, okay, so what story was I putting to this about me? And let me change that story. So it's like, okay, well, he should have done this, supposed to do this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay. But what I'm really at the root of it is I'm afraid that, you know, he's going to kill my child or he's going to take my child away from me, whatever the root fear is. And then we're like, I'm changing the story. No, when he's doing that, that doesn't mean that. That means he's in pain. He's crying out for love, this ex, right? So I know this is the hard part, but it may be difficult to do. But it's like, I'm going to see the little abused boy in them, in your ex, the little child that they are. You're going to see them not as the adult, but as a little crying, 2-year-old little boy, the big tears where they're just feeling so alone and so scared. And you're going to send them love energy just to surround that little boy and see the change that happens, right? Because when we ignite compassion and love energy, that's gratitude energy and that transforms things. Instead of feeling like their actions are a personal attack, you realize it's a cry, a little boy crying out for love. And it's not intentional toward us, it's an expression of their fear. I like it. Yeah, I know. Nonsense. Off with his head. The Queen of Hearts. It's time to talk sense. So, number 28, let's see what we got here. So, the queen turned crimson with fury, and after glaring at her for a moment like a wild beast, began screaming, "Off with her head! Off with—" "Nonsense," said Alice very loudly and decidedly, and the queen was silent. Says sometimes, like Alice, you're going to surprise yourself with your courage. When someone's being aggressive and threatening, you'll need to stand up to them and speak to them in a very firm and strong manner, much as Alice does to the queen, who is overly fond of abusing her power, threatening nearly everybody, and relating to people only in one way, overbearance. If this is taking place with a person or situation within your life, you need to call that somewhat out on their bad behavior. Now, this person, this overbearance person, isn't your ex. Just so you know, you're calling yourself out in this scenario. I know that's a tough one, but nonsense. It's us, this angry queen turning crimson with fury. That's you, right? Ruby, ruby red, crimson with fury. Energy. Anyway, like Alice, you do not need to say very much or criticize the person, argue with them, or even point out what they're doing. You simply need to be firm, clear, and direct and cut through all the nonsense that's taking place, right? Those stories of nonsense, those lies that their action means something about you. If you do this, you will silence them and they can do you no harm. They will be so surprised that someone is expressing their personal power and pointing out their silliness that you will be quite safe. Others will be grateful, and in time, they too will stand up for themselves. Even though you may not be as powerful as this other person, your inner courage, when expressed, makes you an amazing person who can change the world with the simple refusal to tolerate bad behavior for one moment longer. Guilty as charged, right? Fire sign. uh, Divination. Oop, I must have hit 6 hours. Hold on. At 6 hours, my screen resets on YouTube. All right. So it says courageously standing up for yourself when someone's behaving in a way that is silly and unfair. So when those reactions happen, you're like, I don't need to put up with that behavior of me using someone else's actions to define me, right? I like this. um, refusing to be cowed, pointing out a person's bad behavior, not backing down on the truth, looking someone in the eye, being very brave, strong, and no longer intimidated, and surprising yourself with your power. I like this because you are standing up to this vengeful queen inside of you that's reacting, wants to attack, or that wants to run away and cry, right? Those are the 2, fight or flight. When we realize that I don't have anything to be afraid of, that transforms things, right? The reversed is backing down at a moment of truth, running from a confrontation, allowing someone to intimidate you, an inability to find the courage within, fear of punishment, loss of voice, believing you cannot be brave without being aggressive. Wow, right? I can be brave without being aggressive. Boom. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So thank you again for your donation, as always. I was so grateful. All right. And then May, I see your additional one. You'll be number 34 on the donation list here. There we go. All right. We got you. Put a love and a like in there. All right. So let me just take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. You are very welcome, my dear. You have grown so much, so celebrate that too. Don't beat yourself up, right? Be gentle. All right, so Justine, you're up 602 44 is for this one. Thank you for your additional donation. And so I want to go deeper into Levi's feelings about why it ended and will you ever make peace? So you felt you truly loved him, but didn't think it was mutual, didn't feel like I was what he wanted. I guessed if it failed that easily, then it would never have worked, or it could have been, uh, or it could have been so beautiful. All right, let's see what's going on here. I feel like I used these cards already. I'm gonna move to these over here. I was like, I think I just used those. Let me just switch to another one of the big decks here is what I'm being guided to do. So Levi's feelings about why the relationship ended here. All right. We do have those. Okay. Will we ever make peace? Okay. All right. I think that's it there. So we do have here on the bottom here, we have the chariot card. Chariot card is it's Cancer moon, ruled by the moon energy behind the scenes. The chariot is the ruler of action. It's the power of choice energy. And what's, interesting to kind of see when it comes to any situation is when we're in a relationship with someone, we're creating a joint reality, but our experience of the joint reality is totally independent, and we experience it differently by our choice of story, our choice of emotion, our choice of action, our choice of physical action, and our choice of our energy, what we're focusing on. So we can experience a situation totally different. That's why 100 people can witness an event and have 100 different stories because we all see life differently through, you know, uh, our own perception. We don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So when you're looking at, you know, what happened, we're going to have different stories. And both of them are true from our perceptions, but neither are the whole truth because we don't see things clearly. We have smudgy goggles from our past with all these fingerprints on it, And I go, "I could have swore I saw an alien spacecraft." And they're like, "No, it was a pizza." You know? "Oh, okay, well, that makes sense. I saw it. It was flying in the air," you know? But so we don't know, right? So, let's say what we got here, Levi's feelings from their perception, right? Oh, yeah, and we got the moon energy, so both what on the bottom of the deck and the first card are all about hidden emotions below the surface. So, there was a lot of hidden things they felt between the 2 of you, a lot of things that weren't said, a lot of, suspicions, it feels like, and a lot of mistrust energy, and a lot of that comes from this bubbling below the surface, right? And it just feels here, as I'm sitting in his energy, that he felt accused, energy, and this is from his perception. Again, you're like, "I never did that." It don't matter. It's what comes from their world, right? And a lot of it is an echo from, like, emotionally 7 years old and younger, whatever they experience, it just echoes out. If we don't process and deal with emotions from our past, then we will echo, 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 echo. It'll keep just reappearing in different forms from different people, different situations. That's why, we don't know what people are seeing through their vision. We only know what we're seeing through ours, right? So I feel like they're feeling like there was a lot of hidden things and a lot of stuff below the surface that were here. Yeah. And I agree. Like you thought um it could have been beautiful because we have the Queen of Swords, which is a balance between head and heart, and what felt very compatible from their standpoint, the Page of Swords, things changed, something changed. They had this perception of who you were that altered as things went on. And And again, the whole thing is you didn't change, but their expectations, their thoughts, their stories rooted in their past is what changed. When they saw behavior of yours, even though your intention wasn't for it to be an accusation, that situation that you said or the way you acted mirrored something from earlier in their life that meant that's an accusation when you're like, "No, in your world, that's asking for clarity. You weren't accusing them of everything, you just needed to know something." But for them, they're like, "Oh, now you're accusing me, that I'm cheating on you or that I'm doing something this or that or whatever," right? And, and they may not even have said it out loud, it just was in here and they shut down or they got upset, and you're like, "What happened? What is this?" And I do feel like it was mutual in the beginning. They did feel like it was a wonderful match, but that's until this little thing got involved and it created stories that some of your actions were meaning something about them and were a picture of something from the past, which you had no idea that's what was playing, right? It's like an example of that, like um, they're bringing back to me, when I was a manager, over an escalated call line for the company I worked for, I had, one of my representatives exemplary, did so well with all customers except for this certain like, it was like 5, maybe 5 times, maybe 3 times, 3 to 5 times, it doesn't matter how many, but it was several times. And that they had altercations and it would escalate, you know, to me or later to my coach and then to me when I moved up in management over it. And when I listened to, because I was like, what are these ones that escalate? I would go back and listen to the calls to see if I could help and coach and train them to be able to de-escalate it, and I recognized the voice in the people that were calling. It was a man, and they had a certain tone, and, so I had it queued up when she came to sit in the office with me, and I go, I want you to tell me, and then, of course, being very intuitive, which, I just spirit said, "Have him listen to this and ask him, who does that remind him of?" And I played it, and I go, "Before I hit play, I want you to tell me who does this voice remind you of?" And I did it. Her eyes opened up, and she goes, "You can stop it." She goes, "That's my stepfather. I hate him." And we had very and so when you realize you don't even know that something, so he didn't even know that he was reacting to something that you were doing that was in his past. And and so and you have no idea. So it's not like when we think, "Oh, there's fault to be said, there's blame, there's things," it's like, no, there's just experiences that we all had and we can grow from them, but realize that we have no idea what's going on and why people are reacting or doing what they're doing or not doing something or saying something or not saying something. We don't know what's triggering in someone. We don't even realize sometimes that we said something or did something that pissed someone off, right? You're just like, what just happened, But it's an awareness of that. What else? Yeah. So here is the suddenness here of someone suddenly leaving their life, and there is some history here with the 10 of Pentacles. That's like legacy, family. Knight of Swords is movement of thinking and changing of thought. They are showing me something here that when they were younger, they did have abandonment, right? They had someone, it was either a parent or a grandparent or maybe an aunt or uncle. It's someone that was very close to them, 7 years old and younger, that suddenly left, either divorce or death, um, or they moved away, and they experienced this abandonment that created this fear that don't get close to someone because they'll leave you energy, and that's been echoing out, and this energy that's coming in here is, you know, because of the closeness, because you guys were growing close, that's when they pulled back, and because the fear is there of going, "Uh-oh, if we grow close, you're gonna leave." And even it's subconsciously, right? It's not conscious stuff, again, stuff below the surface, emotions below the surface that would be coming up, right? So, when you're looking at their standpoint, they're gonna find reasons of, "Oh, you were doing this and you're doing that and blah, 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 because that's why I left," when really what was going on was something emotional below the surface that went back to their earlier childhood of this insecurity of, "You're gonna leave. If I get too close, then I'm gonna get heartbroken again. It's gonna hurt, and I don't wanna be hurt, so I'm gonna avoid this by sabotaging," right? And so that energy is what I feel it kicked in there. Um, will you guys ever make peace? Got the Hanged Man, transformation would have to take place first. We would have to see things from a different perspective. We'd have to understand ourselves, why I reacted the way I did, what fears were in me, why did I whatever triggers came up within me is for me. Whatever I think they were doing wrong, 3 fingers, how was this something I was doing to myself? Transformation, because the peace, to make peace, it's not you making peace with them, it's about you making peace with yourself. Wow, that's deep. It's deep for a Saturday night, ain't it, Justine? Like, I might have to listen to this in the morning. But this is deep. It's the peace to make is the peace, is the, um, unpeace that's inside of you regarding the situation, right? Let's see what else they wanna say here. Yeah. This is about walking away from emotions that don't serve you any longer, because what you're feeling, the energy that you have of abandonment, feeling loss, goes back to your childhood too. What emotions are down there? What resonates in that you felt, going back to when you felt abandoned, you felt, rejection, what kind of energy, is below the surface there. Yeah, because here is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Again, she's got a lot of emotion below the surface. And then you get the moon card too. So here's your whoa, both of you reflecting the abandonment to each other so you could be freed from it because it's been down there bubbling and charged for years, and the inner child is echoes it out to the outside world so that we can see it and release ourselves from it and have freedom from it. So I know that's very, very deep, a lot of stuff there. Um, so hopefully that at least brings a little bit of clarity around it. But I feel like until you make peace inside of you and until they make peace inside of them, you wouldn't be able to have peace with each other because it doesn't matter what mirror we look in if the person looking in the mirror doesn't change, the reflection doesn't change. So if I don't change that within me, then when I look in the mirror of them, I'm just going to see the same stuff. And there's not going to be peace. There's going to be fight, right? Same thing if they don't reconcile inside them. It doesn't matter what you do to change you, they will still see that. So that's why for me to be at peace, I reconcile inside of me. I don't need to reconcile with them. Same thing, they can reconcile within themselves and not reconcile with us. Because in order for us to have peace with each other, we both need to be reconciled. Otherwise, one of us will be out of peace and can't have peace with the other. So, wow, I've learned so much. So, thank you for asking that question. That's amazing. Amazing stuff. Oh my God. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, Justine. Hopefully that all makes sense. Please let me know if you have any questions on that because that's like, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. And then you've got uncertainty coming in here, number 39, which says, choose who you will become. I like that. So the focus is back on you with this too. So from the book Alice in Wonderland, you've got the caterpillar and Alice looked at each other for some time in silence. At last, the caterpillar took the hookah out of his mouth, the little and addressed her in a languid, sleepy voice. "Who are you?" said the caterpillar. This was not an encouraging opening for a conversation. Alice replied rather shyly, I hardly know, sir, just at present. At least, I know who I was when I got up this morning, but I think I must have changed several times since then. Wow. So when Alice meets the caterpillar, he wants her to tell him who she is, what she is. Alice feels she cannot answer as she's changing so much on her journey through Wonderland. She is unused to being so tall. It feels strange to be so small, but her indecision, sadness, and uncertainty are not met with sympathy. Instead, the caterpillar gives her the chance to change herself to a size she feels comfortable with. He does not tell her how she should feel or what size she should be, but he does offer the keys to self empowerment by subtly letting her know she can choose her own size with the aid of the mushroom. It's rarely so easy. Empowerment cannot be instantaneously given to you. You can't decide what you want to be and immediately be there. It's a journey. On the way, you will make errors of judgment, and it is only through the willingness to learn, experiment, try, fail, retry, and fail again that you will come to understand what must be done to be who you wish to be. Advice on what we must do to be empowered is on offer. But if you expect it to be easy, quick, or something another person does for us, you'll soon learn the process is trickier and more arduous. Ultimately, it is far more rewarding than you could ever have thought, right? Your divination says, "Good advice from an unexpected quarter. If you try, practice, and are willing to make mistakes along the way, you will become far more powerful and reach the place you're longing to be." Reversed, fear of following advice and learning through experience. Wishing things were easier or more predictable. The belief that becoming who you wish to be ought to be simpler. Wanting another to do the hard work or solve your problems for you. And wanting support, but being unwilling to apply discipline or too scared to make the mistakes from which you will learn. Wow. Are you sorry you asked, Justine? This is some deep stuff, but I love it for you. It's definitely freeing energy. So hang in there, my dear. And thank you again for your donation. Hopefully that helped a little bit there. All right. So many blessings. All right. So let's take a look here. We had some more people come in here. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good evening to everyone. Let's see here. So good night, May. I just realized you said you're about to fall asleep. So night, night. All right. And then Sudeshna. Hello, hello. I see you have two donations here. So your first one will be number 35. And let's give that a love and a like. Grab your questions here. And this one here. Oops. All right. So we got that one. And then for your second one here, give that a love and a like. Boom, boom, boom. Grab that one here. All right, very good. And we got Aunt Rose in the house. Hey, Aunt Rose, good to see you. Hello, hello. And we got Cat Marie as well. Hey, Cat Marie, good to see you. All right. Got you there. Yeah, we'll definitely dive into that for you there. All right, we'll give that a love and a like. We will channel and find out what is up. All right, we got those. And then honored. Thank you so much. You'll be number 30. Oh, and Cat Marie will be number 37. All right, so we got that one there. Boom, boom. And then honored. Whoops. There we go. I see your second donation as well. We'll give that a love and a like. And there is your question as well. All right. And let me just check my emails too, just to make sure. All righty. Boom, boom, boom. I think I've got everyone. So where we're at in donations, we do have Anna is up next. And then we got Jamie G, and then May, and then 2 for Sudeshna, then Cat Marie, and then 2 for Honored. So that is where we're at. Boom, boom, shakalaka. Let me take a quick sip and we'll dive back in. So cheers, cheers. Oh, Cat Marie, another one. Cheers, cheers. All right. We will move these. All right. So your second one will be number 40. All right. So happy Saturday night, or right? It is Saturday, right? Or Sunday morning. It's almost Sunday morning here. So Sunday morning to everyone else too. Appreciate all your guys' patience and getting to your readings. All right. So let's get back into it here. So Anna, 625, 17 is for your additional one here. And all right. Oh, I like it. Thank you so much. Gee, the elevator guy. You are supposed to meet up tomorrow afternoon for a movie." "Ah, nice." "That being said, I know he's had a long, tough day today. Will you meet up tomorrow?" And he's like, "I promise you, no expectations on my side as the verdict is out for me. That being said, you know I have the curiosity of a Gemini cat. If we're going to meet up, how will tomorrow go for each of us?" All right, sounds good. And then you do have your additional donation for follow-up questions, so if you're still awake. Because what? It's like, what? 1:30 in the morning, almost there. You still with us, Anna? You still with us? Test, 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 test. All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, will you guys meet up tomorrow? All right, let's see here. Yeah, got the Page of Cups. Happy, happy energy coming in there. So that looks good there. Um, yeah, you got dream come true energy that's coming in as well with the star card. So that's also promising. And the King of Swords. It's a little bit of a change of a story. Uh, I don't know if you guys are going to go see the movie that you plan on seeing or you end up doing something else. This King of Swords almost feels like you guys are going to do something different because it feels like there's a plot twist coming in. So let's see here. I feel like you guys still meet up, but maybe you do something differently. So how will tomorrow go for each of you? For you, boom, boom, boom. For them, boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So for you, I like it. You're being true to your authentic self, the 7 of Wands. You're shining bright. I feel like you're, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, just being bright. Of course, it's a good reminder with the Magician card. It's going to go exactly with whatever you focus on as well. You can either go 2 routes. I like it. You have option A, the Full card, truly going in with no expectations, gratitude for whatever unfolds. You're gonna have a wonderful, great time. You go in with expectations, the 5 of Cups is disappointment, lower vibrational emotion that comes in. So, definitely depends on your energy. You even have the Emperor on the bottom, which I was gonna mention, which is you get to choose. You both get to choose how you experience it, and I like that energy. So it feels like you have, good energies that are there. Um, Great possibilities of a wonderful adventure. Based on their energies, how does it go for them? Yeah, we got the Hanged Man energy, which is a lot of clarity coming in, seeing things differently, which is interesting. We got the 3 of Cups, happy, happy, joy, joy energy. So I feel like they have a really good time. King of Wands, again, like the Emperor, they get to choose. I do feel like they're a bit of trying to get out of their head and into their heart a bit tomorrow. Um, and what is this? I feel like a lot of it is trying to get their mind off of the work week and get their mind off of things and just enjoy the moment. So I feel like they might be like a little distracted at first, like a little preoccupied a little bit, but then they kick in the Knight of Swords, good communication. I feel like they have a good movement of that energy. And yeah, I feel like the 3 of Swords in this case is not disappointment, but unexpected. And, a little bit of the 5 of Wands here is a change of passionate energy, uh, that kicks in too. And I feel like that's what's unexpected is, like, the fire that kinda comes out of nowhere, and, um, so we're gonna leave it at that. So if you're here, did you have follow-up questions? Looks like it's good stuff here. So I know you gave a little extra for follow-up questions. So I will wait real quick here, and I'm just gonna catch up on the chat while I'm waiting for your response. If I don't get one, we'll just move on and come back when when you do post your question there. All right. So honored. Thank you for your additional donation. That one is going to be number 41. There we go. Give that a love and a like there. All right. Let me just make sure. Okay. Nope. All right. So, feel like that is that. Honest, I'll give you your fortune cookie just in case, just to see if you're typing. Or you might have fallen asleep. I wouldn't blame you since it's so late. All right, let's see. So what do they want here for you? So for your fortune cookie, oh, look, no good girl. Uh-oh. You're not gonna be a good girl tomorrow. Power says the ability to suck it up is not a superpower. Saying no is. Own your power. I like this. I like this. Not a good girl. You bad girl, you. All right. So that is what we have for you, Anna. I'm just going to put some question marks out to the right here, just in case you do have follow up for that. All right. But just for the sake of time here, I'm going to move on. So we got Jamie G, 63250 is for yours here. Boom, boom. So thank you for your donation. So you proposed an idea, pitched to your director for a campaign, has to be approved by their boss. So will the big boss love the idea and approve it? All right. So based on current energies, what's coming in here? Will the big boss like it and approve it? And anything else you need to know here? I feel like this one here too. Anything else here too? Nope, none of those. This one here. All right. So does the big boss like it? We've got the 10 of wands and the 2 of swords. It's an interesting combo because the 2 of swords is like, mm, there's things I like it, some things I would like to ask questions and get clarity on and maybe, you know, change, tweak it a little bit. The 10 of wands is also an energy of it could be burden or it can be abundant. So there's kind of like this could go either way energy. What's interesting is on the bottom of the deck, you have the 9 of wands, which is the only thing that's holding this barrier up is your energy here. And so what that means is because she can pull that up and then the barrier falls away. So I feel like this goes into our energy. Whatever we're focusing on is what grows and expands. So if we are going in with it with a need, like a need, a want, I need them to approve this campaign. I want them, you know, because we're defining our worth or attaching our worth to it or whatever it is, it's actually ends up being lack energy, which keeps it further away, which should be that energy of things going if we go in going, "You know what? I'm grateful for the opportunity to hear what they have to say, for growing. I'm just so grateful for the things that I have done that have approved. I'm grateful for the success of this and the success of that." Gratitude energy opens up the conduit and allows things to come more toward us. So I feel like it's important to know that there might be a little energetic block that's making it more difficult to come. So maybe check your energy a little bit. That can help it. Let's see what else we got here as well. Yeah, I feel like based on energy right now, we have the Ace of Swords, which is seeking clarity. Like I said, I feel like the big boss will seek clarity and they might want to go a different way with it. And so it's important to keep an open mind with that Ace of Swords too, that if they want to do things differently, um, our reaction or response to that speaks loudly, right? So, of course, the the if we're like, why can't they just do it my way? Meh, meh," that's just downward spiral. If we're like, I want to learn from them and I want to hear what they have to say and I'm grateful for their feedback, wow, this is cool, then it's good, right? Because otherwise, if we want power and we demand for it to be our way, then we end up with that disappointment energy, right? Expectations equal disappointment. Whereas if I go a different route, then there's growth and expansion. So I feel like right now, I feel like you are adjusting your energy. So I feel like they're going to ask for clarity and, look at altering it and finding a, not, it's not like, taking a different route, meaning, we don't want to do that. We want to go do something else. It's like we'd like to take that instead of going that direction. We'd like to go this direction with it. What do you think? You're like, oh, okay. Can I ask for some clarity? And okay, so when you're talking about this, da 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 da, but don't attack their idea. Really be inquisitive and curious. Don't try to poke holes in it, right? No one likes that, which I know you know that, but just saying. All right. So hopefully that helps, Jamie. That's what they have for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. You've got, yeah, growth. It's all about growth. Boom, boom, boom. And we have evolution starts when you leave your comfort zone. So get comfortable with being uncomfortable because there's no growth in the comfort zone and there's little comfort in the growth zone. So I like it. Growing is important, right? So hopefully that helps. Jamie G, many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then May 63816. Thank you for all your donations tonight. And glad you're getting some rest. There's your timestamp. And we'll move into this deck here. Yeah, you're about to fall asleep, but just thought of another quick one. How soon after you reconnect with Max will you be living together? I move in with him. Thank you. Good night. Good night. You're welcome, Jamie. All right. So let's take a look here. How soon afterward? I feel like these two. All right. Well, bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of Wands energy. So that's a lot of energy. And again, that's an energy of like can be a burden or it can be abundance. So I definitely feel like it depends on, energies. Are we looking, are we grateful for what is happening? Then things move faster, right? But if we're focusing on next move, what are they going to do? Why haven't they done this yet? They need to do this. I want them to do this. That's what pushes it further away. So just a reminder, energies so important. We have the 8 of Swords. There is a little bit of time I feel with it that's is letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So I do feel like there's a little bit of energy that needs to be worked on both sides regarding that. This 8 is really standing out. So I feel like it is like 8 months once you guys reconnect, where the living together feels like it starts to be talked about and movement with that. Do you move in with them? Yeah, Yeah, because it's an end of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure with the 7 of Cups. Didn't we get this with the houses and different choices energy? Um, I feel like we do here. Yeah, and it feels like, with the 7 of Pentacles, it's a slow moving in the beginning, like we said, let me just do this right. It starts off slow, last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but once we activate, it's like 8 months. Got these 8s, and you had the 7 of Cups too, which then the change happens, and so it feels like at 7 months, it's like it starts to feel like, "Alright, something needs to change," and then the 8th month, I feel is when action, or at least talking about it, happens. I do feel like you move in with them, energy because they've got, all their homes and all this stuff, um, and I feel like that's the kind of energy that comes in with it there. Um, yeah, so I feel like that's what's coming in there. I was waiting for more, but there is no more. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right. What is this? Oh, shit. Oh, I mean, shoot. Move. There's the move card, right? I like it. A long walk is good for the soul. Get outside and allow Mother Nature to lift your spirits. I like that. But that you got the move card. It's important to stay grounded. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy that comes in with all that. But I love that. Can't make that up. You've got to move it, move it. All right. So that's what they got for you, Megan. Thank you so much for all your donations tonight. So grateful. I'm excited for your adventure. All right. Just, that's what I need to do. Crack. Did you guys hear that? Cheers, cheers. All right. So up next, we got 2 for Sudeshna. So your first one, 642.52. At least your first of your second ones here. So thank you for all your donations today. All right. So let us dive in here. Let me just move these. So regarding career, all right. If spirit wants you to follow your heart, then yeah, and it's not spirit that wants you to follow your heart, it's your heart that wants you to follow it. So spirit doesn't have a supposed to, should, need to, have to, must, blah blah blah. This is your heart that wants you to follow it. Spirit goes, you get to choose what you want, your experiences, your choices, your outcomes. They're like, we're along for the adventure. We don't care what you do. There's not that they don't care. They are supportive of whatever you choose, and they're along, and they don't have an opinion on good, better, worse, whatever, for you, right? So we'll make that clear first that it's your heart, not spirit. And then, so till the time you don't clarify about, let's see, if spirit wants you to follow it, then till the time I don't clarify about what is that thing and which direction I should go, what should you do about your career till then? Should I continue upskilling in the technology, data analytics, and keep trying to job openings, or what else should I do? With spirit, like we say, there is no shoulds from spirit. Um, it's what you want to do, right? um, I feel like a lot of the readings you've been getting is, and we'll clarify here with more cards here, but what they're bringing back is one of your readings where they were saying the most productive use of your energy is not to pursue more of this, of your mind, and doing those things. It's invest your energy on how can I connect with my heart to learn my heart's language so I can find out where it wants me to go. Because when I follow my heart, I'm going to have abundance. I'm going to have a feeling of joy and living and loving life versus existing, right? So the energy we're investing in this direction is kind of it's like building spending your energy building a house on a island that we know a volcano is gonna blow up and remove it, right? It's like, why are we investing energy in building that when focusing in all the energy I can on what are modalities or ways that I can connect with my heart and spending time with my heart? Because of the time that I'm using on the mind could be using to build the boat to get off the volcano that's blowing up, right? So hopefully that helps. Let's take a look here. Um, any advice on what you could do regarding your career until then? Yeah. So you got the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, the heart is that pretty much what I just said is that energy, right? Focusing on you and your heart. The Queen of Pentacles has the Ace of Cups emotion behind the scenes. So it's get to the heart is important, right? Um, what happens if you continue upskilling in technology? Let's see what energy comes in with that. Yeah, whatever you focus on, grows and expands, but I kind of feel like there's this, you know, what do we what do we want to use with our energy, right? Are we wanting um are we wanting to find that thing in our heart that or are we 'cause it feels like you're resistant, right? Going, "Well, spirit wants me to follow my heart." It's like, "Don't you wanna follow your heart?" If you don't, then don't. The magician card is you're the one creating your life. If you want to go into the existing energy and more and just go deeper into that lower vibration, they're like, do it. It's your life. There's no supposed to or need to or have to from their standpoint. There's not gonna be any judgment. If you're like, you know what, I don't want to follow my heart right now. I want more misery. Let's follow your brain. And then we do it, right? And I say that in humor and in, you know, just factual. It's not no judgment behind it at all. Because trust me, I know I've done that journey in my lifetime. But they're just wanting you to have clarity because you're asking them. They're not telling you what you should do. They're just you're asking their advice and they go, "Well, this is what you could do. If you do it, you do it. If you don't, you don't." There's no, you know, um, that, but your heart is resistant to you going in here. So that's why you're hitting all these doors that are closed because your heart is saying, "I don't want to go that way. I want to go this way." So busting down, it's going to take a lot of energy. It's like, if you ever hear about launching a boat when the tide's coming in, capsize, 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 a lot of effort just to get out to sea, but when the tide is moving out and we jump on it, then it goes smoothly, and the heart is the tide going out. Your mind right now is the tide coming in, and you're fighting against that tide. That's why you're having trouble, and because it takes so much energy to try to get out to sea when the tide's coming in versus the opposite, right? Um, so when you're asking should, there's no should. If you do, the magician is you will just have more of what you have going on now. It's not going to change things. Just the tide comes in harder and harder and harder, making it more harder for you to, move forward in that. But I feel like that's the big question is, do you want to follow your heart or what do you feel is keeping you from following your heart? It's a good, you know, energy to look at. Um, what happens if you keep applying for job openings around data analyst? You have the 7 of Wands, which, this is not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending what you're wanting to do. Um, it's there is this, it feels like there's this resistance here. These 7 of Wands are, you know, trying to burst the bubble there. And I feel like that's what keeps happening is you keep have to reinforce your bubble as things keep coming against you with that there. I just feel like there's not success with that. Yeah, even on the bottom of the deck, we've got the 10 of swords, which is, the expectations, the trying to live up to what everyone else is telling you to do, right? From the mind, this is all the mental energy. The supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be. It's looking at, is there fear in following your heart because you're fearing disappointing other people? And I feel like that's the big thing to look at. Anything else you could do? There's no shoulds, right? Just coulds. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've got here, we've got the Ace of Swords, which is seeing things from a higher perspective. That expectations, the 10 of Swords, is the human mind. This is all the opinions, the things of the world, right? Supposed to be, should be, need to be. When with the Ace of Swords, we're given permission and giving a gift to see things from a higher place, from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace. And this is basically saying, what could you do is look at, how do I uniquely want to share this love in my heart with the world? And so again, it feels like it's bringing you back to your heart. And once, because the 2 of Wands is like this, what comes up with the Emperor and the King of Wands, which is once you know what your heart wants, then you make a plan, take action toward it. And I feel like what they're saying with all this is use all of your energy to focus in on how you can connect with your heart and communicate it, communicate with it. I know I talked about automatic writing and some other things, but it's searching out what resonates with you in doing that. So I feel like that's what, when you're asking their advice, that's what they would recommend, and that's what's going to make you the most happy, out of everything, you know, for your life. And that's what, their, it's like that's what their uh hope for us is, like, we want to help you have the happiest, most joyful experience. But we can also, if we choose to have a unhappy experience, they're supportive of that too, because we come down here to experience everything. So hopefully that helps. Your fortune cookie is elevate, and here is raising your self-worth. It says, you get what you believe you deserve. It's time to raise your standards. There you go. It's like, what do you feel you deserve? Do you deserve, you don't feel you deserve to be happy? No, I deserve to obey. Maybe. All right. So that's for that one. And then for your next one here, you got 65337. So there's that one. Thank you again for your donations. So, what is that heart thing that keeps on coming? Is it higher studies? Is it anything else in career? I don't have any clue. When will the universe show you some direction? All right. So I feel like that, this is good because this is what we were just talking about, right? Um, so any clarity on what this thing that the heart is wanting, right? So we'll see what comes in there. Um, is it higher studies? Does it require education? Anything else with your career? Um, and then when will the universe show you some direction? All right. Yeah. And it is there, the bottom of the deck, you have this judgment card here, right? And this is like your higher self pulling you, and that's what happens. I think we talked about this in one of your readings, right? Because it's like it's not a big rope around our heart, and your higher self goes, "Bleh," and you're like, "Blah," and they pull you in this direction. It's a thread. It's a tug, 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 tug. And when we're a lot of involved in our head and our thinking and our fears, we got a lot of movement. It's like being in a club, I think they said, where, it's the bass is all boom, 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 boom. We can't feel the tug of the heart because the big loudness of our fears and our mind and our anxiety around we need to accomplish this and do this, and that overrides that. It's so loud and vibrating we can't feel this little tug tug tug, because the boom 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 is so much more strong with us right now. So that's why it's, when we turn down the fear noise, we get out of our head, we try to get away and turn that down, then we can feel the tug and we can feel where it's pulling us, right? So that's important. That's bottom of the card, the bottom of the deck there. So what is this heart thing? You got the Knight of Cups. Here's the quest of the heart. I mean, there it is, right? Um, you got the Wheel of Fortune. You got the Five of Wands. It is different. The Five of Wands is a huge change energy, and you can trust that it does happen for you. Like, I feel like you know, they're telling you that this isn't some drudgery thing that your heart is trying to take you toward. It is something that you're gonna feel like your life is full and amazing versus all the energy you've been feeling in pursuing your mental career pursuits, right? And we have more cards here, but just sit in that for a minute of going, "Do I feel like if I follow my heart, ugh, it's less than?" When actually they're saying here, "No, this turns up your life to where you feel like, 'Wow,' instead of, 'Ugh, I'm getting up to 0.' I have to do all this just to get to 0 when expectations are met." Where with the heart and the pursuit, it's all abundance, it's all fullness. So there's a difference of when we're from our mind, we're trying to achieve, we're in the negative, it takes us so much effort just to get to 0 versus when that's the heart, there's no expectations. It's just every step is above 0. So there's a difference and it changes your life from trying to achieve to being who you are kind of energy. Um, does it take higher studies? Nope, 3 of Pentacles, it's about creating something. No additional studies. This is about coming from a place of creativity, of forming something, not, additional studies are involved at all. Um, is it anything else to do with your career? No. It's, here is about partnerships with the Two of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles is abundance energy and, um, community, and it's almost like legacy. What kind of legacy are you wanting to, you know, leave leave behind? Like when you're 90 years old and you're, maybe not saying you're gonna pass at 90, but let's say later in your life, like in your 90s or whatever, looking back at your life, what would you have wished you created more of? This is community and relationships, not romantic. This is all, about your heart um and I feel like it's more that than um mental IT kind of energy. Something to do with that. What do you wish that you could help a community with? What can you help, people with? You know, and I feel like this, you know, heart for the people energy is important for you here. Um, and then when are they going to give you some direction? Yeah, it's you have the Four of Cups. This is the boredom of the outside world. This is, all the stuff of the outside, and here's the Ace of Cups. You got the Ace of Cups. And even with that past one about raising your self-love, you know, and I feel like as you s like, disconnect your worth from the 3 buckets of the outside world of relationships, of career and education, and of social status, marital status, of your body, your bank accounts, your possessions, as you go inward and upward and you connect your self-worth to the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms. When you do that, then you get this connection with your heart and you get the clarity that comes in. But when we're looking to the outside world to define us, that's what's so loud you can't hear your heart because they're showing you now, you just can't hear it because you're in your mind, and it's like you're resistant to hear to turn down the mental noise because there's fear regarding that, right? So that's when they feel it happens. I don't know. I feel like it's you're learning to talk with your heart, and you do that by getting out of your mind, and you get out of your mind by disconnecting from these stories that your worth is defined by relationship situations and things with others, and you get to come back to you. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too for this one. Yeah, I like it. Rebel. This is going against what everyone is telling you to do, right? It's time to celebrate the fact that you don't fit in, stand on your own 2 feet. It's kind of rebelling against all those expectations, right? And who do you wanna be? And that's, like, takes some bravery, right? So, hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. I know I wish I could just channel exactly the path that you know, will take you in that direction where your heart is drawing you. But it's important for you to develop the relationship with your heart because they're the ones that are going to draw you and then draw you and draw you. It's not just one direction. They draw us in this direction and then they'll draw us in this one and then they'll draw us over here and over here. They'll draw us on these adventures. So hopefully that helps, my dear. All right. Hang in there. And thank you for your donations. All right. Then we got Cat Marie. We're at 70210 for your first one here. So here's your donation. So thank you so much for your dual donation. So for this first one, so you have a friend that just passed 2 days ago. Her name was Bree. Oh, and I could really use a message from her. Everyone's devastated. Why did she feel the need to use drugs? Okay. So can we pull cards on your front? Let's see here. I feel like, do we want to go from here? Back on time. She nudged you to come back. Girl, you better get your ass back over here. Bree, my goodness. And I feel like she wants to give you one of these too. She is a sassy girl. Let me turn this. She's turning up the hot seat. Let me turn down this. Heating pad. All right. So I feel here she wants to start with these talking to heaven cards. So let's see what we got here. Right. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Bree, what do you have? All right. So she has these two. So we'll start off here. Yeah. She's all, I am here helping you. I like it. Let's see what she says here. So she says, I'm not technically an angel, but I'm acting like one for you. She goes, my spiritual growth continues on, even though I no longer carry physical burdens around. One way that I grow is through loving and selfless service to others. And that includes you. She said, too many times during my earthly life, I acted selfishly out of the misguided belief that there wasn't enough of this or that to go around. I competed with others, including you, to get my ego and physical needs met. Now that I'm here, I realize what a colossal waste of time and energy that was. So I'm balancing out my old selfish ways with my new and improved energies that are completely focused upon selfless giving. When you accept my gifts, you allow me to accomplish this, and you therefore are giving back to me as I grow and learn. So I like that. She goes, I'm here helping you, and you can help me by accepting my help. So I like that. She goes, I'm not being selfish up here. Yeah, and she says, "We are so connected." Alright. She says, "I've been able to review my life here, and I've seen how perfectly everything we do is woven together. There are no accidents or wrong turns. Everything makes sense now. I wanted to give you the exciting news that in my life review, I saw that you and I have strong soul connection through many lifetimes. We've been each other's teachers, sometimes in unpleasant ways, several times. In this lifetime, we were magnetically drawn together because we had mutual work to do for ourselves personally and for others. And now that I'm here, our connection remains strong. Just like when I was living in my body, our thoughts are in sync with one another. We often think of each other simultaneously. So think of me and know that I'm doing the same, always with love. I like that. So, some beautiful energies here. She is saying it was perfect. Our lives unfold perfectly. We'll ask, more. I mean, we're going to pull another card from another deck here too. But I'm feeling like she's like with these 2, cards, she's saying that how connected you guys still are and that she will be around you. As soon as she left her body, she was next to every single one of her loved ones at the same time. She's loving and connecting with everyone as this higher individual, is her higher self, and that she's so much more aware of every thought that you've had and everyone has had, every emotion, and, she's there to help now, and that everything that unfolded in her life, she sees the tapestry, like this tapestry. Every thread has a purpose, and without one thread, we wouldn't have a complete design, but every thread was weaved on purpose for a purpose, and she sees it all, and though it's hard to understand that because, when we're on Earth, our human side has a little trouble seeing those things, um, that, you know, you can trust that there is a purpose to it. She goes, "Trust me. Trust me." Alright, let's see here. We also have these spirit messages from John Holland, so she wanted you to have one of these and see what else she has here. Alright. Alright. Do you want this one? No? You want this one? No? Is it just one? Come on, Bree. Come on, Bree. You can do 2 if you want. Okay. She says, "Okay." Yeah. So we've got cleanse, here, and then also you've got you are not alone. I like that. So let's take a look here and see. So for cleanse, she says your body, mind, and soul are urging you to take time out for some much needed cleansing. Just as you wash your car, clean the house, or tidy your office, your body also needs care and attention. It's time for some spiritual, emotional, and physical cleansing. She's telling you to take a shower. Girl, take a shower. Spirit is Bree is reaching out to you with this card to help you cleanse and detoxify your body, mind, and soul. Spiritual cleansing is an excellent way of extracting destructive emotions that, if left untreated, can cause depression, anxiety, and even addiction, right? So she's mentioning why she ended up using drugs because she left some emotions untreated. So this card is proof that you can make time out of your busy life to cleanse. Make a pact with yourself to commit to rejuvenating your mind by practicing positive affirmations every day. One by one, you'll purge the negative thoughts, which will allow you to return to a state of balance and harmony. Drink more water during this time and cleanse your body by reducing toxins such as alcohol, caffeine, nicotine, sugar, and other substances. Take long salt paths and get out into nature so you can breathe in fresh, clean air. Allow the natural world to infuse your spirit with its healing properties as you cleanse and rebalance. You are a spiritual being as well as a physical being, so please honor both. Because she's saying, you asked why she felt the need to use drugs, and it's because she was out of balance. She didn't process emotion. She didn't cleanse herself spiritually, emotionally, and physically. So that led her to addiction, that led her to depression, led her to anxiety, and so she needed to do that to because she didn't know what else to do. And so she's saying, "Please don't do what I did. Make sure you're cleansing yourself." And then you are not alone. So she says, "We're here for you, all of us. And I never left. Through all the sadness and loneliness, however, you cannot sense me near you or feel how much I love you and how much love I'm sending you. We are your family, friends, and guides. You never walk alone. We walk right beside you." And that's what she's saying. She goes, "My God, you've got a circle around you of so much support, and I'm part of that now." So she comes to you at a time when you're probably missing her, feeling lonely or lost, or not getting the emotional or spiritual help you truly need from those around you. Even though you may be feeling abandoned, don't forget that she's there for you, holding you, guiding you, and helping you through your grief and sadness. It is she who raises you up and gently pushes you forward. So please remember that I am spirit, discarnate, not of body. You are spirit incarnate in the body. And as such, we're all spirit. So you can connect to me anytime you wish. Find a quiet time where you can be by yourself in your favorite space. Light a candle, hold me in your mind, and reach out with your heart and thoughts. When you feel a gentle, warm wave of love wash over you, a tingle up your spine, or even a special thought or image, know these are all signs that we've connected. And I love you always. Wow. So I feel like those are great messages. And then lastly, here, we're going to pull here. These are the guardian angel little heart one here. So she wants to give you this. And then we'll get you a fortune cookie too, because you get to have an Alice in Wonderland for both of your donations. So, okay. Yeah, I like this. So here's the beautiful uh, heart there. And then you got dreams. At least don't focus very well. Says, "This is a wondrous time of healing and positive transformation. Embrace life each moment and keep focused on your dreams. Retain the purity of your vision, and you'll draw success to you. All you ever wished for, even that which seemed a distant dream, is about to manifest." So she's going to help you manifest your dreams. But I do feel when you're ready, she will come into your dreams with that card. Um, but she knows that if she appears in your dream, she already knows that if it's going to rehash and make it worse or if it's healing. So she won't appear until she feels it's healing for you. And that's when she'll appear as herself. She will appear in uh, other characters' bodies and other people. Um, so just know that sometimes she'll appear and you won't realize it's her, but she will appear in their body. and as someone else or something else too. And of course, she's like, "No, you knowing me, you know it's gonna be something crazy and outlandish, so just be on the lookout." Right. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what fortune cookie she wants to bring in here for you. Yeah. So I feel here, and in fact, these are both of your. She's giving you your next one already. She wants to reserve that one for you when we circle back around. But you have here number one, all in the golden afternoon. And this is about inspiration, creative spark, imagination, and conception. So let's see what she says here. From the book Alice in Wonderland, it says, Anon to sudden silence one, in fancy they pursue the dream child moving through a land of wonders wild and new. She's the dream child. In ancient times, we did not think an individual was responsible for their creativity. More so, a person blessed with creative genius, a divine spark, or a brilliant idea was thought to have been visited by a muse, a genie, or other spirit that could inspire someone with ideas that were longing to be born in the world. Wow. So the dream and the dream child, she is going to help you and bring creativity for you too. At the very beginning of the Tale of Alice, there's a poem, a preface, which portrays the moment the author was begged to create a story. This card represents the time immediately before Alice's existence. There is no rabbit hole, no Cheshire cat, no Mad Hatter, no Queen of Hearts. There's only the urge to tell a story. So it is with you at this moment. A spark of inspiration is about to descend upon you. A wondrous tale is asking to be told through you. This surge of imagination can take many forms. It can be a creative solution to a problem that you're experiencing. It may mean using visualization to improve at a physical activity or painting a picture with a new technique or fresh perspective. Whatever form it takes, you are actively telling the story of your life with every word you speak and creating the story in action with every move you make. What wonderlands can you create when you allow yourself to be open to the genius all about you and invite it to come into the world through you? You are imaginative. You are creative. You have the spark within you. Whatever it is you wish to do, paint, draw, sing, write, dance, do this creative, vital, brilliant, life bringing thing. Who knows what creations you can bring forth? Why not begin to discover the possibilities today? The divination is it's time to create. An imaginative idea, inspiration takes hold, talent and ability. The muse touches down in your life. Get ready. The reversed is feeling dull, uninspired, mundane, believing you lack creativity, dissatisfaction with your work, and negative self talk. But I feel like she's saying here through all this too is part of the reason for me passing now is to inspire you to not take your life for granted and to go, what are you waiting for to live your dream and to inspire and to create? You're waiting to die? I feel like she's going to be your muse. So I like that. Oh, wow. I love that. Guided to write a poem for her. Yeah, definitely do that. But I feel like this is bigger than that even. She's like, what are you wanting to create? Chop, chop. Chop, chop, buttercup, chop, chop. All right. So that's what they have for that one for you, my dear. And then we'll circle back around. You'll be number 40 here in a momentito. So we will circle back around for that here. All right. We got Sean G in the house. Hey. We'll get you added on. You'll be number 42 on the donation. Sorry. And let me grab that. You're already behind. All right. And then your free question, Sean, I'll get you on the free list here. Not sure I'm going to get to free ones tonight. We're at 7 hours and 20 minutes. I might be doing those in the morning because I've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more donations to complete. So we might be getting close to 8 hours, and I might need to rest. So I'll probably end up doing free readings in the morning. All right. So let's continue on here. We've got honored. We have 2 for you. So 72104 is for this one. So thank you for your donations. I want an update on how the Cappy is seeing you. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers. All right. So how is this Cappy seeing you? We got that. What else? Got those. And those. That one too. All right. Yep. Imagine that, a Cappy in their mind. Got the 2 of Swords, which there is that battle between the head and the heart that is still kind of raging in there. Their heart, we'll see what the feelings are here. Well, I like how you see how they're seeing you, because we have the head has an input and the heart has an input. And in this case, they're battling each other. The heart, feels drawn, but the mind is like, no, 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 you can't act on that. You can't feel that way. Smack, 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 stop, stop, stop. Fear, 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 control, control, control. So let's see what we got here. Yeah. So you got the Page of Swords. So their mind is active, trying to see things from a different perspective. Got the King of Wands there underneath the 2 of Swords. You also had the Emperor. Oh, twice. You got the Emperor. So you have the Emperor twice and the King of Wands. This energy is all about indecision, which makes sense with the 2 of Swords too, that they're not sure how they want to see things because they're getting mixed messages within them from those 2 different sources, right? So got that energy in here. Yeah, I feel like, this makes sense that they're trying to protect themselves. See, like this, this protective bubble, because they don't want the heartbreak. They don't want the disappointment energy to feel like a disappointment, to feel rejected kind of energy here. So that is that mind working in overdrive still, trying to protect here. Yeah. I feel like they do with the Page of Pentacles. This is about wanting an opportunity for the future, hoping for an opportunity for the future. I feel like that may be more the heart, though. Yeah. Because we have, there's this nudge, this dream come true energy. They see you, and they see the victory. They see the mutual, like, attraction energy. But this big fear here of that, they fear that this is someone walking away from a relationship. So they have that fear that's there, and that abandonment energy. So I still feel like there is this, kind of energy. We got the Hermit on the bottom of under all those other cards, the Emperor cards. So they are kind of still drawn to themselves, this energy that's coming in. And, it's like they're still contemplating things. Even under that, we got the 5 of the, swords, which is conflict between the head and the heart, so they're in that, trying to work through this, trying to understand it. But yeah, I feel like there's still that kind of conflicting energy there. Um, and I don't, I'm trying to like push them to go, how much work are they doing and freeing themselves from that? Do we have an ETA at all on anything? And they're like, it's kind of slow moving is what I'm getting from that. I don't feel like there's a quick, you know, a quick fix on that issue going on within them. But you know, I feel like they're in a lot of internal uh, struggle and conflict. So when we're talking about how other people see us, we don't see things clearly, right? We see the world as we are, not as it is. So when we're asking, how does the Cappy see you right now? Conflicted. They think you're conflicted because they're conflicted, and they're, um, and I feel like that's the big energy is how they're seeing you right now because they got so much battle going on in between. That's how they perceive you as well. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, and we saw that there's passion there with the 6 of Wands, little fiery heart, and it says, "Light up your life by honoring your deepest desires." Woo! So, yeah, there is that passion there, but so hopefully that helps a little bit there, honored. We'll look at your next one here. Let me grab this one here. Hey, Kat Marie, thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 43. All right. So I got you on there. All righty. Oh, let me give that 11 a like since I know I got that one here. Okay. So honored for your second one, we got 7, 26, 57. And you want to know, are there ulterior motives as to why Ash is asking you questions about your username? Is she gathering information on someone else's behalf? Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's take a look here. So, are there ulterior motives for them asking that? We got that. Got those. And then is she asking for someone else? Let's see what we got here. Hmm. Bottom of the deck, we've got the Devil card, Saturn and Capricorn energy. Does she know the Capricorn? Let's take a look here. Is there ulterior motives? Let's take a look, see what we got going on here. Yeah, there is Leo energy here, which is someone wanting to see your stuff, right? Because if they know your username, they can try to see stuff, right? And yeah, I do feel like there's something here because we got the Page of Wands, which is action energy, and the 10 of Cups energy coming in here too. So I do feel like there are ulterior motives. Let's see if we can find out here. Gathering information on someone else's behalf. Yeah, it's someone that's being a hermit. And yeah, Queen of Pentacles and the 8 of Cups. Someone that's walked away from a relationship and there's still this Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy there. Well, with this Capricorn on the bottom, I feel like that just kind of, you know, brings that in, right? Especially if Ash knows the Capricorn. Cappy, I feel like they are doing some reconnaissance work. And I do feel it is at the behest of them. They're like, "Hey, do you know what their username? I'll get it for you." All right. Because I feel like they do want to check in to see what's going on with you and, you know, to see uh, what's happening in your life and that, but they're still wanting to be a hermit and be away. So they do have other people, in this case, Ash, asking you, it feels like here. So is that what you were thinking? Is that what your spidey sense was telling you? As soon as I saw that devil card, the Capricorn there, I'm like, Oh, whoops, we know who that is. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, so we got rituals. It's like someone watching you through a window, but the window, not physical window. Steady yourself with simple rituals. Do the dishes, fold the laundry, water the plants, make a cup of tea. Let wisdom sneak upon you. I like that. Like they're keep busy, stay out of, it'll keep you out of trouble. Maybe. All right. So that's what they have for you, honored. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All right. I think we're still good here. So we'll continue. We got Kat Marie for your second one, 73111. So thank you for your additional donations here. So that's for number two. So we want to know, does Ella know who robbed Bree's house the night she died? Does Madison have anything to do with it? Does her family have anything to do with it? Ooh, all right. So, of course, disclaimer, tarot's for fun and for entertainment purposes. I'm not a licensed private investigator or legal consultant, right? Disclaimer in the description box. Let's take a look here. So, does Ella know who robbed Bree's house the night she died? All right, let's tap into Ella. Does she know? All right. And then, does Madison have anything to do with it? Right. And then does her family have anything to do with it? All right. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Two of Cups. That's here, right? Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah. So let's take a look here. Um, of course, I feel like it is someone, this underlying energy, it is someone that um, was close to her or that acted like they were close to her with that Two of Cups. No, it wasn't Bree's boyfriend. Yeah. It's like, "Uh-oh, mhm." No, it wasn't. Bree, she's like, "I know who did it." Anyway, so does Ella know, though? Let's take a look here. I feel like she might have an idea. The King of Swords is an energy of, the mind, and they're the master of the mind that comes in here, right? Yeah. So, and it feels like they have an idea of who it was, because 'cause you've got all this, there's this, judgment card here is this kind of, so because I feel like some of the things that are missing, she knows that someone had been talking about it and been drawn to those things, you know, in the past. So I feel like she's like, there's someone that, it's kind of, she's putting two and two together, going, I remember them mentioning that, and I remember this person mentioning that. Like, oh, I really like that, or oh yeah, da da da. And so it kind of stands out to Ella that this person had mentioned a couple of the things that are missing, like before. So like they noticed it, before. And yeah, and then we have the 10 of Wands and the Wheel of Fortune here. It does feel like, and it's someone that I feel like that there was an ending with the relationship between everyone. I feel like this person is someone that got, uh, a falling out with everyone. Um, and of course, it's someone that needs cash, someone that needs money kind of energy, it feels like with this too. Um, Someone that feels like they were owed something, as well. So I feel like Ella has an idea, putting all this stuff together. Does Madison have anything to do with it? Oh, so she showed up out of nowhere that night, so of course she'd have an alibi. Oh, right? So maybe maybe because she has an idea because it's her, right? Let's take a look here. Um, does Madison have anything to do with it? No, I don't feel so with this energy. We got the 6 of Pentacles, which is like this equal giving and receiving energy. We got the 7 of Wands, a protective bubble, and the Page of Swords. I mean, I feel like this energy doesn't feel suspicious here. So I don't feel like she did there. Did her family have anything to do with it? No, I don't feel so either. We got the Emperor energy, Aries energy. Oh, yeah. And we got the 7 of Pentacles, and the Fool card too. Um, so this energy is this is all patience energy, indecision energy. Um, Full card is no expectations. So I don't feel like the family or medicine had anything to do with it. But interesting that everything I mentioned does describe Ella, huh? A falling out, someone felt they were owed something, someone that was drawn to things before. Um, that maybe with the King of Swords, that's even an energy of having having knowledge of where everything is at too, right? Interesting, interesting. But oh wow, right? So yeah, seems like that might be a suspect. And of course, her prints and everything would already be all over the house because she used to live there, right? But hmm. Oh, and then we already had this one here. Yeah. So this is the one that she pre-chose. I wonder what will happen next. And we had the first one was number 1, here's number 2, ready to adventure, precipice of change, pause before action. Um, and if you're able to talk to Madison for Bree, she says to tell her, "Don't worry, I'm not gonna be there either." Says your mom won't let you be there? It's okay. I'm not gonna be there either. I'm with you already, you know? I'm not in that body. I'm with each of you already. I'm not gonna be at the funeral. She's funny. "Don't worry, I'm not gonna be there either." Um, okay, so this is, from Alice in Wonderland, the book. It says, "Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank and of having nothing to do. Once or twice she had peeped into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversations in it. And what is the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures or conversations? There are points in life where everything seems quite perfect. Things are calm, all is well, and we are comfortable, sheltered, easy in ourselves and in the relationships we have. There is, in short, nothing at all wrong. Then why, oh why, can we not feel satisfied? This is because free spirits grow restless amidst too much sameness, much as we find Alice and you, dear reader, at this time. While she ought to be enjoying an afternoon beneath the trees in late summer, Alice is actually a little fretful and restless. She wants for adventure, to explore, and to reach out beyond the comforts of her current existence. This is the very point you are at. You will decide whether or not to enter into and enjoy all you have and have been given. There is nothing at all wrong with embracing that. Or, as you will know from Alice, this could be the point at which you begin to wonder whether this is the place from where you need to explore, stretch, or jump. A small part of you is tired with the tidy, the comfortable, and the repetitive. You'd rather the adventurous, where you will learn more of who you truly are, than you will in this in between state of sameness and people who never ask questions and are content never to go beyond the comforts of their current life. You, dear reader, want more. So, this card tells you that very soon, if you choose, you will have an unprecedented opportunity for adventure. It is your decision, but I think I know what you will choose when the moment of change arrives, just in time to save you from the numbness of too much habit and repetition. This is the very edge of change. Prepare yourself. The divination of the card says a longing for excitement, wonder at what is meant to take place next, and someone who is comfortable but vaguely dissatisfied. Be ready for a challenge and for new experiences. The reversed is attachment to habit, locked into stultifying sameness, comfort over adventure, a lack of curiosity, satisfaction remaining within the same world in a repetitive cycle. Bah, bah. All right. So that is what they have for that one. Hopefully that helps a little bit. All right. And then we have a couple more, and we'll be back to you there, Kat Marie. Thank you again for your multiple donations. All right. And then Honored, thank you for your multiple ones. We'll come back here to you. Got 742.50. And there we go. So how much time will Cappy be in hermit mode? That's hilarious that we had the hermit card on that last reading, right? That's crazy. Crazy, crazy. All right. So let's take a look here and see what's going on with the Cappy. Let me take a quick sip here, drink the rest of my coffee here. And we'll bring in the water here too. All right. Sorry, let me just wipe my mouth here. All right. So how much time will the Cappy be in hermit mode? All right. Who knows? We got the Chariot card on the bottom. It's action move. It's action energy. It's movement energy, but it's also power of choice energy, which kind of brings in the, well, he's got choices to make, and it's kind of uncertain a little bit. Yeah, because they're working on trying to raise their self-love, and they have to raise their self-love to a certain point before they kind of come out of that mode. What else do we got here? Yeah, and the Page of Pentacles too, which is seeing their worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. So they got a bit of self-reflection yet. Let's see what these other cards are here. Yeah, it makes sense. They have the Three of Pentacles, which is, there's this energy with trying to be true to their authentic self, trying to gain clarity, coming in about who they are. and who they're not. And even the Justice card is an energy of, you know, that Ace of Swords is trying to see things from a higher perspective, cut away the small t truths. And this is Libra energy, which is a lot about relationships that come in, trying to understand what they want, what they don't want. And, they're trying to get out of their head with the Emperor card, trying to get into their heart so that they can make a plan and then put action behind it. But with the Three of Wands is they don't wanna continue to do what they've always done, and so that's why they're kinda staying in there because 'cause they're tired of, like, the repeating cycles that they, have been having. They don't wanna do what they've always done and get what they've always gotten before. Let me pull a when card to see if we can get anything about based on their current energies, how long that's looking at, which, of course, the future is so, um, fluid that it can change, but we'll see where they're at right now. All right, let's take a look here. This one here. All right, we got the Four of Swords. Yeah, we've got October. Right now it's October 13th to October 23rd. Um, and Jupiter in Libra, growth in relationship energy. But the Four of Swords is, solitude, looking at expectations, trying to free themselves from things too. So I definitely see this, that's based the time right now, which, gosh, as much as time is flying, I can't believe it's July 12th already. That would be 3 months from now, but it could be sooner depending on what work they do. But right now it's looking at around that period. So hopefully that helps. See what your fortune cookie says here as well. And yeah, action. We need action, right? Come on, come on. Yeah, baby steps are still steps, and they're better than standing still. Yeah, good point, right? So, I feel like they're taking baby steps, but they are taking action, and baby steps are still steps. So that's kinda what's going in there. So, hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right, and then Justine, thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 44. Coming in here. We'll give that a love and a like. And you're not understanding the part about Levi might love you back and we could have been something good, etc. Okay. I will put that in there. Okay. I don't think you're uh I don't think you're picking up what I put down. So while you're waiting, you might want to re-listen to it. Because I feel like that's not what I said. Um that you didn't do anything wrong. This had to do with what was going on inside of him, but you can I would rewatch it just, while you're waiting here because 'cause I've got a couple more before you here, right? Alright, and then we got Sean G in the house. Hey! So, Sean, thank you for your donation. Shout out to the grandma. Here's your timestamp here. Alright, so guidance for next week. You have an art show that you're not fully prepared for, and it's making you a bit anxious. You should not be anxious by now. This is your norm, isn't it? I never feel prepared before your art show. Well, maybe I only know about the ones that you're not prepared for. But you're like, "Girl." You're an artiste. To be prepared would be boring. You need to have excitement in your life, right? All right. Let's see here. Guidance for next week. All right. Got those. And you're nervous, but in a good way for the actual show. Yeah, but prepare for the week makes you anxious because you're already behind. Yeah. All right. Let's see what else. Anything else this here too? All right. Nope, none of those. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. You just continue to do the work, the 8 of Pentacles, you get the reward, you even got the Queen of Wands under that, you know, just continue to, you do the work, you put the blood, the sweat, the tears, you get the reward, um, but we'll see what these other cards are here for guidance, but they're like, uh, prioritize, 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 but, they're bringing in and I don't know if you have ADHD, if you do, you can try this because they're bringing this back, this video I watched, because my host has ADHD, so my algorithm brings a lot in because, of course, she shares a lot of stuff, so I get to learn about ADHD, but it's like, um I don't know what they call it. Is it a divergent brain? No, it's something like that, right? But a non-divergent brain, like a lot of people, they get dopamine rush for the preparation and for the working toward a goal. They get the excitement and the dopamine rush, right, as they're working toward the goal. Individuals with ADHD get the dopamine rush after they've completed something, not in doing it. And so that makes it difficult to generate the energy to do stuff because of how the brain is different, how they have this, different the different way. So what they said is you set a timer for 30 minutes, you make a list of things to prepare for the thing you wanna do, and it's simple stuff, like get water, you know, use the restroom, um, put on my favorite slippers, whatever it is, little things that are quick things that you can get done and you can mark off the list. Because as you get your water and you mark it off, a little dopamine rush, another one, a little dopamine, another one, a little dopamine, another one. And when you set it for 20 minutes and you just do all these things, and you mark them off, your dopamine is building, 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 and then you have, like, this 30 minutes to an hour of dopamine that you can just boom, 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 and do the big thing. And then if completing the big thing will give you another dopamine rush, then you can go on to the next big thing, and if you don't have it, then you do back to a little 20-minute thing of "dit, dit, 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 dit," and you can keep doing that, and where we can feel procrastinated in doing something, um, if we do that setup, then you can do that. So give that a try. I feel like that's helpful, and if you don't think you have ADHD, try it and see if it works, then you might be an undiagnosed ADHD. You're like, "No, I am." Yeah, and we have joyful celebration here for the art show. You have a great, abundance coming in with it here for next week. So focus on the joy, focus on the celebration, focus on the wonderful experience that you're gonna have, not the work. Because when you focus on the work, it feels like work, right? Yeah, and it's like a child, the 6 of Cups energy is play, the Knight of Swords is, you know, and again, there is this kind of, um, energy because this Knight of Swords feels like writing it down, write down the stuff, and then, like a little child, give yourself a gold star, mark it off as you're doing it because it's important to have a plan. And if you do that, sometimes with ADHD, like lists don't help, but if you do it with the way they were talking it, it does help because it's the marking of stuff off, right? And I feel like that helps you move forward because I like the 6 of Cups. Give yourself gold stars. That's coming in. Um, and then, yeah, and then again, because you have the Queen of Wands on the bottom. You have the Queen of Wands again, you have the Queen of Wands here. So you got the Queen of Wands twice, which is whatever you focus your energy on, and you have the Devil card, which is work energy in the house of, career and things. So it's about doing the work, but, um, I feel like there's this energy of letting go of this long list of how you think things are supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be kind of energy. And I like this kind of freeing yourself from it. It allows you, you know, to do the important things, and that perfectionist energy that comes in. It's like, what's the absolute minimum that I have to have done? Not everything that I feel like I should, supposed to, need to, but what's the minimum? And I feel like they're said, just do that and enjoy the event, I feel like is like the guidance, because we can try to do too much, and we miss out having the fun, because all work and no play makes you would, not a dull person, but makes it feel dull. That's what they wanted to say. I was like, "What are you trying to say?" Not Sean, doesn't make Sean a dull person, it's all work and no play makes it dull. So it's like, yeah, it's all work, then it's like, but remember why you're doing it, right? I like it. Look, love. And it says, "Love people, love them with all your heart. Just be sure to love yourself first." And I like that. So this is, um, do what you love. Let it be an expression of your heart, not a task that needs to be completed. So hopefully that helps, Sean. That's what they got for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. So, Justine, thank you for your additional donations. Let's see here. So, I don't understand. Um, all right. So these are for that one. Let me add that extra on there. And then for this one, give a love and a like to that one. That would be this one underneath it, right? Okay. And then for this one, is this one underneath it, right? All right. All right. I got you on the list here. So we've got Cat Marie next, and then Justine times 3 after that. All right. So Cat Marie, thank you for your additional one here. We got 75806. So thank you again for all these. So this is for Bree's boyfriend. So he woke up to her cuddling him in bed, but she had left the building. So he's traumatized and heartbroken. So he could use a message from her. Right, Bree? Like, wow. All right. So let's take a look here. Feel like we'll kind of do what we did for you, and see what comes in from her. She's like, "Yep, let's do it." Ditto. She's doing like a ghost, ghost with Whoopi Goldberg and I was gonna say Kevin Costner. It's not Kevin Costner. I think she's making a joke. That one with Whoopi Goldberg and Kevin Costner. It's like, that wasn't Kevin Costner. Did she always get actors and actresses wrong? But she's doing a ghost from the movie Ghost. Ditto. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. So we do have "We will be together again" is the first message here. She says, "Because our souls are intertwined by shared missions and unfinished business, we are destined to be together. For now, I will be with you in my non physical form, functioning as a guide and a loving companion. While I can't give the guidance that God or angels would, I can lend my support and strength to help and protect you." Once your life is complete, we will reunite in spirit form when I'll remind you of the ways of the wondrous non physical world. I can tell you now that there's nothing to fear about dying, and yet you must live your life completely in order to fulfill your mission. When the time is right, you and I will have other physical lives together, ones that are perfectly orchestrated to help others and to create spiritual growth for both of us. Wow, I love that. And then she also had here, I am not dead. And she says, only my physical body is gone. And I know now that our bodies are just a small part of who we really are. I am aware that you miss my voice and physical presence, but my soul and spirit are very much alive. The times when you've felt my energy, I really was there next to you as I am now. We each have a unique energy fingerprint, and you recognize mine when I'm with you and trust that feeling. I'm actually more alive now than ever before. Gone are all the distractions and stressors that I allowed to rob me of the enjoyment of my life. Now I see how trivial everything was, and that all that ever mattered were the important priorities of love, family, friendship, caring, and helping. But I've also discovered how to turn my regrets into learning and growing, and I ask you to do the same. I now see that I never had anything to fear. There is no death, and nothing bad can ever happen to anyone in spiritual truth. Of course, it's important to be smart and careful and always follow your guidance. But please don't forsake joy because of fears, because there's truly nothing to fear. Wow, I love that. So we've got those. And let's see here. She also wants to bring in some spirit messages here. Okay. Yeah. She goes, can I give him two too? I'm like, yes, of course. So she's going to give you two of these. Yeah. So we've got ancestral wisdom. These green might mean something here. Green eyes and trust. So two green eyes coming in here. So we'll look at ancestral wisdom first. I like this because she says, I'm here with your ancestors and we all love you. They walked the earth many years before you, and they ask you at this poignant time to learn and grow from their past experiences. You are their legacy, and they will keep on helping you as they continue to evolve in the spirit world. So they bring you this card to remind you that you're not alone as you walk the earth and live in your physical world. You may feel that you're not receiving help or assistance from those around you, but draw strength from all of us up here from the spirit world. We're constantly evolving and growing as well, and encouraging you to learn from all of our past mistakes, including Breeze. She's including herself in that. So you don't have to make the same ones in your lifetime. You've inherited many of their gifts, talents, and abilities, as well as some of our faults, habits, and behaviors, and even our addictions. So take as many of the positive aspects as possible and move forward as you listen to your soul. Over time, the negative aspects can be eliminated once you acknowledge that you have free will and can make your own choices in this lifetime. Honor your ancestors as we honor you. Move forward with our love and blessing. And Bree is amongst that. And it's interesting with that card about past lifetimes. You guys have had many lifetimes together. In fact, both of you, Brian, and speaking to her boyfriend, you guys are your own ancestors. She was one of your ancestors too. That's why she's included with them. Um, and she goes, "No, it's not icky weird. It's a different bloodline." She goes, "It's not weird. I'm not your grandma." She is pretty funny, right? But she's like, "No, way, way back, we're part of our own ancestors. So I walk with you as your ancestor and as this character Bree as well." And then the trust here, she says, while your logical mind is dictating a supposedly clear direction, your soul's inner guidance is urging you to follow an alternative path. The logical path may be one that you consider safe and more familiar, but you could be missing out on boundless opportunities and so much more. So she brings this card as a timely reminder that a decision needs to be made, but you may be about to base that decision on logic, the easy option, or even allow past experiences to make the choice for you. She says, "Yes, even over here, I'm being bossy." She says, "Stop for a moment and consider the options. The spirit world is reaching out, so take our wise counsel as this time it's important to act on what you feel, not what you're thinking. Such inner turmoil can often leave you feeling exhausted, drained, or even emotionally confused. These feelings are clear indicators, so by surrendering to what you feel is right, you can trust and be sure that the outcome will be for your highest good. So let go of those restrictive logical responsibilities and let the flow of life take you to where you're supposed to be. Trust that spirit will guide you and allow yourself to experience the liberating sense of freedom as you do. You'll arrive at a place where you feel confident and safe, a place where there's clarity in decisions and choices. By working in partnership with your inner guidance and the universe, you'll benefit in ways that you may never imagine. So she's basically being bossy and telling you to get out of your head and into your heart. Don't follow that noggin um, because it's confused right now. Follow your heart and it will guide you. So hopefully that helps. And let's see here. I'll give you one of these guardian angel cards too. See what she has here for you. So you actually got another trust card. You got guardian angel. It says trust right there, which says trust all unfolds in perfect timing. You are one with divine will. Focus only on love, and all you truly desire will manifest at the most perfect moment. Be patient. I, your guardian angel, am watching over you. So, a lot of all these energies, you're not alone. They're around you. And, of course, this is fresh, this is new, but just trust that moment by moment, things will unfold for you. And then you also get an Alice, the Wonderland uh, Oracle here too. So let's see what else she wants you to know here. Okay, this one. Yeah. You have who in the world are you? Getting to know the new you. Number 19. So she is telling you that you will, you're not going to be the same person anymore. And she gets that. But this is about discovering the new adventure of who you're going to be. Because We knew before we came down here that this was gonna be my exit point, and she said this was part of the adventure, that it's hard to see that you wanted this right now, but it will change your life, and with your life changing, you become a new person, and the new you helps other people where you wouldn't have been doing that before. So she goes, "It happened on purpose, and you'll see it. Just trust." Again, that trust energy. It says, "Who in the world am I?" Ah, that's the great puzzle. So when you receive this card, you're being asked to rediscover yourself through the asking of that all important question, who am I? And as Alice so wisely says, that's the great puzzle. So many people go through life being who they think they are, who others say they are, or who they think they ought to be, when who they truly are is submerged beneath conformity, habit, stereotypes, cultural expectations, and other people's opinions. So she's asking you to ask this question and to assume just for a moment that you may not know just who you are. This is your invitation to go beneath the roles and the assumptions. Allow your true self to slowly ascend and emerge from beneath the stultifying feedback of the world and to be once again. When this card comes to you, it's a wonderful opportunity to live from the heart of yourself once more, to question all you think are, and to find out who you are right now. You may wish to meditate on this question or to find out who you are in new places with new people. You may like to start over, to incarnate in a way. You may wish to travel, undergo some therapy, journal, or have heartfelt conversations about how we become who we are at any given moment. Treat this like a wonderful adventure and an opportunity to forget what you think you know. Rather than going along with beliefs, aim to truly see yourself. Puzzle out, once again, a rebirth into your new self. The divination of the card, it brings a fascination with getting to know yourself again, growing into a new self, defying assumptions about who you are, exploration of the self, questioning who you have been told you are, changing at a very deep level, and the readiness to evolve and experiment to come to greater self knowledge. And the reversal of the energy, believing you know just who you are, certain of identity, refusing to question yourself, believing you're fixed and unchanging, going along with the main current of who you're supposed to be, and feeling comfortable with who you believe yourself to be, but ultimately limiting your potential because of this. And I like this. She's bringing in that energy going, don't try to figure out your entire life right now. Just look at the very next step. You're going to rediscover who you really are. And again, her passing, she says, was planned. And we all knew this before we came down here in this lifetime together, that this would shake up a lot of people's lives. And she said, I took one for the team, but this is life changing. And because everyone's life is going to be changing, it's going to change other people's lives because you guys are going to change other people's lives. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I know it's very raw right now, but that's what they have. So many blessings. Hang in there. All right. So, Kat Marie, thank you so much for doing that for them. All right. So, Justine, thank you for your additional one here. Right, I'm 8 hours and 15 minutes, so I'm going to need to kind of cut off any additional ones because I'm going to need some rest. I will do the free readings in the morning. I do have 19 free readings on the list, so I'll complete those in the morning. So, Justine, I'll complete these four, but I'll need to like anything else we can do tomorrow. Um, I'll be back tomorrow evening as well. So, if you want any additional ones, we can always do those tomorrow, right? So, two chats above. Okay. Let's take a look here. Oh, okay. So maybe I think I might have all these out of order. So your first one, I'm not understanding the passage. So is that for that one? That one's for that one. That one's for that one. Okay, I see. So if you did, so the accuse him of something, that one goes down here. Okay. Think I got a little confused because of where your all your questions are. Are they before the reading? Yeah, so you did the question and then the donation afterwards, I think, right? So you got, I'm not understanding the problem. Then easily. Okay, so that one is for that one. Okay, and then that one. So he expected is for that one. Okay, I get it. And then I thought, blah, blah, blah. One is for that one. All right. I think I have it where it needs to be here. And then if I did I, accuse him of something, uh, he consorts with most of the evil. Okay, and that was that. He works for them. And okay, so that's that one. All right. I think I have them all here now, so I'll give that 11 a like there. All right, so thanks for your multiple donations here. Sorry, I just needed to get my head on straight here. So cheers, cheers, and we'll dive in here. Okay. All right. So for this one, we got 817. 45 is for this one. All right, so this one is one that I'm not understanding the part about Levi might have loved you back, and you could have been something great, except for that you did something wrong. How could it have been that great if it broke apart that easily? So going back that, so you didn't do anything wrong. It was, that you were just, asking a question or you did whatever. It was the stories inside his brain, the echoes from his past, right? When I was talking about how something that happened when they're like 7 years old or younger, they had this perception of things, of abandonment or whatever, and so when you said something, they would take things as in an incorrect way because they were seeing the world through their experiences. So what you thought was an innocent question, they took as like accusation or whatever. So in the beginning, they had this perception of like, wow, I think we'd be really compatible. But what wasn't what broke apart easily isn't really the relationship, but what was going on inside his head. Like he triggered, right? So, there's great possibilities. The stuff that happens in the outside world, you know, just is. There's no meaning behind it till it gets in here, right? And the stories he created around it were based on his conditioning and things that he had happen in his past. So that's why his perception of the relationship and things that were going on were very different. And yeah, and like we said, with these cards coming in here, we got the Queen of Cups, which is that's a lot of emotional energy below the surface. We have the Nine of Swords, which is all the nightmare and insomnia and all that, the mental thinking of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's that were there. So all that preconceived thinking from his earlier in life was being projected towards you. Yeah, you even got childhood energy with the 6 of cups, so these memories made their way out into the future here. Those were all the echoes of things that were, happening there, and, we've got these, 10 of wands energy here, which is a change of energy from something that in the beginning, you thought, "Oh, this is gonna be great," but then you got triggered, and when we go into fear, then it transfers, like, instead of it going, "Wow, look at the abundance," they're like, "Oh, what a burden this has turned into," kind of energy, and it can happen like that. Because what happens, with our, uh we all have an inner children inside of us, right? Emotional inner child is 7 years old and younger. Our mental inner child is, like, 7 to 14 is when it got developed. And when our little inner children, when it feels unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, it triggers like a fire alarm and it boots out their intelligent, loving, compassionate side. And what's left is the child, whatever age they were at when they had that first trauma of the fear of rejection, the fear of abandonment, the fear of being left behind that I talked about in one of your readings, right? When they go back to that age and they act and react from that age. So usually 7 years old and younger, so they act illogical because the brain hasn't developed yet, the intelligent brain, 7 to 14. They act from a child, 7 years old and younger. That's what we all do as humans, and so we do unintelligent, unloving, uncompassionate things, and that's why, something can seem to break apart easily because things can switch on a dime if we have a trigger that happens from when we're younger. And, our inner child triggers because this, you know, something is making it feel unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable. But it's usually the feeling unsafe and out of control energy that's like, something's happening. This is scaring me. Whoop, whoop. And then they flip out and then they act from that lower, you know, child self, not from an adult self. So that's why something can happen and then it's fight or flight. That's our survival mode. I'm either going to hiss and attack, hiss and run away, or hiss and attack and then run away. Hermit, right? Psh, off I go. Um, so hopefully that, brings a little clarity into um how he could have love and he can have connection and suddenly it can switch on a dime as well because we go out of control. It's like if you panic while you're drowning or if someone yells fire in a theater, people will trample over each other. They're normally very calm and collective, but they'll kill someone running over them trying to get out of the theater because they're panic mode. We become in a way almost an animal. We go back to our survival mode energy. So, that's how we can change and things can, do that. So, hopefully that helps with that. You got your fortune cookie is sovereign, which says you are the queen of your life. So treat yourself like royalty. And it's important to know that their actions, non-actions, words and silence are a reaction of them, not personal towards you. They're a little child freaking out, doing what they feel they need to do to feel safe and in control again and comfortable. It's not, intended to be pointed at you. That's just their reactions. What little children do. I need all my toys. And I'm going to go run now, kind of energy. So hopefully that helps a little bit for that. Right. And then for this next one, we've got 82420. Okay, so this is this one. This one is so he expected you to just keep your mouth shut and never make any mistakes. I don't think I ever said that. You have this whole story unfolding in your own mind, 'cause, I don't think that's what I said in that reading at all. Then how could we have truly loved if, one spot on the mirror is never clean but compounds? How could it be, a good bond? So, let me take a look here and we'll pull some cards here, but, um, yeah. So, let me just see what these cards are here. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, you got the Hanged Man twice here. So, this is all about transformation and trying to see things from a different perspective. But so they didn't expect you to keep your mouth shut and never make any mistakes. In the beginning, they did see you, as this Queen of Swords, such a beautiful, compatible energy to come together, right? But then there was something that happened. There was an event that happened that they had a trigger go off inside of them, an external thing that maybe you said or did or didn't do or whatever that and you might not, but I do feel like it was in your guys' relationship that triggered this. The Queen of Cups is like emotional energy, subconscious emotional energy, like the moon energy, right? Um, and they, uh and they triggered. So they weren't expecting you to do this or do that or whatever. They didn't know. They haven't looked at these triggers that are below within them. They're just bubbling down there because as children, like 7 years old and younger, we experience pain and we might, three emotions, joy, sadness, or anger are how we express ourselves. We're encouraged to be a happy child, so joy is allowed in happiness and laughter, right? But sadness, no, push that down. Anger, no, because they say what, you better stop your crying or we're going to give you something to cry about. Or if you don't stop your tantrum, you're going to get a whooping. So they're taught to suppress these things. Those are what become triggers. So they don't even know they're bubbling down because we push those things down when we're 7 years old and younger. We don't remember them because our memory, a lot from 7 to 14 is what we'll remember. 7 years old and younger is vague because they're emotional memories, not mental memories. So when something happens, then they trigger inside of them. It's not, you know, you don't trigger them. The thing they're experiencing is what um, causes them to trigger themselves. And so they didn't expect you to, not say anything, never make any mistakes and all that. It's just that they hadn't looked at these things going on inside of them. So when they trigger, they go into that fight or flight mode, right? They react, and that's just how it works, right? Um, so, like I was talking about before, how could he have truly loved me? As the adult, the conscious, loving, intelligent adult that he is, when like we all are when we're not in fight or flight mode and reaction mode, um, we have love and we have all that, but as soon as that fight or flight kicks in, it boots out our loving, compassionate, intelligent side, and that's why we act unintelligently and compassionately and loving, and that's why we can be Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde sometimes as humans. I mean, look at the world. Look at how some really, wonderful, compassionate, loving people can freak out when they're in fear and do things out in the world, right? That's why there's so much division going on in the world. We have so much fear that people are doing things we normally wouldn't do. But when we calm down, we realize, oh wow, I think I talked about like someone drowning, right? When someone's drowning, their arms and their oh my god, and they'll smack people and they'll see someone and grab onto them and pull them underwater with them because someone who's normally so calm and mature can turn into an animal almost when they're freaking out. And I feel like that's, what's going on here. Um, And so that's what all a human, existence and relationships are. The Justice card, Libra energy, the balancing that's needed, the two sides of ourselves, you know, when we realize these fears that we have that trigger us, as we if we don't do anything about those and we just keep reacting and the trigger keeps going off, it's like if you have an alarm in your house, that is on every time you open the door, the alarm goes off and you close the door and the alarm stops. Then you open up again. If the alarm is always going off, we have to learn how to dismantle our internal alarm so it doesn't go off. And that's kind of what he's trying to do, but it's taking time. And I feel like that's why they said it's slow moving because baby steps that he's taking, but not huge ones. So hopefully that helps with that one, Justine. Let's see what the fortune cookie for that one is here. Yeah. So we have successes. It says, today is a really good day. You're in the flow. Problems are solved quickly and easily. Helpful people show up for you, and unexpected gifts fall into your lap. So, this is an energy of focus in on what you're grateful for in your life, helps those grow. And there is a reminder that as we focus in on what someone's not doing, our experience of our life, those things grow. So, in a way, something you can learn through this for yourself and for your future is whatever, you focus on is what grows the most. Gratitude grows things. Fear and need and want and looking at what's happening that we don't want, that creates, repression and brings in more things that match that energy too. So I feel like that's what that card is kind of gearing you towards a little. All right, and then for this one, we got 83206. All right. So you thought he was your soulmate, your wish fulfillment, your other half. But if so, then how did it not happen so easily? Whatever's for me doesn't pass you by, so that must have meant it wasn't really it. All right, let's take a look here. You're very true. I love that you are aware that what's meant for you never passes you by. I do have a podcast, and I'll throw it out here just if you're interested, called Faded Love. We talk a lot about um, um, like stepping stones and what a soul partner and like how a lot of that all works as well, and some wonderful tools in there too. Let's take a look here. So, um, what can we know here about? Were they a stepping stone or is there something that's going to unfold here? Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't necessarily feel here that I feel like they're more of a stepping stone for you than what your soul partner is to be. Um, and the reason is there's several here. We got the 3 of swords on the bottom, which is, expectations equal disappointment. And there is this growth that you are to achieve because of your experiences with them. Again, everyone's a mirror showing us what we want to see about ourselves, right? We also have the Tower card, which tells us that people and situations are removed out of our life to give us the space for someone that aligns with our energy, clears the pathway for us to move forward into something that is more in alignment with us. I do feel like you have the 6 of cups here, which is past life connection, and you guys did meet not by accident, it is purposeful, but you got the judgment card twice as this pulling to something else, and it does feel like you guys are being pulled in different directions, but you were to be a mirror for him to have whatever triggers because, he didn't see you as you, he saw his reflection in you. That's what caused his triggers, is his own reflection, as well as whatever you're experiencing, whatever you're facing through all this is for you, for your growth, for you to see what triggers are within me. What are these things that are popping up? There's fears at the root of them that, it's been designed for you to see these so you could set yourself free from them so that you don't continue your cycles. You were a mirror to help him break his cycles. He's a mirror to help you break your cycles. And neither of you know what each other is seeing in the mirrors of each other because you're a mirror. You can only see yourself, right? So, um, so I feel like that brings clarity in there for you. Um, but even, but even if, and this is good information to know that, and I'm sorry if you heard my stomach just growl really loud. It's a row, row. But even you said, how did it not happen so easily? We can still have, like, in this case, I don't feel like this is the case, but if he was your soul partner, the person you're going to end up with the rest of your life, we can have, like our paths, we come together and sparks, conflict to come back, come away from each other to learn, to come back together, sparks, go forward, another, battle and conflict to set us out, to learn on our own, to come back, to eventually, as we are helping each other let go of the fears and those emotions that don't serve anymore. Eventually, we could come back together, and then it sticks the rest of the way. But relationships aren't perfect in our human because we have all these triggers. So very rarely, 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 rarely ever do two people come together and go, what a harmonious, beautiful relationship the rest of our life. It's usually the working out of letting our fears go, letting the baggage go, letting that transformation go, right? So so hopefully that helps with that there. Right. And let's see here what your fortune cookie for this one is. Yeah. We got the power of choice coming in here. And it says, worry less about making the right choice and more about being strong enough to handle any outcome. Yeah, because there is no wrong choice, no right choice, just different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. And when we lighten up on, are we beating ourselves up for, I feel like I made a wrong choice or I made a mistake? It's No, it's growth. We come down here to experience, and we're always experiencing. So we're always on our perfect path. And with this choice energy, if you check out that video, the Faded Love, episode 13 of The Easier Path, that talks about, it shows maps and different things of sometimes we have multiple, if we make these choices, we end up with this person. These choices will end up with a different person. These choices, we end up with a different person. Sometimes we have a faded person all the way across, that we're always going to end up with. But with that choices, it's kind of like they're saying, no, you don't have like a faded person that depending on the choices and things you individually make, you can end up with a few different individuals. I still feel like with those cards you got, it feels like this, individual is more of a stepping stone than they are a fated, be with them forever kind of individual. So I feel like that's what's coming in there. Right. All right. And then lastly, but not leastly, we got 83915. I think I might be hitting my record tonight. So thank you again for all of your donations. I'm very grateful. But this will be the last donation and reading for tonight. So you said, if you did accuse him of something, it was of being something which he's now fully revealed himself to be. He consorts with the most vile, evil, traitorous people. So I think he must be like them if he works for them. I don't understand because I thought he wasn't like that. I was trying to warn him about these people. Your nightmare is I pushed him toward them when I tried to pull him away. All right. So I don't really feel like there's a question there. But let's see what Spirit has here for you. Because and if that didn't mean to feel like Spirit was saying you accused him of something. I feel what we were mentioning in the reading was in his mind, because of past reflections, something you did innocently, just questioning, um, trying to help, right? In this case, was it in his mind, he saw it completely different because of his upbringing, his past triggers. So when you did something, he thought, "Oh, you're accusing me of something." When you're that's not what your intention was, that's not what you were doing, but in his mind, that's what he saw happen, and you had nothing there's nothing you could have done about it. He just triggered and then ran with that story that was being created in his own head, right? Um, so because it feels like you were kind of trying to defend yourself, and you're like, you don't need to defend yourself because it was going on in this his head, not yours. So you're like, you know, um, so let's see. You don't understand because you thought he wasn't like that. You were trying to help these people. You're trying to help them. Let's just take a look here and see. What can we know about that situation? And this one, and this one. Okay. Yeah. When he is at with peace of mind, the 4 of swords is when his mind is at rest, when he's not triggering like we've been talking about in these readings, right? He isn't that type of person. He is, this loving individual, right? This 2 of cups, when he is not triggering, he's in that emotionally intelligent, loving, compassionate person. But it's when he's freaking out, when he goes into fight or flight mode, that's when things go different, right? So, like on one side, he is this 9 of cups. It's like a dream come true and, things unfold. Um, and he sees things from this higher perspective. But yeah, and then we have here the 7 of Pentacles and the Queen of Swords. Here's that again, that energy of we're so compatible, things are going along with this, slowly building the 7 of Pentacles. And then something came in. Yeah. Because here's this emotional confusion, which emotional confusion is a sign of we're out of our minds and we get confused because our brain, when we're in fight or flight mode, doesn't want us to stand there thinking, is that a saber-toothed tiger or a lion or a and we get eaten, right? It wants us no thinking, reaction, fight or flight to survive, right? And so it just feels like here things were going along. There was this dream come true. And then out of nowhere, here's this fire energy, this, um, all this sudden things that came rushing in that took them out of their fight, took them out of that uh, balance between head and heart and sent them into fight or flight mode. And so the more that they're in fear and it perpetuates and it grows. And if they don't come out of fight or flight mode, they can't do inner work. So the more they're in fight or flight mode, the more they're confused. It's when they're calm and sitting with themselves when they can reflect and then, they can look at things differently. Same thing goes for us all. But I feel like that's important to know that, one, the accusations were a perception that they had in their mind. Um, that he's around people. Now, when you're saying they're these vile, evil, traitorous people. Instead of having judgment on them, you know, um, what we can replace that all, because people, like we're talking about, right? People act, have actions that seem vile, actions that seem evil, actions that seem traitorous when when they're in fear, right? So he is hanging around people that have a lot of fear going on, which triggers his fear. And then it just, everyone keeps each other in a cycle of fear, right? So it's like everyone is drowning and they keep all trying to hold on to one another to stay above water, but they all keep drowning them. It's like a cycle of everyone's almost drowning each other. So everyone stays in panic trying to get above water, and everyone becomes like every man or woman for themselves instead of let's all of calm mind help each other. Instead, everyone's trying to get on to the lifeboat raft, right, or whatever, or fighting over the one life preserver. um so I feel like that, and then understanding that that wasn't their norm, but when they go into fear, like all of us, we do turn pretty selfish. um And then your nightmare is that you pushed him toward them when you tried to pull him away. Um, the thing to know about humans, though, too, is when we try to pull someone somewhere, they resist. When we try to push someone, they resist and push back. So, you know, trying to get someone to do something, is it just humans don't like that. How we can help people is by giving love. And because if we're pushing or pulling, then people go into fear and then they freak out. When we give love, that allows them to stay in their intelligent, loving, compassionate side. And then, things change, right? Yeah. We got it. Energy. Here we go. Love energy, offering people love. So it says, stop trying to please everyone. Everyone is a whole lot of people. Protect your energy. Yeah. You can't please everyone. So focus on your self-love, fill up and overflow. You can't change anyone. You're the only one that has control over your choices of story, your choices of emotions, your choices of actions, your choices of energy. You can't control someone else's because, again, like we said, you try to control people, resistance. um, you fill up with love and overflow. That's how we change the world. That's one of the things I love Spirit said once. You can't change how people think. They can only change that. So you can't change people's minds. So we change the world through uh, changing hearts. Can't You can't make change with changing mind. We make change by changing hearts, right? And how do we change hearts? We give love. We give unconditional love. And then that's what changes hearts. And then eventually it makes its way to the outside world. But try to change minds, resistance, resistance, resistance. People pretend they change and then they don't, because if their heart doesn't change, they'll eventually go back to what they were doing before anyway, right? So hopefully that helps, my dear. Thank you again for all of your donations. Hang in there. I send you lots of love. Um, And for everyone, if you haven't checked out my podcast, I do have a free podcast called The Easier Path. Here is the link to the playlist. It is listed down in the description area of the video. And if you go to my main page, it is at the top. So you can always go to that and click on view the playlist and check them out. And then I also having a celebration this month in July. Every Monday, I have a giveaway. I pull a winner from the donations, a winner from the free readings, and there's going to be a special drawing on August 3rd. If you check out that video, it tells you how to get into the August 3rd drawing. If you've made a donation or did a free reading, you'll be entered into my on Monday the drawing that I have. But the August 3rd one, got to check out that video to find out how to get into that one. I'm giving away a 1 hour personal recorded reading, 2 30-minute ones, and 4 additional 15-minute personal recorded readings, in addition to my regular Monday drawing. So check it out if you're interested. All right. All right, everybody. Thank you again so much for all the thumbs up, all your love, all your support. So grateful. And I didn't get to any free readings. I will get those in the morning. I'll probably come in around 11 a.m. Mountain Time, around there. I mean, it's almost 2 a.m. here, so I'm going to sleep and then try to wake up and eat breakfast and get awake before I do the reading. So might be 11 and maybe after 11, but I will get those tomorrow and I'll be back tomorrow night too. So till I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your lives, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So till I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. I'll see you guys soon. Right. Sleep tight. Sweet dreams. Right. Night night.